Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was in Clover Kingdom? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. This world isn't fair. How many times had he told himself that before his mind finally broke? Izuku Yagi couldn't remember, but it didn't matter to him anymore. Reflecting on it now, he wondered why he hadn't decided to leave sooner. This is the story of how Izuku Yagi became known as the Bright Devil and the leader of Squad 10 of the Clover Kingdom. Flashback to when Izuku was 4 years old. Izuku was the eldest of his siblings, born before Izumi and Izuka, who arrived 2 years later. Their parents, Izuku Yagi and Toshinori Yagi, were thrilled to have 3 children, and their childhood was filled with joy. The Midoriya siblings shared a common passion. They all loved heroes, especially All Might, the #1 hero in Japan. It was only a matter of time before they all decided they wanted to be heroes. School life was wonderful for them. The 3 siblings often hung out with the Todoroki twins and Bakugo twins, but Izuku also had a special friend named Nijire Hado. While many found her curious nature and endless questions odd, Izuku appreciated her enthusiasm and could keep up with her rapid-fire conversations. These happy times continued for 5 years until the day Izuku's life took a turn for the worse, and everything he once had began to crumble. It was the day they were to visit the quirk doctor, and he remembered it vividly. Izuku's POV. I woke up to a bright sunny day and noticed on my calendar that it was the day. Filled with excitement, I ran to my older brother and sister's room to wake them up. Izuku, sis, bro. Shaking them wake up. Izuka, sleepy voice s up shangi. Izumi, sleepy voice w hi a ri yo u up so ry. Izuku, it's the day we get our quirks. Once his siblings heard that, they shot up in excitement, quickly getting ready. When they finished dressing, the 3 of them ran to their parents' room. Izuku, mommy, wake up, wake up. The siblings continued to shake their parents until Inko finally woke up. Inko, alright I'm up. Go brush your teeth please. All 3, excited okay. Inko got up and called to Toshinori. Wake up Toshinori. Toshi, are you going to take them today? Inko, yeah, you just relax and get ready for work. Both Inko and Toshinori had a secret they hadn't shared with their kids. They were heroes, with Toshinori being All Might, the #1 hero, and Inko known as Green Psychic, the #7 hero. Once the 3 siblings finished brushing their teeth, they returned to the living room to eat breakfast. 3 siblings, eating. Inko and Toshi, watching them eat and smiling. I hope you all have amazing quirks, Inko said, filled with hope. After finishing their meal, they left for the quirk doctor. The 3 of them were so excited and couldn't stop talking about the amazing things they would do once they got their quirks. They kept repeating, I will be just like All Might. Inko couldn't help but smile at her kids, but a part of her hoped none of them were quirkless. After a long drive, the Midoriya family arrived at the doctor's office. Izuku, while relaxing in a chair, noticed Nijire sitting a few feet away by herself. Hey, Nijire. Izuku called as he got up and walked toward her. Hello, Izu, Nijire replied. You nervous? He asked. A little. I get my quirk today, and I'm worried. What if I'm quirkless? What if my quirk isn't that good? Before she could say anything else, Izuku hugged her. Don't say that, Nijire. I know you will be amazing. You will not be quirkless. I believe in you. Nijire hugged him back. Thank you, Izu. You're welcome. Do you want to play with me? Nijire's parents were watching and both thought the same thing. They approved of their future relationship. After about 10 minutes of playing, a man came in with a clipboard. Ms. Inko, the doctor called. That's me. Let's go, kids. Inko replied, and all 3 of them followed. I'll see you later, Nijire. Izuku said as they entered the room. The doctor took a blood sample from each of them and left. After a few minutes, he returned with a board in his hands. All right, Mrs. Inko. Do you want the good news or the bad news first? Bad news first. Inko insisted. Well, your son Izuku is quirkless, but… Inko shot Izuku a quick look of concern before urging the doctor to continue. The doctor hesitated, sensing the shift in her demeanor. As for the good news, Izumi and Izuka have quirks. Izumi has a very strong telekinesis quirk that will allow her to lift skyscrapers, but if she uses it too much, she will get a headache. Izuka has a strength enhancer quirk with a kinetic aspect. He can lift skyscrapers, and the more he exerts himself, the stronger his punches will get. However, using his quirk for a long time will make his body sore. Inko beamed, hugging Izumi and Izuka. Did you hear that? You both are going to be heroes. Izumi and Izuka spoke in unison, we'll be just like All Might. After leaving the doctor's office, Izuku felt a heavy sadness wash over him. He remained silent as they got into the car and drove home. Inko focused her attention on Izumi and Izuka, not noticing Izuku's quiet presence. When we get home, I'll make you whatever you want, Inko said. I want pizza. Izumi and Izuka chimed in. I want katsudon. Izuku added, but Inko only responded, all right, I'll make you pizza. Izuku noticed that she had completely ignored his request but chose not to question it. After a long drive, they arrived home to find Toshinori watching TV. He turned off the screen when he saw them. So, how did it go? Toshinori asked. Well, Izuku is quirkless, but Izumi and Izuka have quirks, Inko replied. Once again, they didn't comfort Izuku. That's my son and daughter, Toshinori exclaimed, hugging them both, but not Izuku. Feeling dejected, Izuku went to his room and lay in bed, crying over the fact that he was quirkless. He stayed there for hours until hunger drove him downstairs, only to find his family already eating without a plate for him. Mommy, where's my food? He asked. Inko ignored him, laughing and talking with Izumi and Izuka. Disheartened, Izuku went back upstairs, convincing himself that he wasn't that hungry and that everything would return to normal tomorrow. How wrong he was. The next day, Izuku woke up to bright sunlight and glanced at the clock. He was late for school. It read 8. As he hurried to get dressed, he thought, Mom usually wakes me up. He had no time to ponder further. He grabbed a slice of toast and rushed to school, arriving at 9. His teacher scolded him, but he quickly caught up with his work, as he had always been a smart kid. Soon, they would head to the field to relax after lunch. Everybody was playing or talking, while Izuku sat under a tree, lost in his thoughts. Nijire approached and gently tapped his shoulder. Are you okay, Izuku? She asked. Oh, Nijire. Sorry, I didn't see you there, he replied, breaking out of his reverie. It's okay. She sat down beside him. So, did you get your quirk? Izuku visibly flinched. Yeah, did you? Yeah. My quirk is called wave motion. I can shoot out wave-like energy from my hands, but it takes a toll on my stamina. What's your quirk? Izuku hesitated. Quirkless. A silence fell between them for a moment before Nijire spoke again, her smile bright. Well, I still believe you can become a hero. You just have to work harder than anyone else. Hearing that lifted Izuku's spirits. He had feared she would see him differently because of his quirkless status, but her belief in him made him extremely happy. That rush of emotion, a couple of small orbs of light appeared next to him, though neither he nor Nijire noticed them before they vanished. I'll see you in a bit, Izuku, Nijire said as she got up. Oh, Nijire, he called after her. As she walked away, Izuku's siblings, along with the Bakugo and Todoroki twins, approached him. Once Izuku's siblings arrived at school, the day went on as usual until recess, when they walked toward the Bakugo and Todoroki twins. Hey guys. Izumi greeted. What's up, Izumi? Katsuki replied. Did you guys get your quirks? Izuka asked. Yeah, my sister and I got the same quirk, half hot half cold, Shoto said. Same with us. My brother and I got an explosion quirk that comes from our sweat. Katsumi added. Nice. I got telekinesis, Izumi said. And I got a strength enhancer quirk, Izuka chimed in. What about Izu-chan? Shoka asked. Izuka frowned. He's quirkless. They all gasped collectively. I'm afraid for him. He's quirkless and I don't want him to get hurt, Izumi said. Me neither. What kind of brother would I be if I let him get hurt? But even I know how stubborn Izuku is. I just don't know what to do. Izuku replied. What if we bully him with our quirks? Katsuki suggested. What? Are you insane? Katsumi and Shoka exclaimed. Would you rather he get hurt? Katsuki countered. They couldn't argue with that, especially since both had a crush on Izuku. Alright, we'll do it. But just know, we're not trying to hurt him. We're only trying to make him stop wanting to be a hero. Izuku said. Right. The others agreed. Back with Izuku, Izumi approached him. Hey, Izuku, do you still want to be a hero? Yes, of course, sis, more than anything. Suddenly, an explosion hit him in the face. Just give it up, Izuku. You'll never be a hero. Katsuki shouted. I would, Izuku began, but was interrupted by a punch from his brother. Shut up, Izuku, and give it up already. Izuku yelled. Guys, stop. We're friends. Izuku pleaded. We would never be friends with a quirkless loser. Katsumi threw another explosion at him. You're so useless, Izuku. You don't even deserve that. You're just a worthless Deku. Katsuki taunted. Come on guys. Let's teach this worthless Deku a lesson, Shoto said. I'm sorry, big brother. This is for your own good, Izumi and Izuku thought as they continued to use their quirks against him until recess ended. At the end of school, Izuku left with numerous injuries, his body stinging from the pain. It hurt to walk, and just like before, he had to make his way home alone. When he arrived, he saw his mother looking at him with anger. Izuku, did you hit Izumi and Izuku? No, I didn't, he stammered. Izumi and Izuku then started to fake cry, which only made Inko angrier. Don't lie to me, Izuku. I know you hit them. Jealous that they have quirks, she accused. But I didn't. Don't talk back to me. Go to your room. Izuku said nothing else. He cried as he made his way to his room, laying down painfully due to his injuries. Soon, he fell asleep, saddened that his own family would treat him this way. Little did he know, this was just the beginning. 3 years later, Izuku was now 10 years old, patching himself up from the previous day's events. He had hoped things would improve over time, but they hadn't. His home life had worsened. His parents barely acknowledged his existence. The only time they noticed him was during their harsh treatment, repeating hurtful phrases that echoed in his mind. I hate you, you're worthless, why did you have to be born? Every day, these words filled him with resentment towards his family, but the hatred he felt towards Izumi and Izuku was even stronger. His bullies had long forgotten the reasons for their actions. Now, they simply did it to feel better about themselves. No matter how hard he tried, Izuku couldn't stand up to his siblings. Izuku's punches were too fast and strong, and Izumi's telekinesis always caught him, no matter how much he tried to escape. But the hate only grew deeper for Izuku. His brother, Izuku, constantly bullied him, doing everything he could to embarrass Izuku. The humiliation he felt was unlike anything imaginable. As for his sister, Izumi, she was the one who always told their parents about their misdeeds, twisting the stories to make Izuku the villain and them the victims. How could a quirkless person ever beat someone with a quirk? Yet, their parents, Inko and Toshinori, saw them as the golden children, always taking their side. This resulted in daily reminders of how useless Izuku was, leading to more pain and isolation. Despite the overwhelming negativity, Izuku found a flicker of hope in one person, Nijire Hato. She was the sun in his life, the reason he never gave up. With her by his side, he felt capable of anything. Over time, his friendship with Nijire blossomed into a deep crush, and he sensed she felt the same. However, both were too nervous to confess their feelings, deciding to wait for the right moment. But then came a fateful Friday when Nijire revealed her family was moving to another city, and they would no longer see each other. Izuku was heartbroken but understood she had no choice. On the day of her departure, he could only watch as she drove away, leaving him alone to face the harsh reality of his life. He cried, feeling the weight of loneliness and despair, but promised himself he would endure for Nijire's sake. 2 years later, Izuku felt he could no longer bear the pain. Despite his efforts to convince himself otherwise, life continued to throw him aside. His school began sabotaging his grades, unable to accept that a quirkless student could outperform the top students. In response, Izuku documented everything and took the evidence to the police. However, when they discovered he was quirkless, they dismissed his claims and destroyed his evidence, leaving him feeling even more hopeless and filled with rage. On Tuesday, he attempted to run away from home, relieved to be away from the torment he faced daily. But while walking through the streets at night, he encountered one of his favorite heroes, Eraserhead. Excited to see him, Izuku hoped for understanding, but instead, Eraserhead took him back home, further deepening Izuku's sense of despair. Once inside, he faced another beating, feeling the weight of betrayal from someone he thought was on his side. Wednesday arrived, and it was just another ordinary day for Izuku, filled with the same struggles and heartache. He suffered from his family, friends, school, and Japan itself, and it was just another usual day at school. Beaten and humiliated, he faced the same torment as always. In his last class, they administered a career test, and at the end, his teacher, with a smirk, announced that Izuku was applying for UA. This resulted in laughter and name-calling from his classmates until he heard something that pushed him over the edge. "Izumi, hey Deku, you want a quirk? I know a way. Take a swan dive off a rooftop and pray for a quirk." Izuku's heart raced with pure rage. Once he left school, he felt nothing but anger. It was the only emotion he could muster these days. That heavy feeling in his chest was a constant presence, day and night. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice he was walking under a bridge when a sludge villain emerged from the drain. Before he could escape, the villain jumped on him. He hated that, of all people, he would be dealt such a bad hand. But even as he struggled to breathe, his rage refused to let him give up. "I won't be taken over," he shouted, fighting against the villain. As he continued to struggle, another figure emerged from the drain. Texas Smash. In an instant, the sludge was blown away. Izuku coughed out some of the villain's remnants and looked up to see someone he had longed to meet, All Might, standing there with all his glory. Seeing him calmed Izuku, and for the first time in a while, he felt no rage. After collecting the sludge villain, All Might declared, "All right, citizen, I will have to take this villain into the police." "Wait, I need to ask you something," Izuku said. "What?" All Might replied. Can someone who's quirkless be a hero like you?" There was a moment of silence before All Might answered, but not in the way Izuku had hoped. "No, I don't think someone quirkless can be a hero. You would just get in the way. I recommend being a police officer or a fireman. It's nice to dream, but just make sure it's realistic." Izuku's eyes widened in shock. "No, not you too." Before he could say anything else, All Might jumped away, leaving him alone. In response, Izuku began walking to clear his mind. 5 minutes later, he heard an explosion. Rushing to the scene, he was shocked to see the sludge villain again, holding 6 people hostage. Among them were Izumi, Izuka, Katsuki, Shoto, Katsumi, and Shoka. Anger surged within him as he overheard the heroes discussing their inability to help due to their quirks. Rushing at the sludge villain, he shouted, "Stop, kid! You'll die!" "You again? I have no need for you to die," the villain sneered. Izuku threw his bag at the villain's eye, freeing the 6 of them for a moment. Just then, All Might appeared out of nowhere and punched the sludge villain away. The scene was quickly cleaned up, but instead of praise, the heroes scolded Izuku while some praised the others. Why were they doing that? If I hadn't acted, they would have died. What? If I hadn't? Izuku protested. That was reckless and stupid. Death Arm scolded. But All Might interrupted, "You shouldn't have done that, young man. Like I told you, leave it to the heroes." Izuku felt rage boiling inside him again. "Fine," he snapped, starting to walk home. While walking, he heard a familiar laugh and found his 6 tormentors with All Might. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke appeared, and out of it came his father, Izumi, and Izuka. "Dad, you're All Might," they exclaimed. "Yes, I am. But that's not why I came here. I want you all to be my successors and give you all my quirk, Toshinori said. But you can't pass on quirks. Izuku replied. Then why don't you give it to Izuku? Izumi suggested. Toshinori shook his head. Izuku? He doesn't have the heart of a hero and doesn't train. So, do you accept my quirk? All 6 of them replied, yes, we accept. Izuku, hiding behind a wall and clenching his fist until it bled, thought, so you're telling me that after all this time, he could have given me a quirk? And my father, the one who has never supported me, is all might? Wait, if he can pass down his quirk, that means you are quirkless like me. The rage Izuku felt was unlike anything he had ever experienced, consuming him as he ran toward the forest. Soon enough, he reached the forest, and Izuku's emotions began to manifest as a surge of black light. Izuku, screaming and punching a tree, why do I have to live this life? I hate you all. Inko, All Might, Izumi, and you, my brother. I hate this world. In his rage, Izuku was unaware that he was using magic. His emotions spiraled out of control, resulting in a massive explosion of black light that created a deep crater in the forest, devastating the surrounding wildlife. The hole was about 1,000 feet deep and 2,000 feet wide. The shockwave from the explosion was felt by every hero and citizen in Japan. 2 minutes after the explosion, Izuku regained consciousness and noticed the destruction around him, but he was consumed by a singular thought. Izuku, still feeling rage, I can't take it anymore. I want to run away from Japan. I don't care where I end up, anywhere is better than here. Back in the present, Izuku packed everything he needed in his room. Before leaving, he did 2 things. He destroyed his room and wrote a letter expressing his feelings and asking not to be searched for. Most importantly, he included his feelings for Nijire. Izuku, finishing packing and jumping out the window, I have everything I need, cash from my parents' safe, clothes, and my ID. As he reached the dock and looked back at the city, he thought, I hate Japan. I swear I will never come back here. He turned around and boarded the boat. After about 5 minutes, the boat departed. Izuku had no destination in mind, but he was certain that wherever it ended up would be better than Japan. Currently, on the boat, Izuku leaned on the railing, staring at the vast ocean. He felt no regret about his decision to leave Japan. Every day had been a struggle, and he no longer wanted to be a hero. But if he wasn't going to be a hero, what was he supposed to be? He didn't know yet, but he was sure that whatever choice he made next would be better than being a hero. Izuku, all heroes are fake. They can try to convince you with words, but deep down, they are all fake. Back in Japan, the explosion was all over the news. Every hero was aware of the event, including All Might, who assumed the worst. He thought it might be All for One, but when he arrived at the crater, he found no one there. All Might, he could have caused this amount of destruction? Nizu, someone very powerful. Naomasa, we should ask around to see if anyone saw anything. Aizawa, right? Endeavor, let's go. After returning to the city, they began to ask around for information. Eventually, they encountered someone who mentioned seeing a green-haired boy run into the forest just before the explosion occurred. Naomasa, green hair? Could it be Izuku? No, he's strong, but even his quirk shouldn't be capable of this level of destruction. But it couldn't hurt to ask. Naomasa, hey All Might? Can we visit your house? All Might, sure. With that, All Might, Aizawa, Endeavor, Naomasa, and Nizu drove to the Midoriya household. Meanwhile, Izuku was relaxing on the deck of the ship, enjoying a soda. For the first time in his life, he felt at ease. However, a chill ran down his spine as the ship continued its journey into the vast ocean, but he pushed the feeling aside. Back in Japan, when they arrived at the Midoriya household, they were surprised to see another car there. Their confusion grew when a blue-haired girl jumped out with excitement. Naomasa, who is that? All Might, wait, I know her. It was Nijire. Nijire, bubbly voice, hello All Might. Why are you here? All Might, I live here. Nijire, eyes sparkling, wow, you live here too? That's so cool. Wait, if you live here, that means? They quickly realized what Nijire was about to say. Nijire, wait. You're Toshi. Aizawa, eat. Don't tell anybody. Nijire, with a bright smile, I won't tell a soul. She mimicked zipping her lips. Endeavor, no one can tell, but I know she is strong. I should try to put her in a quirk marriage. After talking a little with Nijire's parents, they all entered the house. Nijire thought, now I'll finally get to tell you how I feel, Izuku. Once they entered, another knock came at the door. When it was opened, a boy with dark blue hair and another with blonde hair stood there. Who are you two? Naomasa asked. Hello, sir. My name is Mirio, and this is Tamaki. Can we come in? The boy replied. Oh, sure. Naomasa said. Oh, hey Mirio, Tamaki. Nijire exclaimed. Mirio chuckled as he always did when Nijire got excited to see her friends. Inko walked into the living room. Oh hey, Aizawa, Nizu, Endeavor, Naomasa. What can I do for you? Don't worry, Inko. We just need to ask some questions to your son, Aizawa said. Inko looked puzzled. Sons? But I only have one son. Izuka. Soon enough, Izuka came down the stairs along with Izumi and the Bakugo twins, Todoroki twins in tow. Yes, Mom? Izuka asked, sitting down on the couch. These men need to ask you a question, Inko said. Sure. Izuka replied. Were you in the forest to the east of Takoba Beach? Naomasa asked. Why do you ask? Izuka responded. Naomasa noted he isn't lying. Well, it's better to show you. While flying in the helicopter, Naomasa had taken a picture of a massive hole. He pulled out his phone and showed it to Inko and Izuka, who were shocked. Who could have done that? Inko asked. We don't know, but we heard from someone who saw a green-haired boy running into the forest, and about 2 minutes later, an explosion occurred. It sent out a massive shockwave felt throughout Mizudafu and probably even further. When Izumi and Izuka heard about the green-haired boy and the explosion, they both swallowed hard. Izumi and Izuka exchanged worried glances but quickly returned to normal. Deku, they thought. Aizawa noticed their expressions. You're hiding something, aren't you? Where is Izuku? Inko replied, Who? Endeavor, Nizu, Naomasa, and Aizawa were shocked. Naomasa pressed on, Izuku your second son? I'm sorry, I don't know who that is. Inko insisted. Naomasa's eyes widened in shock. She's telling the truth. No way. Izumi and Izuka's worried expressions returned for a moment. Aizawa pressed further, You two know something, don't you? Izumi and Izuka stayed silent. I know you know something. Aizawa insisted. Nizu, frustrated, said, Aizawa, check upstairs. You better hope we don't find anything. Inko gulped. When Aizawa went upstairs, he noticed that Nijire was following him. He was going to tell her to stay back, but seeing her determined face, he decided against it. They reached his room and were shocked by the state of it. It was so dirty that it was hard to call it a room. The bed was unkempt, and the floor was covered in dirt. There were dried-up stains and 3 bags filled with bandages. On a makeshift table lay some powerful painkillers. Aizawa, filled with anger, saw a note on the table. Nijire, her eyes shadowed, clenched her fists. Aizawa picked up the note, which was labeled, My Hatred Made Manifest. He and Nijire walked back downstairs. Before going down, Aizawa grabbed one of the bags filled with bandages and put on a glove. He also took the family album. He handed the note to Nizu and threw it down on Inko's lap. Look through that. Inko opened the family album. As she flipped through the pages, she saw another green-haired boy smiling. Tears filled her eyes as she finally remembered Izuku. Seems like you remember. Good, Aizawa said, throwing the bag to the ground. Look at that. That is your son's blood, and you didn't even notice. Inko cried, My baby boy. Nizu, read that letter. Aizawa commanded. Nizu opened the letter. It read, I honestly don't expect you to read this. After all, when have you ever cared about me? Ever since that doctor's appointment, you never gave a DMN. I can't understand why you treated me so terribly. I was your son, wasn't I? Or as soon as you learned that I was quirkless, I was less than nothing. I'm human too, right? I don't care how you feel after reading this, I always hated all of you. But where to start on the long road of rage I felt? Oh, I know, let's start with my worthless siblings. Izuku, why did you do this to me? Do you know how it felt to be beaten by your own brother every single day and humiliated by the person I assumed would always be by my side? Meanwhile, Izuku had been on a ship for a whole day, heading to an unknown destination. He didn't care about the journey, just being away from his family was worth it. He hated them with every fiber of his being, but the distance brought him comfort. Soon, however, his new dream would be interrupted as the ship began to shake violently. Izuku fell over but quickly got back up. Standing on his feet, he noticed the ship tilting to the left. As he moved past the panicking people, he saw that the waters were very rough out at sea. So he assumed the ship mustn't be able to handle it. He heard an announcement from the captain saying to evacuate, but the worst part came in the form of a laugh he recognized all too well. All Might, no need to fear because I am here. Izuku, hiding in the crowd, thought, of course you had to be here. Before All Might and Green Psychic could do their interview with the public about the horrible acts they had committed, Izuku received an alert about the ship sinking. In about 10 minutes, they managed to evacuate everyone except for Izuku, who hadn't followed the others. All Might and Green Psychic were checking the rest of the ship when they stopped at the railing, freezing at the sight of Izuku. Izuku stared back at them, his expression a mix of anger and hurt. Hey Dadmum, he said. All Might and Green Psychic responded, Izuku. Why did you? They began, but Izuku cut them off. You know exactly why. Don't mess with me. His voice was filled with a venomous rage that made the reality of their failures as parents sink in. Inko pleaded, please, Izuku, I'm so sorry. I promise. Izuku chuckled bitterly. We both know your promises mean nothing. Just empty words from someone who calls herself a mother. What a joke. Inko could only cry, realizing that no matter what she said, her son was gone, consumed by rage. I know no matter what I say or do, you won't listen and will take me back. I'd rather die than go back. He walked up to the railing and looked back at them, immense rage in his eyes. Then he jumped off the ship. Inko and Toshi screamed, no. As Izuku fell toward the water, he thought, I'm not afraid of death. Even if I was, this is better than being with you. He disappeared beneath the surface. On the ship, Inko was held back by Toshi. No, Izuku, my baby boy. Toshinori cried, Inko, he's gone. No, no. No. Inko shouted, before passing out. Toshinori jumped off the ship and got onto another vessel. As they drove away from the sinking cruise ship, the pressure built up until it caused the ship to break in half and explode in a massive fiery blast. All Might looked away, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, son. On that day, Izuku disappeared from the world, and when the news spread, those who knew him had mixed reactions. Izumi and Izuku felt sadness for betraying their brother. Katsuki and Shoto were relieved that Deku was finally gone. Katsumi and Shoka mourned the loss of someone they loved. But no one was as devastated as Nijire. When she heard the news, she broke down in tears, filled with anger toward those who had hurt the man she loved. I swear I will never forgive any of you. Especially you, All Might. After that day, they held a closed casket funeral for Izuku, as there was no body to recover. Everyone who attended, including those who had betrayed him, paid their respects. After the service, Nijire lingered at the grave, sitting cross-legged in the grass. She remained silent, even as the rain fell around her. All Might approached her. First, Nijire. Nijire readied her quirk, aiming it at him with dead eyes. I won't hesitate. All Might looked down in shame. Okay, he said and walked away. A few minutes later, Mirio and Tamaki approached her, hoping to reach her when no one else could. Nijire, Mirio said softly, I'm so sorry for your loss. I may not have known him, but I know he was a good man. Tamaki added, whenever you need us, we'll always be there for you. It was quiet for 2 minutes until Nijire finally spoke. Thank you. The worst part about this is. She began to cry. I didn't get to tell him. Tamaki and Mirio said nothing, simply hugging her and allowing her to grieve. 3 days later, a peaceful beach stretched out, with clear blue water and soft sand. The waves made a tranquil sound as they rolled in and out. But if one looked closer, they would see an unconscious green-haired boy, Izuku. Though unconscious, no one knew how he had survived. The reason the boat sank was due to its contact with a strong magic region. As this fact lingered in the air, Izuku's story was far from over. Chapter end. I can't help but be ready for whatever I have to do in order to become a magic knight. Julius walked into his office. Sorry for the wait, Izuku. Now we can start. But first, before you become a magic knight, you need to learn our language, traditions, and culture. Yes, sir. For about 3 hours, Izuku learned everything he needed to know about the Clover Kingdom, including their language, traditions, and culture. I'm surprised, Izuku. You are a quick learner. Julius said. Thank you, Julius. Don't thank me yet, we still have a lot to do. Now let's go outside. All right. When they both went outside, Julius flew them over to a large grassland. What are we doing here? Izuku asked. How old are you, Izuku? 12. Well, I have some news for you. Right now, you can't become a magic knight. What? But I. Hold on, Izuku, let me finish. Julius pulled out a piece of paper. In this land, in order to become a magic knight, you need a grimoire. But you can't get your grimoire until you are 15 years old. But don't let that discourage you, you can still train your magic until then. I'm going to teach you the basics, how to feel mana, control mana, and manipulate it. With these skills, you will be able to do many things. If you get a good handle on feeling mana, you can even tell someone's intentions from the way their mana flows. Manipulating your mana is what will allow you to attack your opponent, heal yourself, or whatever you need. We won't know what you will truly be able to do until you get your grimoire. You won't be able to draw out your true potential unless you have one. Izuku raised his hand. I have a question. What if? I can tell what you're going to ask. No one can destroy your grimoire. A grimoire is connected to a person's soul, so if you wanted to destroy a grimoire, you would need to kill the mage who wields it. I see. I'm not afraid to fight if it means protecting my home. Lastly, controlling your mana is just as important as manipulating it. If you don't use your magic correctly, it can harm you. And remember, you don't have infinite magic. If you use all your magic, you won't be able to cast spells. But don't worry, your magic will always regenerate, no matter what you do. If you're not using your magic, it will regenerate. If you sleep, it will regenerate. Well, you get the point. One more thing before we start. If your grimoire is ever damaged by an attack, you will not feel it because grimoires regenerate infinitely as long as you are alive. If you die, your grimoire will disappear. Remember that. Oh, I get it. So you mean that no matter how hurt or damaged a mage's body may be, they are not truly dead if their grimoire still exists. Precisely. As for the second thing, just because you don't have a grimoire doesn't mean you can't use powerful spells. But your most powerful spells will always be within your grimoire. Got it? So in other words, if your opponent can't make you open your grimoire, they are truly pathetic. Trust me, Julius. I will remember that. Alright, let's start. We'll begin with feeling mana since it is the first step to magic. Sit down and focus. Izuku sat down and started to meditate. Now, what was the feeling you got the first time? Julius asked. It was like a pulsing feeling in my heart, and when it was active, I felt connected to the entire world around me. But I was never able to focus on it since I was always being tormented. Alright, try to bring that feeling back, but this time don't fight it, since you no longer have to. Okay. Izuku began to meditate. Julius thought, you have enough mana to rival and overpower a royal. You will definitely be an amazing magic knight. But even though you have all this mana, it won't do you any good if you don't train. As Izuku began his meditation, nothing happened for a minute as he focused within his mind. But soon enough, after about 2 minutes, he felt something, the pulsing feeling in his heart. Usually, he would have to fight this feeling, but this time he didn't resist. Instead, he embraced it. As he did, he could feel the pulse spreading throughout his whole body. He couldn't say anything, it felt so. The best way to describe it would be like being wrapped in a protective embrace. Good job, Izuku. You got it. Now open your eyes and look at me. Izuku opened his eyes and looked at Julius. When he looked at Julius, he saw the mana flowing out of him, and it was a lot. You can see it, can't you? Julius asked. Yes, you have a bluish aura surrounding you. Good, that is my mana. Now we will start with manipulating your mana. Alright, let's do it. Take that mana you feel and send it to your hand. Once it's there, focus and try to make it take shape. Okay. Izuku opened his hand. After about 30 seconds, 3 little balls of light appeared in his open palm. Light magic. You truly are an interesting kid. Light magic. Alright, what's next, Julius? That is all for now. But what about magic control? The best way to train magic control is through experience, so you should practice your magic manipulation and feeling, and once you do, you will gradually use less mana with your attacks, Izuku thought. After this, Izuku and Julius will go back to the Clover Kingdom. He mused, though he hadn't spoken much to Julius since learning how to use his mana. He was preoccupied with thoughts of training in a strong magic region. He knew that venturing there without his grimoire would be reckless, but he was determined to go. Once he packed everything he needed, Izuku set out, only to run into Julius again, who stood in his way. Julius smiled at him. So you're thinking about going into a strong magic region, are you? Yes, and you won't stop me, Julius. I don't mean that offensively. Izuku stared off into the distance. Julius couldn't tell what he was looking at, but he sensed it was something only Izuku could see. Something is calling to me out there. I don't know what it is or what it wants, but I have to find it. Please, Julius, let me go. Oh, you have it wrong. I didn't come to stop you. I came to wish you luck. Izuku was shocked and smiled. Thank you, Julius. You're welcome. Izuku walked past him, thinking, you gave me a reason to live again. Once I'm strong enough, I will come back and serve you to the best of my ability, no matter how hard it may be. As Izuku approached the strong magic region known as the Forest of Eden, he felt the intense magic that made him even more excited. Alright, he said, taking a step forward. Julius appeared again. Wait, Izuku. Izuku turned around. What is it? Can you promise me 2 things? Sure. Please. Don't die. Izuku was at a loss for words. He had never had anyone care about his well-being besides Nijire, who wasn't there now. He gave a thumbs up. Yeah, I won't die. What's the other thing? Promise that no matter how far away you are, no matter if I can see you or not, you will see me become Wizard King. Yeah. Izuku turned back around and waved. See ya, Julius. Julius stood there, watching Izuku's figure disappear into the dense forest, marking the day Izuku truly left the world behind. 5 years later. A lot had happened since then. The Clover Kingdom had developed significantly, and during that time, Julius became the Wizard King. There were new squads, 9 in total, including the Black Bulls, Aqua Deer, Coral Peacocks, Silver Eagles, Crimson Lion Kings, Green Praying Mantis, and Purple Orcus. Currently, Izuku sat cross-legged on top of a building, watching over the Colosseum where the entrance exam would take place. While he waited, he decided to open both of his grimoires and learn new spells. He quickly discovered that any new idea he had for his magic would appear in his grimoire, and so far, he had learned 4 new spells while experimenting with the ones he already had. Izuku thought, I want to try to learn gravity magic and light magic at the same time. Spells in the light grimoire included Explosive Light Barrage, Healing Light, Archangel's Spear, Light Swords of Conviction, Light WHP of Judgment, Chains of Atonement, Ray of Divine Punishment, Lamp of Avior, and Helios's Bow. Spells in the Gravity Grimoire included Presence of the Demon King, Heavy Infighting, Evil God's Pressure, Craft Gravity Singularity, Collapsing Stars, Spiraling Gravity Well, Falling Star, Meteorite of Estelle, 1000 Planet Blades, Gravitation Zero, Black Hole, and Inversion Crushing Point. Izuku wondered, how good is my healing? He hesitated but knew he had to try. Despite the pain, he broke his hand and fingers. "Jai." He grimaced, looking at his injury. "Healing light." A bubble of light appeared around his hand, and within seconds, it healed completely. He moved his hand around, amazed that there were no broken bones at all. Smiling, he thought, "Using my magic is so addicting. I don't think I could ever get sick of it. Instead of being limited by a quirk, I can make my imagination come to life with light magic and gravity magic, even though I haven't learned to use gravity magic effectively yet." Suddenly, fireworks erupted at the Colosseum. Izuku swiped his hand to the right, closing his grimoire and placing it in a side compartment. "Alright, time to go." He started to fly using light magic. "Oh, I love flying." As Izuku soared toward the entrance exam, he smiled, reflecting on how far he had come. Flashback. 5 years ago. Once Izuku entered the Forest of Eden, he was amazed by its differences from a typical forest. Stronger creatures, deadly plants, and unpredictable weather characterized the area. It would rain so much that it flooded sections of the forest, forcing Izuku to stick to the trees. Throughout his time in the strong magic region, he regularly trained with his magic, even though he couldn't do much at first. Izuku decided to continue training, believing that if he could train this hard without a grimoire, his magic would be even stronger once he finally obtained one. This thought motivated him for a year until one day he stumbled upon a temple, more precisely, a dungeon within a strong magic region. He felt a surge of excitement but knew he couldn't enter without some protection against the intense mana. The mana in the surrounding forest was so dense that it felt suffocating, making it difficult to breathe. To cope, he used a technique he called mana skin, which was easy to initiate but challenging to maintain. Currently, he could sustain it for only 10 minutes. Sitting atop a tree, Izuku thought, "Even though I know I can only use mana skin for 10 minutes, I can't help but want to explore." When he entered the dungeon, he immediately sensed a significant difference in the mana, feeling as if he had stepped into another world. He understood that if his mana skin failed, he would be in serious danger, but his excitement pushed him forward. As he navigated through the maze of identical rooms and triggered various magical traps, he eventually found the treasure room. Inside, he discovered 2 items, a door marked with a devil symbol and a glowing scroll. Hearing voices emanating from the scroll, Izuku was drawn to it and, without thinking, reached out. As he grasped the scroll, he felt a surge of energy enter his body, and a woman enveloped in light appeared before him. "Are you the one who freed me?" she asked, looking at him. "Yeah, I think so. What are you?" Izuku replied, holding the blank scroll. "I am the spirit of light, Thea," she declared. "Thea? So does that mean you use?" "Yes, I use spirit light magic. Now that you've touched the scroll, I am bound to you," she explained. "That's cool," Izuku exclaimed. Thea frowned slightly. "All I ask is that you don't abuse my power." "Oh, I would never." "I swear," he promised, and Thea smiled, sensing his sincerity. "All right, I'm in your service. Since you don't have a grimoire, I will remain within you until you obtain one." As they spoke, Thea noticed Izuku's gaze drifting toward the door. She sensed his curiosity and concern but knew she couldn't disobey him. "Izuku, I know you think this is a bad idea, but being in this kingdom has made me certain of my goals. I want to be the captain of my own Magic Knight squad, a place where the unwanted can belong. I have to take risks to unlock my full potential, and I feel this is a necessary step," he declared. "Okay, I believe in you," Thea replied. With a determined smile, Izuku opened the door. Inside, the room was dark for a moment until candles flickered to life, illuminating an ancient space with a red summoning circle at its center. As he stepped into the circle, black fog enveloped him, and when it cleared, he found himself in an unfamiliar land, alone. "HM. A weak-looking boy, but your magic is immense," a voice called out. Izuku turned to see a figure that resembled a devil, pale gray skin, 4 black horns, and 4 wings. "Who are you?" he asked, feeling a mix of fear and determination. "You will die soon, but I will tell you anyway." "I am Lucifero, the gravity magic devil," the figure replied. "A supreme devil, huh?" Izuku thought, sensing the overwhelming magic radiating from Lucifero. Enough talk. Goodbye now. Gravity magic. Presence of the Demon King. Lucifero declared. Suddenly, Izuku felt an immense weight pressing down on him, as if crushed by a planet. He fell to his knees, but he refused to give in. Oh, this devil is too strong for you. You can't win. Thea warned. Izuku felt a surge of intense rage. He wasn't angry at Thea. He was frustrated at being told to give up again after all his hard work. Not again. Not again, he thought, overwhelmed by a powerful emotion he hadn't felt in a long time. Rage consumed him as he prepared to fight back. His mind shut off, and his thoughts became void. Lucifero POV. When I used my gravity magic, the green-haired boy was knocked to the ground. I moved toward him to finish this, but then I felt a dark mana emanating from somewhere. This mana felt just as sinister as my own, which was saying something. I soon realized it was coming from the boy I had just knocked over. He began to stand up, his eyes shifting from their usual green to a dark, lifeless hue. Once his eyes changed, I sensed something significant within him. Silence. Izuku stood still, seemingly unfazed. Lucifero, even under the effect of my gravity, you don't feel anything, huh? Izuku, emotionless face. The quiet was infuriating. Then, a voice filled with bloodlust broke the silence. Izuku, demon light magic. Light swords of conviction. In an instant, thousands of black light swords shot toward me. On that day, Izuku was consumed by his rage once more. Typically, this wouldn't have had much effect, but now that he could use magic, his rage allowed him to wield extremely powerful negative magic. He fought me for 6 months straight until, during one of our battles, his eyes returned to normal and he passed out, leaving a mark on me. Currently on the battlefield. Izuku passes out. Lucifero, breathing hard, you truly are something, kid. You impress me. Falls to the ground. You forced me to use my magic to its full extent, even though you have no grimoire yet. Interesting. I want to speak to you. For the first time in history, the supreme devil Lucifero was interested in a human. 11 years later and Izuku POV. Izuku sat in a dimly lit room, writing a report from the previous mission his squad completed. He smiled to himself as he looked out the window, feeling he had finally achieved everything he ever wanted. Reflecting on the past 4 years with the Black Bulls, he received the news of his promotion to Magic Knight Captain at the age of 19, making him the youngest person to hold that title. Izuku, about to leave the Black Bulls base, but turns around to see Yami and salutes, I will never forget you, Yami. I hope we can stay friends even though I will no longer be part of your squad. Yami, yeah. Friends. Extends his hand. Izuku, fist bumps him, next time I see you, Yami, it'll be as a captain. Once he received the news, he rushed to the capital to see the Wizard King. Izuku walks into an office. At the window, he saw Julius looking out, who soon turned around. Julius, hello, Izuku. You've really grown up. Izuku, thank you, Julius, for everything you've done for me. Julius, you're welcome. But this is also due to your hard work. I now appoint you as the 10th Magic Knight Captain. Hearing those words made Izuku want to cry. After all the hard work and suffering, he could finally have what he wanted most in life. Izuku, thank you, sir. Julius, smiles, what will you name your squad? Izuku, good question. Snaps fingers, oh, I know. I want my squad to be named the Dark Shadow Dragons. We won't seek the spotlight or praise. We'll protect our kingdom from the shadows while others protect it from within the light. Julius, nice name and I wish you luck. Extends his hand for a handshake. Izuku shakes his hand, thank you. Izuku then left the office and flew out of the kingdom. Izuku, floating in the sky. Alright, my first mission should be to find a base of operations. Actually, wait, I'm basically rich since I've never spent my money. I usually eat the wild creatures I hunt and cook. Flies back toward the kingdom, I want it to be Japanese style. 6 months later, Izuku stared at the building he had commissioned, and it turned out perfect. Izuku sheds a tear, it's perfect. Lucifero laughs PP. Izuku, shut up. Anyway, now I need members. At this point in his life, he was a captain of a squad with no members. But when Izuku turned 20, during the next exam, he recruited 2 more members named Ziraf and Urza. By 21, he added Ain Kidorgafuchi and Hida Kizuna. Finally, at 23, he recruited 6 more people and decided to stop, as he didn't want any more members in his squad. Ain Kidorgafuchi, Magic Spatial. Ain has the ability to cut through and create portals with her magic. Hida Kizuna, Nightmare Magic. The opposite of Dorothy's dream magic, with the ability to create creatures and weapons from people's nightmares. 3 of the 6 people he recruited were male. Chapter End. Nijire POV. When Izuku returned, Nijire cried so much that she couldn't bring herself to let go of him. She was afraid that if she did, he would disappear again. After a while, she passed out, and everything became a blur. Eventually, she woke up in an unfamiliar bed within a Japanese-style room. Where am I? Nijire asked, sitting up. I see you're up. Izuku replied, sitting in a chair nearby. Nijire looked to her left and saw him. Izu, are you? Yeah, I'm okay. Just some battle scars, he said, showing her his arms, which had small scars. It grew quiet for a moment until Nijire asked, Izuku, how did you survive? All Might and Green Psychic said that you. She started to cry again. Izuku sat down on the bed beside her and hugged her. I'm not entirely sure how I survived, but when I woke up, I was on the sands of this land. He then explained everything that had happened to him and the new powers he had gained. So you use magic now, right? Nijire asked, intrigued. Yup, it comes from these. Izuku gestured to his grimoire, which was placed on the table with his other belongings. When he extended his hand towards it, his 4-leaf grimoire flew into his hand. This is a grimoire. It possesses all my spells and abilities. Nijire's eyes widened. Can I use it? No. A grimoire is connected to a person's soul, so if you tried to use a spell, it wouldn't work. To you, it would look like unspellable words. He watched as she looked at his grimoire, unable to read the words, while he could. Alright, well, time to... Wait. Nijire held his hand. Zuzu, I wanted to... Before she could finish, a knock came at the door. Yes. Izuku called. Hey Captain, it's Ava. We're ready. Ava's voice came from the other side. Okay, I'll be out in a bit. Wait for me in the plaza. Izuku replied. Hi. Ava responded before leaving. Well, time to go. What were you going to say, Nijire? Izuku asked. Nijire smiled. Nothing. Let's go. Alright, wait here. Izuku said as he went into the closet. While he was changing, Thea appeared on his shoulder. Hey Izuku, why aren't you telling her how you feel? Thea whispered. Izuku looked sad. Do you really think she still loves me? It's been 9 years since we last saw each other. That doesn't matter. If I loved you enough, I wouldn't care how long it's been. You would still be the only one for me. Thea insisted. Izuku covered his eyes with shadows. I need time to think. Very well, Thea said before disappearing. Izuku left the closet and saw Nijire standing by the window. She's so appealing. I deserve to be happy too, right? He thought. Let's go, Nijire. All right, she replied. Izuku flew out the window with Nijire, and as they soared through his base, it revealed a appealing garden, training ground, waterfall, hot spring, and a large cafeteria, all connected by 2 buildings with a plaza in the middle. He landed on the ground where all his squad members were waiting. We're ready to go, Izuku. Ziraf called. Good. Listen, if you detect any trouble, tell me. No one in this land will tell us what to do. If any hero bothers you, let me know, and I will report it. And if any of you die on this mission, I will not be a happy camper, so do not disappoint me. Izuku instructed. All members saluted him. Yes, sir. All right, let's go. Said, pulling out her grimoire. That won't be necessary, Ain. We will be flying there. I want to enjoy the scenery. Besides, you are not our taxi service. You are my family, so enjoy the trip. Izuku replied with a smile. Ain beamed back at him. Thank you, Captain. Izuku opened his 4-leaf grimoire. Light magic. Mana zone. Legion Archangel spears. 11 spears of light appeared in the sky. All his squad members got on a spear, ready to fly off. Izuku held Nijire close to himself as they took off toward the ship that would take them back. As they flew, Izuku remained quiet, feeling a mix of happiness and unease about returning to Japan, his personal hell. His squad members noticed his emotional turmoil and decided to speak with him. After 30 minutes of flying, they reached the docks where Julius, Marx, and a few other captains awaited them. Return safely, Izuku. Julius extended his hand. Izuku grabbed Julius's hand with a smile. I will, sir, without fail. All the heroes boarded the ship, including Nijire. Wait, Captain, we want to talk with you. Linda called out. Izuku turned around to look at his squad members. We don't want you to think you don't deserve happiness. Sebastian said. What brought this up? Izuku asked, surprised. We've seen how you stare at that girl, Nijire. Daniel added. Leo chimed in, we just want you to know, Captain. Whatever decision you make, we will all support you. Hida, Ain, Urza, and Mary agreed. Izuku looked back at the ship and smiled. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. They boarded the boat, which soon set sail towards Japan, avoiding the strong magic region. While at sea, Izuku's squad members began to have fun, throwing a party in the ship's nightclub. They danced, laughed, and played games. Izuku, however, sat alone in the back, sipping his drink and watching his friends. He saw Urza and Zeref sharing a kiss, as well as Ain and Hida. A bittersweet smile crossed his face. Well, that makes two. Do I deserve it as well? He stood up and left the club. Mary and Ava noticed their captain leaving and were about to follow him, but Leo and Daniel stopped them. He'll be fine. Besides, Nijire followed behind him. Outside on the deck, Izuku leaned on the railing, staring at the ocean with his eyes closed. He couldn't deny it any longer. He felt lonely and still loved Nijire. But after 9 years, he knew she probably didn't feel the same way anymore. He accepted that he would love her from a distance now. Izuku! Izumi called, breaking his thoughts. He turned slightly. What do you want? I just wanted to say I'm sorry for everything I did to you. I was hoping that You say we could try to be a family again? I'll kill you, Izuku interrupted. Why do you hate me? You already know the answer to that. You broke your promise to me. Did you even bother to remember? Izumi looked confused. What are you talking about? Izuku scoffed, finishing his drink and tossing it in the trash. He glared at Izumi. We made a promise when we were kids. When we became heroes, we would always look out for each other. I was so happy back then, but never did I think my own siblings would betray me. I loved you both with all my heart. Now, sister, do you want to know something? Izumi nodded. I feel nothing for you. No love, no admiration, no pride. I only feel hate towards you and Inko and Tashinori. And yet here you are, trying to get back into my life. I am happier than ever before, and I am something more than a stupid hero. I am the captain of the Dark Shadow Dragons, and that means more to me than anything you could possibly offer. So know that no matter what you do, I will never forgive any of you. He turned away. Go away, Izumi. I don't want to talk to you anymore. The harsh reality set in for Izumi. Izuku was no longer her brother. None of them were his family anymore. Okay, I'll leave, she said, turning but pausing to add, Izuku, just know I wish I could turn back time. If I could, I promise I would have treated you like a younger brother should. Goodbye. She walked away. Izuku felt no emotion on his face. Usually, someone would cry from that, but he meant it when he said they meant nothing to him anymore. He had no tears to spare. Outside, he enjoyed the breeze and stared at the ocean. He extended his arm toward the darkness and clenched his fist, smiling. Who knew that the sounds of the ocean and a gentle breeze could be so comforting? Zuzu, a voice called. Izuku turned to see Nijire wrapped in a blanket. It's cold, come inside. He hadn't noticed he was using mana skin to stay warm, but it was wasting energy. Even without the boost from Lucifero and Thea, he still had plenty of mana as a top squad captain. "Yeah, it is pretty cold," he replied, following her inside. Nijire led him to her room. Upon entering, Izuku felt a blush creep onto his cheeks, but he still walked in and prepared for sleep. Nijire sat on the bed, while Izuku perched on the edge. It was quiet until he finally spoke. "I'm so sorry, Nijire." "What?" she asked. "I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry I left you by yourself all these years." Nijire's shadow covered her eyes. "I didn't mean to cause you pain. I tried so hard to hold on. Nothing else mattered to me besides holding on for you. But I just couldn't take it anymore and left without a thought. I thought that if I put distance between us, you and I would be happier." Tears began to fall. "But no matter how hard I tried to forget, I just couldn't. And yet..." He looked back at her, tears in his eyes. "I still love you. But I know it's been a while, so you don't have to love me back or like me. I just wanted you to know that." He stood up ready to leave. Before he could stand, he felt two gentle arms wrap around him. Nijire spoke softly, "I get it. If I were you, I probably would have run away as well. But even though you tried to forget, I don't blame you. I tried to forget too. But I just couldn't. Like you were always the one I thought about in my most difficult moments. So in the end, what I'm trying to say is that..." Izuku stood up and moved in front of Nijire, gently holding her cheeks to make her look at him. "I love you too, Izuku," she declared. Izuku's eyes widened before he smiled. Glad we feel the same way. I've missed you so much." "Me too," Nijire replied. The room fell quiet as they stared into each other's eyes, his shining green and her bright blue. Nijire sat on his lap, and Izuku wrapped his arms around her waist. Their faces slowly approached each other until they kissed, a sweet moment that melted away the loneliness they had both felt for so long. They shared tender kisses throughout the night, a silent promise of their deep feelings for one another. Once their NTMT moment came to an end, they fell asleep quickly, holding each other close and smiling, marking the beginning of their permanent relationship. Meanwhile, during the day, a cruise ship arrived at the docks of Japan. Most of the heroes aboard woke up early, but the visitors they brought with them were still asleep from the festivities of the previous night. Eventually, everyone made their way to the deck for breakfast, but they noticed their captain was missing. "Vice Captain?" Leo called out. "Yeah," Zirif replied. "Have you seen the captain?" Zirif smiled. "Last I saw him, he went into Nijire's room last night. So, I think he's fine, better than fine actually. He had a good time yesterday, and after today, we won't have to worry about his loneliness anymore." The members of the Dark Shadow Dragon smiled, happy for Izuku. "Should we wake him?" Linda asked. "No, let him wake up. It'll be better," Zirif said. Inside Nijire's room, the newly formed couple was still asleep. After a while, Izuku stirred awake and looked down to see Nijire snuggled up next to him. Remembering the previous night, he smiled brightly and kissed her lips. Nijire stirred, placing her hand behind his neck. As she opened her eyes and smiled at him, she snuggled deeper into his chest. "So, I guess that makes you my girlfriend," Izuku said softly, kissing her forehead and caressing her hair. Nijire blushed and playfully hit him. "Baka!" Izuku chuckled, and they lingered in their cozy moment until Nijire decided to get up. Izuku couldn't help but glance at her as she stood, blushing and quickly looking away. "Caught you looking." Nijire smirked. "All right, we need to get up." "But I don't wanna," Izuku protested, still lying down. Nijire sat on his waist and leaned down to whisper in his ear, "If you don't get up, I'll get naughty." Izuku blushed hard and quickly teleported out of bed. "All right, let's go." He got dressed and left the room, with Nijire following closely behind, smiling. She felt confident that she was the best one to keep Izuku grounded. Lucifero and Thea appeared on his shoulders. "I like you, girl." Izuku chose right, Lucifero said, jumping onto Nijire's shoulder. "Thanks. Who are you?" Nijire asked, surprised. "Oh, sorry. I'm Lucifero, the gravity magic devil possessing one of Izuku's grimoires." This is Thea, the light spirit possessing his second grimoire. Nice to meet you both. I hope we can be friends. Nijire smiled. Eventually, they reached the dining hall where Izuku's squad was waiting. Did you have a good time, Captain? Sebastian asked with a smug expression. Shut up. Izuku replied, sitting down to eat. Nijire joined him, kissing his cheek. Don't be embarrassed. Yes, we had fun, and now he has a loving girlfriend to take care of. Izuku blushed and looked away, while Nijire giggled. Don't be embarrassed, Captain. We're happy for you too. Urza said. Thank you guys, Izuku smiled. After finishing their meal, everyone left the ship and walked into the building, where reporters awaited. None of Izuku's squad members answered their questions. Izuku leaned over to Ain and whispered, If I ever say we're leaving, open a portal to the Clover Kingdom. Yes, sir. Ain replied. They soon arrived at the entrance where 3 limousines were waiting. As they entered the cars, they drove toward UA, accompanied by police and helicopters. Inside the car, Nijire sat next to Izuku, keeping him calm amidst the chatter from other heroes, including Aizawa, Endeavor, and the head of the HPSC, Yakumaru. An older woman with a commanding demeanor stood before them, but Izuku could sense her dangerous intent as she tried to figure out how to exploit their powers. Yakumaru, so we hope that we can have some cooperation between us. She holds out her hand for Izuku to shake. Izuku, eyes narrowing, he does not shake her hand. The air becomes tense as Izuku's refusal angers several HPSC members, though they also acknowledge Nijire's presence. Member 1. Why is this girl even here? Member 2. Right? This is a serious meeting, and she has no place in it. Urza, hey! Every member turns to look at her. I would watch your mouth if I were you. Our captain doesn't even want to be here, and we've only been here for 5 minutes. I already want to leave. Member 4. But still. Ava, can you be quiet? She's not done talking. She looks at Urza. You can continue, Urza. Urza, thank you, Ava. Lastly, Nijire, the girl you just disrespected is the only reason our captain can tolerate your presence and constant babbling. They all glance at Izuku, who appears to be sleeping while Nijire hugs him. In reality, he is fully awake and listening, which frustrates him. But Urza's words ring true. Nijire is the reason he remains calm. Izuku sighs and opens his eyes. She is right, you know. No matter what you say, it won't change my opinion. I have a deep-seated hatred for Japan, so can you please just be quiet and enjoy the ride? Nijire, Zuzu please. Be nice. Izuku sighs. Okay, love. He rests his head in the crook of her neck. Nijire hugs him even tighter. The HPSC members grow increasingly angry at Izuku's disrespect. Soon, one of the members glances at Yakumaru, who nods back. He quietly speaks into a mic hidden in his shirt. While Izuku relaxes, no one, not even his squad members, realizes that his mana zone is active. It spans the size of a 2-story house and is as wide as 3 houses combined, ensuring nothing enters his blind spot. After a few minutes, Izuku senses someone approaching, a purple-haired girl. Suddenly, she prepares an attack and fires it at Nijire. Izuku moves Nijire to his lap. Nijire blushes. Zuzu, what are you? Suddenly, glass shatters where Nijire's head was just moments before. A bullet, wrapped in purple and pink hair, flies out, but Izuku catches it between his fingertips. Rage surges through him. How dare they try to harm Nijire, the woman he loves, just after they had found each other again? Izuku, barely holding himself together. Nijire. Nijire, it's okay, go ahead. Izuku, guys, protect her. His squad members recognize the seriousness in his voice. All of them, serious and angry. Yes, sir. Izuku nods. Gravity magic. Gravitation 0. Suddenly, the surrounding area begins to float as Izuku removes gravity. Izuku teleports out of the car and flies into the air. In the air, he makes eye contact with the purple-haired girl. Izuku looks at her with full-blown rage. Piggy, afraid. Izuku disappears. Figgy, what? Where did he? She feels a hand on her shoulder. When she turns around, she looks into the eyes of the Demon King. Izuku, did you think I wouldn't catch your bullet? What is your name? PD, not in T. Izuku grabs her neck and begins to choke her. Did you know that bullet you shot almost hit my girlfriend? Would you have even cared? He tightens his grip. Nagant, turning blue from lack of air. I'm so sorry. Please, spare me. Izuku, eyes narrowing. Nagant's body starts to go limp, and in mere moments, she would have died. But instead, Izuku lets her go. Nagant, gasping for air, still crying. Thank you. Izuku, shut up and tell me who made you do this. Nagant, I can't. I have a bomb in my chest. It'll blow up if I tell you who it is. Izuku, angry sigh. Very well. Light appears in his left hand. This will hurt. Nagant, what? Izuku sticks his hand into her chest, causing Nagant to scream in pain. The pain soon dulls as he uses recovery magic alongside light magic. Izuku continues searching. Finally, he finds the bomb and uses gravity magic to crush it until it is nothing. Izuku, surprised. My magic is getting stronger. I didn't know I could reduce an item to nothing. I'll keep that in mind. He pulls his hand out of her chest. Light recovery magic. Healing light. The hole in Nagant's chest closes. Nagant, what did you do? Izuku, I crushed the bomb inside your body. Now tell me. Nagant, crying and hugs Izuku. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Izuku, alright, stop that. Nagant stops crying, wipes her eyes. Okay. The person who made me do it is Yakumaru, the head of the HPSC. Izuku clenches his fist but calms down. Thanks for letting me know. Turns around, about to jump away. Nagant, wait, you're not going to kill. Izuku pauses. No. If I hadn't met my love again after 9 years, I might have killed you. But now I'm a much calmer man. However, looks back at her. If you try this again, I will not hesitate to end you for real, and I will do it without thinking twice. Nagant, scared. Yes, I swear I'll never do it again. But wait, I need to ask you. I've never been free throughout my whole life. So, what should I do now? Izuku starts to fly before answering. Well, that is up to you. Flies towards Yuta. Izuku then left Nagant on the roof, thinking to herself. Nagant, I have a choice now of what I want to do. At U.A, the HPSC are arguing with Izuku's squad. Their goal was to force them to give up their magic. However, none of the people in U.A could learn magic except for one person, Nijire, surprisingly enough. She had about as much magic as a noble. The guards of the HPSC aim their guns at Izuku's squad members. Yakumaru, you will give us your magic unless you want my men to harm you and that girl. Izuku's squad members open their grimoires but feel nervous. Zeruf, DMN it. We can't act against these people without the captain's order. Ava, Zeruf, we may not have a choice. Daniel, he knows, but if we act, it could get us in trouble. Yakumaru, give it up. Mary, we told you, AI doesn't work like that. Yakumaru, very well. Then you will be better off dead. Before the guards could shoot, an intense aura appeared. Everyone inside the room felt like their bodies were being crushed, and it seemed like all the light in the room was SCD out, making it extremely dark. The only source of light was walking towards them. Members turn their heads and see a furious Izuku. Nijire looks at Izuku. Zuzu runs towards him. Once Nijire reaches Izuku, she hugs him. Nijire, Baka, I was so worried. Izuku calms down and hugs her back. I'm sorry for worrying you, darling. They kiss for a few seconds before Izuku moves Nijire to his right and holds her waist, pulling her close to him. Izuku, so what did you plan to do to my squad, huh? None of them could feel his magic, but they sensed that now that he was here, they stood no chance. Izuku, actually, don't speak. Because I heard you wanted our magic, even though it doesn't work like that. I will humor you. Right now, his squad members stand behind him. My squad is pretty upset, just like me. So bring your top 11 heroes and fight my squad one-on-one. If any of your heroes win, I will tell you. Members, smiling, the captain is lying, I can tell. But I do want to fight. Izuku, wicked smile, let the games begin. Yakumaru, gulps but calls the top 11 heroes in Japan with confidence. We will win, and once we do, they will all perish. Chapter end. In Fake City B. Izuku was standing in front of his squad while Nijire was held by him, her head resting in the crook of his neck. Nijire was deep in thought while snuggling with Izuku, who was looking at his squad, ready to give his order. Izuku, I know you guys are angry, so I won't say much. I'll leave you with this. You have permission to fight without holding back. Do whatever you need to do to calm down. His squad didn't respond and just got ready to fight. Soon enough, the heroes arrived. In their line stood All Might, Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edge Shot, Crust, Kamui Woods, Wash, Yoroi Musha, Ryukyu, Gang Orca. As for Izuku, he had Zirif, Urza, Daniel, Sebastian, Leo, Ain, Hida, Ava, Linda, and Mary. Yakumaru, laughing, you only have 10, and I have just give up, boy. Izuku, laughs, can't you tell? I gave you an extra because you will need it, and also we are. Nijire, I will join them. Members, look back at her, what? Izuku, darling, are you sure? Nijire, yes. Now that I've seen what happened a couple of minutes ago, I realize that this place isn't my home, and you people aren't who I thought you were. Stands in front of Squad 10, this is my new family, and I won't stand by and watch you hurt them. Turns around and looks at Izuku. Zuzu, please, can you teach me magic? Izuku, shadow over eyes and smiles, I love you so much. Eyes reappear, of course. But don't worry, Nijire, we got this. Ava jumps on Nijire and hugs her from behind. He's right, Wani-chan. Leave this to us, and once this is over, we're taking you back to the Clover Kingdom. Squad 10, nodding in agreement. Gang Orca, I got this. Mary walks up, he's mine. First match, Mary versus Gang Orca. Mary opens her grimoire. Gang Orca, I'll finish this in one hit. Sonic Pulse. Gang Orca tried to move, but he couldn't no matter how hard he tried. Mary, you're boring. Gang Orca, what did you do? Mary, evil smile, blood magic. Puppet's blood. Now I can control your every move, but I'm using it at a low output. If I used this spell at a high level, you would be in immense pain right now. Flips the page, but now I'm going to end it. Her smile widens, blood magic. Red spears. Suddenly, a barrage of red spears shot out from Gang Orca's body, causing him immense pain as he dropped to the ground. Mary, boring. Looks at the rest of them. Come, I'll take you all on. Linda steps in front of Mary. No, you won't be hogging all the fun for yourself. Mary, yeah, and why not? After a bit of back and forth, Mary and Linda engage in a playful argument that escalates into a cartoonish dust cloud of fighting. Squad 10, including Nijire and Izuku, watches with sweat drops. Gang Orca struggles to get up weakly. I'm not done. Linda and Mary, stop fighting. Mary, oh, you still have some fight left in you, huh? Smiles again, good. Linda steps aside, and Mary stands up. Blood magic. Claps her hands together in a spear-like shape, piercing blood. A beam of blood shoots out of her hands at incredible speed. Gang Orca tries to block it, but it pierces through his arm. Get over here. If we were in close combat, I would beat you. Mary stops smiling. You know what? That's a perfect idea. A way to make this fight even a little entertaining. Blood magic. Her arms become covered in a hard, red substance, bloody armaments. Rushes toward Gang Orca. Gang Orca prepares himself. They both start a fist fight, and every time Mary punches Gang Orca, it feels like being hit by brass knuckles. As she fights, Mary begins to laugh uncontrollably. Mary, thank you, Captain. I really love you for taking me in and saving me. Now I can fight without a worry in the world. Izuku smiles. Mary throws a punch. Gang Orca catches her punch and uses his quirk to counter her. With Izuku. Nijire, why is she acting like that? Izuku, the rush she gets in battle is Mary's favorite. But the reason she loves fighting is to impress me. Ava, yeah, but she has a tendency to... Back to the fight. Mary, her limbs get cut, and her clothes get torn, but she laughs anyway. Back with the group. Ava, she has a tendency to let her clothes and body get damaged during battle. Nijire, nervous, but will she be okay? Linda, of course. What? Back to the battle. Gang Orca starts to laugh in victory until he notices something holding his arms and sees Mary gripping his left and right arms. Gang Orca, her blood is solid. Impossible. Mary, crazy smile, too bad. Blood magic. Burning blood. The blood on Gang Orca's body ignites, and he goes up in flames. Mary reassembles her body and looks at herself. "Ah man, you tore my shirt." Gang Orca. His hands fall to the ground as the fire goes out. Mary, disappointed. Well, he's done. Izuku appears behind Mary and pats her head. "Good job, Mary." Mary giggles high. Izuku, happy, sighs and looks back at the heroes. He isn't dead yet, but he will be in a few moments. So I would get him healed as soon as possible. Chapter end. Back to where we left off. Bakugo regains his breath. "Wow, your attack is... That's why I will be the strongest hero and person in this entire world. As for you guys, you will be my..." Ava, annoyed. "Can you shut up?" Paint magic. Red exercise. The blood inside Bakugo's body starts to disappear, making him scream in pain and fall to the ground unconscious. Ava, no more yelling now. Izuku smiles. Aizawa runs toward them. "So since it's the afternoon, what will you..." Izuku, shut up. We're going to sleep. My mental energy is already tired of dealing with you. Nijire touches Izuku's cheek. "Ah, you poor thing. Let's go to bed. We'll do everything we need to tomorrow." Izuku, yes, please. Squad 10 then leaves City B along with Ryukyu and Nijire, finding a nice place to rest for the day. They all agree that they are exhausted. Japan has turned out to be more trouble than it was worth. If anything else happens, Izuku would immediately terminate their mission and return to the Clover Kingdom without regret. The next day. It was a bright day in Japan, and inside the mansion that Squad 10 had taken from a drag boss the day before, they were waking up from a full day's rest. Ryukyu POV. Once Ryukyu woke up, she had concerns about Squad. She wanted to see how they treated each other and how powerful they were. Ryukyu wasn't a traitor, she just wanted to ensure her safety. She wanted to leave Japan but needed to trust these people. As she walked into the kitchen, she saw Squad 10 messing around, acting like children, laughing, smiling, and having normal conversations like a family. Linda sees Ryukyu. "Oh hey, Ryukyu, care to join us?" Ryukyu, "Am I a..." Zirif, "Don't be nervous around us, Ryukyu." Mary, "Yeah, we're not bad people. Although if you betray our captain, we'll leave it to your imagination what happens." Ryukyu swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the moment. Mary smiled reassuringly. "I didn't mean to scare you with that. It's just, the captain saved all our lives. In our lowest moments, he showed us kindness when no one else did. So, in short, we owe everything to him. Please, don't betray his kindness." Ryukyu was taken aback. She could see the sincerity in their eyes and realized how great Izuku truly was. He had saved these 10 people from despair, giving them hope in a cruel world. "I promise," Ryukyu said, bowing slightly. "I won't betray his kindness." "Good, that's all we ask of you," Linda replied. Leo chimed in, "Now let's eat while we wait." "Wait? For what?" Ryukyu asked, puzzled. Daniel explained, "The captain and Nijire aren't awake yet. If we were in the Clover Kingdom, we could leave whenever we wanted, but here in Japan, we have to wait." Meanwhile, Izuku was not asleep as his squad believed. He was sharing an NTMT moment with Nijire, their connection deepening. "You know we have to get up, love," Izuku said, gently flipping her over. Nijire pouted, hugging him tightly. No, please, just one more hour." Izuku kissed her briefly. "Don't worry, darling. We'll play later." "Fine," she relented, "but when you take me to the Clover Kingdom, I want you to dominate me." "Very well. Promise," he replied, sealing their agreement with a kiss. They got up and dressed, unaware of how rapidly their relationship was evolving. Holding hands, they made their way downstairs, where Squad 10 was waiting. "Hey, Captain," they called out. "Hey guys. I'm not going to eat much since we're going to the sports festival." Izuku replied. "Sports festival?" Daniel echoed. "Yes, it's an event we need to defend. Apparently, it's the next thing the heroes need from us." Izuku explained. Zeref, with a menacing smile, added, "I'm going to take down anyone in Japan if they try something again." "I know," Izuku responded, feeling the tension in the air. After about 30 minutes of laughter and camaraderie, they left for UA, only to discover the sports festival had already begun. Izuku landed in the field, followed closely by Squad. The crowd was confused by their presence and attire. "Hey Izuku and Squad 10, can you get in place?" Nisa's voice came through the comms. "Hey, don't tell us what to do." Ava shot back. "But who do they think they are?" Daniel added, glancing at Izuku. "Now I understand why you hate this country, Captain." Meanwhile, a mysterious figure was making a deal with Izuku. "Yes, I have a lot of information on the heroes, and I wish to make a deal," Izuku stated confidently. The figure laughed dismissively. "Do you really think we'll fall for that trick hero?" Izuku's expression hardened as he activated his passive gravity magic, creating a palpable pressure around the figure. "How dare you call me a filthy hero? I know your mind is too small, so I'm going to kill you." He opened his grimoire, preparing a powerful spell to make his point clear. Just then, a voice interrupted from the television. "Wait," it said. Izuku paused. "What did you say?" The figure beside him clarified, "We didn't say anything. It's from the TV." Izuku glared at the screen. "Who the hell are you?" "I am All for One, and I'm quite interested in your deal." "Let's meet," the voice replied. "Very well." Izuku agreed, stepping through a portal that opened before him. He found himself in a dark room facing a man seated in a chair. "Are you interested?" Izuku asked. "Yes, but I want to know why you want to join me," All for One replied. Izuku smirked. "I thought you were smarter than that. Who hasn't heard of the Demon King of Japan? Your rule was just giving quirks to the quirkless and taking them from those who didn't want them. I was cast aside by Japan, and now I live in the Clover Kingdom. But before I leave, I want to cause mayhem, so here's my deal. I will gather information on heroes and provide you with all the documents I can get my hands on, and in return, you will share your plans and organization details with me." Throws papers in front of him. AFO picks up the papers. As AFO looked through them, he was hooked. It held so much information, including the fact that the heroes were going to be in Hosu in a couple of hours. He smiled, realizing this was a goldmine. He couldn't just reject this offer. "AFO, you have a deal." Extends arm out for a handshake. Izuku shakes his hand, "Glad you are on board." Izuku then starts to leave the place, but before he completely exits, he stops. Izuku turns head. "By the way, one last thing, AFO. I don't have a quirk, so these heroes couldn't track me even if they tried." AFO, surprised, "Do you want a quirk?" Izuku, "No. It would get in the way." Hands start glowing with light, and the other hand begins to manifest heavy gravity. "Trust me." AFO, "Is that?" Izuku smirks and cuts him off. "Never mind, you really are smart." "Yes, it's magic." Leaves completely. Once he was outside, Izuku used gravity magic and light magic to fly away from the location. Once he got further away, his face contorted into a devilish smile. Izuku, creepy laugh. He fell for it. 5 minutes later, after flying, he arrives at UA. Izuku lands on the ground and walks in. While walking through UA, the students were looking at him, but he paid them no mind. However, in his mind, he was disgusted. He would have rather stabbed himself than walk in this school. But soon enough, he reached the place he wanted to be, in front of Class 1A. Izuku smiles. Time to cause mayhem. Opens the door. Once Izuku walked in, he saw Aizawa teaching the class. As he entered, he detected bad intent coming from Shoto and Bakugo. "Izuku, don't worry, you two will pay later." "Aizawa, I have something important to tell you." "Aizawa, alright, give me a minute." Izuku leans on the wall and crosses arms. The entire time Izuku was in the room, he could hear Bakugo whispering about how he was a weak Deku, how dare he steal the spotlight, how dare he be stronger than him. It was frustrating. However, the person who most interested him was a blue-haired kid named Lida. He could sense from his mana that Lida wanted vengeance. But he knew he would be too busy, so he had an idea. Izuku, malicious intent, let's test the limits of your rage, boy. Once the class was over, everybody walked out, but not before Bakugo gave Izuku a glare filled with rage. Instead of ignoring it, he fed into Bakugo's anger and smirked at him, which caused Bakugo to become even more enraged, but he still walked out to go to lunch. Inside the class, Aizawa, alright, what did you want to talk about? Izuku, I took a walk and ended up hearing some information you would like to know. Aizawa, why are you telling me this? I thought you hated Japan? Izuku, I do, but I'm not so evil that I would want to see a whole country filled with innocent people burn. Anyway, I heard the League of Villains, or whatever they are called, will attack Hosu today. Aizawa, shocked if that's the case, then we have to… Izuku, no. I've been in enough battles to know that the moment you change your plans to go somewhere else, the villains will as well. They are not stupid. Aizawa, then what can we do? Izuku, keep your guards up and fight them off. Aizawa, okay, but I'll need to relay this information to the others. Are you coming? Izuku, no. I need to get to my squad. Walks away. An hour later, once Izuku got back to the house, he wasted no time and told his squad to come with him. They were going to cause some destruction. Izuku, guys, put on some coats, we're going to destroy some stuff. Ryukyu, Kana, and Nijire, you will be with me. Nijire, Ryukyu, and Kana. Izuku, alright, let's go. They all flew towards Hosu, and once they arrived, Izuku and his squad stood on a building. Izuku turns around to show an evil smile Leo, Daniel, Sebastian, Urza, Zirif, Ava, Mary, Ain, and Hida. Destroy as much as you like until the League of Villains arrives. All of them started to smile and thanked their captain. Soon enough, an explosion appeared, making Izuku smile. Izuku, alright now, Nijire, Ryukyu, and Kana. I'm sorry, but you will not be participating in anything we do in Japan. The reason is that you are not actually Magic Knights yet. You haven't stepped into the Clover Kingdom, so once you do, you will officially become part of my squad. So I want to ask one last time, since this won't be the last time you have to kill or lie. You can see it right now. Nijire, Ryukyu, and Kana, see an explosion. Izuku, so I ask you one last time, before you can't go back. Turns his head slightly to look at the three of them. Do you still want to serve me even though you will have to take lives and all the above? Nijire, Ryukyu, and Kana were determined and didn't hesitate to answer his question. Nijire, Ryukyu, and Kana, yes, we still accept. Izuku hides his smile good. Now as for you, Linda. I need you to watch over this boy. Throws a photo at her. Linda catches it and looks at it. Who is this? Izuku, Lida. When I was in UA, I sensed from his mana that he wants vengeance. So watch over him, and once you see him find the person he seeks, let me know. Let him fight, then kill him. Okay. Linda replied, determination in her voice. Just be careful, Linda, because the person he is chasing could be dangerous, Izuku cautioned. I know you taught me well, Captain, and I trust you. Izuku smiled. Thank you. Now go. Linda saluted. Yes, sir. She jumped away. After a couple of hours, the villains arrived, and so did the heroes. Izuku called back his squad, and they began to hide. Thanks to his training, they all effectively vanished from sight. From Linda's perspective, as she jumped from roof to roof, she eventually spotted Lida running alongside a strange-looking man with a blue helmet. Assuming he was a hero, she followed them. They dashed down an alley, where Lida encountered a man in a red outfit who was attacking a hero that resembled a native. A fight broke out, and as expected, Lida struggled and began to make excuses about how he had hurt his brother. Die for the sake of a new world. Stain shouted, holding his sword high. No, I can't die, I don't want to die, Lida thought, panic rising within him. Stain lowered his sword, and Lida closed his eyes. I'm sorry, everyone. After a moment of darkness, Lita felt no pain. When he opened his eyes, he saw a girl with green hair and yellow eyes holding Stain's hand, preventing the sword from piercing him. Sorry, but I can't allow you to take my prey, Linda declared. Lita, he gasped. Linda shot him a disgusted look. What? Don't compare me to that person. I'm Linda, and that's all you need to know. Stain swung his sword at her, but Linda dodged and attempted to punch him. Stain jumped back, landing gracefully on the ground. He stared at Linda, noticing a glowing green book floating in front of her. Who are you? He demanded. Your opponent. Linda replied confidently. Another one of you fakes. You will die, Stain growled, aiming his sword at her. Whoever sent you here will die too. You should never have trusted him to come alone. Linda smirked, shadows around her eyes. Yeah, you sounded like me for a second there. In a flashback, Linda recalled her past. She had been born an orphan, never knowing her parents. The orphanage had been a harsh place, and at just 5 years old she had been kicked out. What's wrong with getting rid of one more mouth to feed? They had said. From that moment, she learned to distrust people. She bounced from home to home in the adoption system until she ended up in a royal household, where she was used for chores and faced abuse. After 3 months, she was thrown out again. It was during that time she discovered she had a disease that caused her magic to attack her blood cells, explaining her weakness and pain when using magic. I will never trust anyone ever again, she vowed, rage in her eyes. Years passed, and one day, while walking through the streets, she collapsed, too weak to get back up. Maybe in the afterlife, someone will care for me, she thought, longing for someone to trust. As she closed her eyes, accepting death, a green-haired man approached her. But she was too weak to hear him, and moments later, her eyes shut for good. When she awoke, she found herself in a recovery room filled with various plants and medicines. The same man entered the room. Oh, I see you're awake, he said cheerfully. Who are you? Linda asked, suspicion still lingering. I'm Izuku, a new Magic Knight Squad captain. I found you while walking through the kingdom and brought you here, he explained. Despite his kind demeanor, Linda remained guarded, recalling past betrayals. When you passed out, I treated you. I noticed you had that magic disease, and I cured you. It's surprising how easily it can be treated, yet it had developed in your body significantly. Take it easy, you haven't fully recovered yet. Over the next week, Linda stayed with Izuku, recovering and training her magic. To her surprise, she discovered she was much stronger than she had realized. Likely due to the absence of her magic disease. Izuku was kind and respectful, giving her space and treating her with genuine care. It caused an emotional struggle in my mind. Why was he so kind even though I treated him poorly? Until one day, I coughed violently while training and fell to the ground. I instantly recognized the feeling. My illness was back. Just like before, he came outside, picked me up, and took me to the same room. Before I could pass out, he went through a cabinet and injected my neck with something gently. As soon as he did, I passed out. After about 5 minutes, I woke up and saw Izuku sitting there, watching over me. You had me worried there, he said with a sigh. I didn't expect your illness to come back, but don't worry. I injected you with something that should help your body produce antibodies to fight it off. I was speechless. He didn't betray me, he helped me. But tears began to fall. Why are you so nice to me? I cried. Even after I didn't trust you, even after I treated you poorly. Why are you so nice to a piece of trash like me? It was sad, but I knew he wasn't angry. He understood my trust issues and that I wasn't used to kindness. He hugged me gently. Shoo, it's okay. I never got your name. It's Linda, I replied. He stopped hugging me and placed me back down on the bed. You know, Linda, it doesn't cost anything to be kind to people. If they respond to your kindness with hate, then they're different. But not everyone is bad. He placed a finger on my heart. I know you're hurting and that's why I want to help you. I know you aren't a bad person. After hearing that, I cried again and hugged him tightly. I had finally found someone I could trust. After a bit, he told me about the magic nights and encouraged me to get strong so I could have a family I could trust. End of flashback. I remembered the good times I had with Squad. Thank you so much, Izuku, for helping me. Now I can fight for you, knowing you won't abandon me or betray me. Suddenly, Stain appeared. Foolish girl, he sneered, using his speed to get behind me. I turned my head just in time, causing him to step back in surprise. What? She can keep up with me? He thought. Don't get lost in thought, I said, appearing in front of him and punching him hard. He was knocked into the wall, and as I approached, a strange energy appeared in my hands, making my fists vibrate. Sound magic, vibrating fists. After casting that spell, I began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks, aiming for his face, chest, ribs, and shoulders. Stain struggled to find openings in my relentless assault. I kicked his face into the wall and backed up a little to charge my fist. Sound magic, 50 decibel shock. A blast of sound erupted from my fist, pushing Stain deep into the wall and knocking him out. Wow, Captain was right. These people in Japan are boring. I looked over at Lita, who was watching me in disbelief. Wait, you're one of those girls who were with Izuku? Lita said. Yes, I am, I replied, walking towards him. Thank you for saving me. Could you help me up? I can't move because of his quirk. I put my hand over his mouth. Essays. I wore an evil smile that told him everything he needed to know. I'm not here to save you. I just knocked him out because he was going to kill you, and you are my prey. Remember? I placed a hand on his back. His eyes widened as he recalled my earlier words. Wait PL. Sound magic, 500,000 decibel shock. As I unleashed the attack, Lita's body shook violently from the sound. It felt like hell to him. His ears began to bleed, and his internal organs felt like they were being torn apart. After a moment, blood poured from his eyes, nose, and ears. He screamed, but before he could finish, his back exploded, and he died a cruel death. I looked at his lifeless body, seeing the aftermath of my attack. Time to clean up. Sound magic, sonic barrier. A barrier of condensed sound surrounded me, washing the blood off. I jumped from wall to wall and landed on the roof, looking down at Lita's dead body with a creepy smile. You were useless to the world. So don't worry, I just cut your strings. With that, I jumped away. After that day, I returned to Izuku and shared the news, and we were both pleased. We weren't monsters. It was just that every member of Squad 10 could kill without feeling remorse. The heroes repelled the villains and dealt with their nomus, but they lost several heroes, including Lita. His death was mysterious since there was no evidence, and just like that, in one day, Izuku and Squad 10 started to pull strings on the entire society, heroes and villains included. 3 days later, during the events of Hosu, they cleaned up the whole scene and brought all the heroes' bodies to be buried. Lita's body was taken to UA's morgue for examination, and everyone looked at him with sadness, except for Izuku. It took everything he had to suppress a laugh. When he saw Lita's body, he realized what Linda had done to him. Izuku thought, well done, Linda. You will definitely get promoted. After we can get to our real home. As they examined Lita's body, they discovered he looked this way due to the presence of a lot of sound, but they couldn't determine more than that. Izuku expected this, knowing UA lacked the means to distinguish between a normal murder and one involving magic. However, one person in the room was watching Izuku closely, Midnight. She suspected him and had a troubling thought. Did he plan this murder? Noticing her suspicion, Izuku decided to leave. Once outside, he encountered Daniel, who had been undercover at UA to gather information for the villains. Together, they discovered that Aoyama was a spy at UA as well. After figuring this out, Izuku and Daniel decided to cut his strings, but instead hid Aoyama's body right after the heroes returned from Hosu, ensuring no one suspected a thing. As for Midnight, Izuku knew she was driven by greed and longing. He needed one of his squad members to distract her, and Daniel was willing to take that risk. Although Izuku was initially against it, Daniel insisted, and their plan went into action. Daniel had noticed Midnight's interest when they arrived at UA, so he aimed to use those feelings to his advantage. Following Izuku, Midnight turned a corner and found Daniel in his place. After some flirting, she fell right into his lap, and to seal the deal, he kissed her. A few moments later, she completely forgot about the Izuku situation. On the second day, Izuku discovered a place called the Shai Hasaikai, where he learned about a man named Overhaul and his experiments. Seizing the opportunity, he eliminated everyone in the Shai Hasaikai and saved Eri. Despite his feelings about Japan, he felt a connection to Eri, who was bright and innocent. Eventually, Eri opened up to Izuku, but she saw him more as an older brother. To keep her safe, Izuku returned to the Clover Kingdom for a bit, leaving her with Sister Teresa, someone he trusted. Afterward, he reluctantly returned to Japan. Back in Japan, Izuku informed the League of Villains about the upcoming summer camp but chose not to warn the heroes about the villains' plans, knowing that the day when heroes and villains would clash was approaching. Everything was going perfectly, every member of Squad 10 was on guard and excited for the day to come. In the meantime, they trained together and gathered intel until the day arrived when Aizawa announced they were going to the summer camp. Upon arrival, the Wild Pussycats introduced themselves and began their training. Izuku trained with his squad, engaging in battles where every member faced him to pass the time. Just remember this is training, so don't be discouraged. Izuku encouraged. Hi. Squad 10 responded. Alright, come at me. During the fight, everyone used their magic and gave their best effort, but Squad 10 ultimately lost. However, they were happy to see their growth, as they managed to push Izuku to use his half-devil mode for the first time. In this form, 2 medium-sized wings sprouted from his back, and 2 small horns appeared on his head, with a black line running across his forehead. Despite being a captain and the strongest among the Magic Knight captains, Izuku believed he could still grow stronger. He was determined to surpass his limits, just like Yami. After defeating his squad, Izuku healed them, and they continued to train until sunset. As night fell, they sensed the League of Villains' magic approaching. Meanwhile, Izuku and Squad 10 had been teaching Nijire, Ryukyu, and Kana how to use magic, although their training had not been very fruitful since none of them possessed a grimoire yet. But they were able to teach them magic sensing and magic manipulation. Nijire had ice magic, Ryukyu had flame magic, and Kana had poison magic. They were excited to use magic more than anything. Izuku said, "Yeah, like I said, it's an addicting feeling. I have to put up the act." He loaded a flare and shot it into the air. Once I do that, the villains get the signal and start the raid, which causes the heroes to freak out. Skipping most of the summer camp ambush, it came down to a critical moment. Zirif killed Muscular, and then Izuku and his squad watched as Bakugo got captured. To maintain their cover, Izuku and his squad arrived late on the scene and acted worried, but it was all an act. After about half a day passed, the heroes found where the villains were hidden. Soon enough, after gathering their heroes and placing them outside the bar, they broke in, cornering the villains. After a bit, Ifo entered the fight. Meanwhile, Izuku and Squad 10 watched the heroes and villains clash. Some of the lower-ranked heroes were defeated, but the higher-ranked heroes managed to take down the Nomus. Izuku laughed hard. This is exactly what I wanted. Tear each other apart, and once we're done, we can finally leave this place. As he watched the fight, he noticed how both All Might and AFO struggled against each other. Eventually, Bakugo was freed by other students, and Izuku spotted a news helicopter, which made him happy. However, he saw AFO trying to get Shigaraki and the rest of the league out of the fight. "Alright, you guys stay back, and once I tell you," Izuku instructed before jumping down. Once in the fight, he confronted Shigaraki directly. "You put on a good show, but in the end, you were merely pawns on my chessboard." The foe, angry and gritting his teeth, shouted, "You were using me the whole time." Izuku laughed, "Yes, you fool. The Demon King of Japan is supposed to be a liar and a deceiver. I staged the Hosu incident. I ordered Linda to kill Linda. I had all the Shai Hasaikai eliminated, including most of the low-ranking heroes near the building." His eyes turned dark, and a chilling smile spread across his face. "I was the one who gave you fools information on each other, And all I did was watch you tear each other apart. At that moment, Squad 10 appeared behind him and took out the rest of the League of Villains. The shocking revelations caused gasps throughout Japan, especially from the HPSC. Ever since Izuku displayed his power along with Squad 10, the HPSC had been staying out of his way, thinking he would leave them alone. But now, everyone learned that Izuku had been pulling the strings all along. He was the puppeteer. As destruction unfolded in the background, Izuku laughed and mocked All Might and AFO. You guys are such fools. FO, you thought I was a mindless kid, only to realize you were dealing with an even greater evil. And All Might, you thought that because I was giving you information, I was becoming your son again? Wrong. He laughed again. AFO, feeling a twinge of fear at Izuku's amusement, realized his entire plan had fallen apart in just 7 days. But he steeled himself. I'll kill you. Izuku stopped laughing and looked at AFO with disgust. You think you can kill me with a body like that? Don't make me laugh. However, he touched his earpiece. That's enough, guys. After a few moments, they all assembled behind him. If you want to oppose us again, then we will, Izuku began, and his squad finished, destroy you. Izuku pondered, then snapped his fingers. Oh. Ain, Hida. They both stepped forward and held hands. Hida warned, Captain, you may want to back up. Izuku backed up along with Squad. Hida smiled at Ain, who mirrored the gesture. Ain and Hida then began to release magic, which soon combined into one powerful spell. Combo spell, Archangel's Nightmare. Right in front of AFO's eyes, the space around him and All Might began to contort, turning the land a sickly red. Buildings floated as the very fabric of space shifted. Don't move. This entire space is controlled by both Ain and Hida. One wrong move could result in death, Izuku warned, shaking his head. This isn't even a strong combo spell, they're barely using any magic. AFO gritted his teeth, his arms beginning to bulk up. I won't lose. Ain appeared in front of AFO. I would give you a fair fight, but I want to go home. She swung her hand, and suddenly AFO's upper body was incapacitated. Hida snapped his fingers, and red chains appeared, wrapping around All Might. I can't break these chains. All Might exclaimed. Izuku walked toward All Might and stopped in front of him. Before he could act, a group of heroes, including Inko, Izumi, Izuku, Bakugo, Shoto, and Shoka, arrived and urged him to stop. Izumi cried out, How could you? Izuku responded, You aren't my brother anymore. Izuku, idiot. I think I already made that point clear. Why you here? Shoto and Bakugo, we're here to finish this. Izuku, really now? Grabs All Might's neck. If I can defeat him this easily, what chance do you kids have? They couldn't say anything. Even if they used one for all, it wouldn't change anything. None of the 5 of them had mastered that power. Izuku, are you going to attack? Flares his magic aura. This pressure knocks the 5 of them down, and only Inko was able to stay up. Inko charges up green energy in her hand. Please, son, turn yourself in. I don't want to hurt you. It got quiet until eventually Izuku started to laugh. Izuku, you hurt me, mum. You are as foolish as you were all those years ago. 5-leaf grimoire opens. How dare you make me use my grimoire's magic? Gravity magic. Mana zone. Stellar masses. Izuku didn't know why, but when he heard Inko speak as if she could hurt him, he snapped. She was basically calling him weak, so he was going to teach her a lesson as he summoned a bunch of decently sized gravity singularities. Izuku, murderous intent on his face, sends the spell at Inko. When he does that, Inko was actually surprised. She was not expecting him to try and harm her. When she tried to attack those orbs, her attack got Esigi into it and continued to head towards her. But before the attack could hit Inko, Nijire hugged Izuku. Nijire looks him in the eyes. That's enough, love. Izuku goes down and cancels his spell. In, if you will, please. All of Squad 10 smiles at what Izuku was implying. They were going home. Ain, excited, yes sir. I've been waiting for this. Extends her hand out and opens a portal. Some of the squad 10 members walk through it, leaving just Nijire, Ryukyu, Kana, Izuku and Ain. After a minute of staring, they walk through, but before Izuku leaves he says one last thing. Izuku, Bakugo, Izumi, Izuka, Shoto, and Shoka. If you want vengeance, get stronger and come fight me. Leaves through the portal. Just like that, Izuku's mission in Japan had come to an end, leaving hero society in disarray. When Izuku left Japan, he had no regrets, but he couldn't deny that a part of him felt happier than before. He had finally gotten some sort of revenge on that difficult country, and now he was back home where he could truly be happy. But first, before he did anything or reported to anyone, he went to sleep because in a couple of days, Izuku knew he would have to give a report to Julius. For now, he wanted to relax and indulge in a little fun, which he ended up doing after taking his squad out for drinks and enjoyment for the day. An hour later. Izuku, alright you two come with me. Ryukyu, Nijire and Kana. Okay. Izuku, Zirif, I'll be back. You are in charge. Zirif, yes sir. Izuku creates a dragon of light and sets off. During the flight there. Nijire, my love, where are we going? Izuku, I'm taking you to the Grimoire Tower. Once you are there, a certain grimoire will choose you, as we stated before. If you don't remember, that's okay, I will refresh your memory. A mage's magic is connected to their soul, and the only way to bring out the full power of your magic is with a grimoire. As you evolve and grow stronger, so too will your grimoire. Suddenly, while Izuku is thinking this, he senses someone's mana he hasn't felt in a long time. Izuku looks to the side to see William Vengeance. Hey, William. What are you doing here? William, I'm heading towards the eastern border. What about you, and who are those three? Izuku, these three are my new squad members. One of them is my girlfriend. I'm taking them to the Grimoire Tower to get their grimoires. William, well, welcome to the Clover Kingdom, you three. I hope you enjoy it here. I'll see you later, Izuku. Flies off on a broom. After a bit of flying, they reach the Grimoire Tower, and Izuku lands on the ground along with Nijire, Ryukyu, and Kana. Once they went into the Grimoire Tower, nothing happened. Nijire, Zuzu, are we? Izuku. Soon enough, after a bit, 3 grimoires come out from the tower. 1 blue, 1 red, and 1 purple. Blue for Nijire, red for Ryukyu, and purple for Kana. They all open their grimoires and see no spells. Izuku, don't worry about having no spells. As you train and improve your magic, spells will start to appear in your grimoire. However, from this point on, you three will be on your own. I can't help you with making your magic stronger. Yes, it's true that training your magic against other mages will help, but the best way to get stronger is through experience. One last thing to know about the Magic Knights is that there is a ranking system. Since you three have just joined, it means that you are Junior Magic Knights, 5th class. It's a ranking system that goes from 5 to 1, Junior to Senior. Got it? All three, hi. Izuku, good. Let's go back to my hideout. 7 days later. When Nijire, Ryukyu, and Kana got back to the hideout, the three of them quickly adjusted to the new life in the Clover Kingdom. Eventually, they started to take missions on their own, and through that experience, Nijire, Kana, and Ryukyu learned some spells. While it wasn't much, it was enough, and during the days that passed, Izuku's squad was taking missions left and right. It made him happy since it told him how much they had missed being in their homeland. However, for Izuku, he didn't have much to do besides managing his squad and distributing wages when necessary. There were moments with Nijire, but they were brief. Once a week had passed, Izuku received a call to the capital for a report to the Wizard King and a distinguished service ceremony. He took 3 squad members, Linda, Ava, and Mary, and left for the capital. Upon arrival, he ran into Asta and Yuno along with some of their squad members. Hey Asta and Yuno. Wait, are you here? Izuku greeted. Asta, a little nervous, replied, Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just asking. Izuku reassured him. Oh, well, we're here to give a report to Magic Knight headquarters for the dungeon mission we did. Asta explained. Yuno added, yeah, we fought a Diamond Kingdom mage. Interesting. If you need assistance, I'm more than happy to lead you there. Izuku offered. Please. Noel chimed in. Alright, come with me. Izuku said. Asta whispered to Klaus. Hey, Four Eyes. Who is this guy again? I forgot. Klaus adjusted his glasses and replied. This is Captain Izuku Dragneel of the Dark Shadow Dragons, the strongest squad in the entire kingdom, second only to the Golden Dawn. However, his squad prefers to stay out of the spotlight. Wow! Asta exclaimed, running toward Izuku. So you're strong. Yes. In terms of magic and physical strength, I'm equal to Mario Leona, Izuku stated. Who? Asta asked. You'll meet her one day. She's a good friend of mine, Izuku assured him. Okay, wait. Physical strength? That means, Asta began. Yes, Izuku said, revealing his impressive physique. As he flexed, Asta joined in for a light-hearted competition, and after a few minutes, they stopped, drawing amused looks from the others. Childish, Yuno remarked. Okay, let's continue on our way, Izuku said. As they walked, Mimosa asked, Excuse me, Izuku. I've never gotten the chance to ask you, but how old are you? Oh, I'm 28 years old, Izuku replied. That's nice. Mimosa smiled innocently. Noel inquired, What about these four? Oh, these are my squad members, Daniel, Linda, Ava, and Mary. Izuku introduced them. Hello, they chorused. Daniel, Linda, and Mary quickly bonded with Asta and Yuno, chatting as they made their way to the Knight's headquarters. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a familiar figure. Izuku's eyes widened, and he smiled as he knelt. It's good to see you again. Klaus looked forward, kneeling as well. I never thought you would greet us personally. Mimosa and Noel also knelt. Asta and Yuno exchanged confused glances, unsure of who stood before them. He's flashy. Who do you think this guy is? Asta asked. Not sure. Yuno replied. Klaus exclaimed, You idiots. This is none other than the current Wizard King, Sir Julius Navachrono. Asta and Yuno were shocked and immediately knelt. Once they met with him, they all walked to a castle tower where Julius inspected Asta and Yuno's grimoires, becoming extremely excited. Will you cast this spell for me, pretty please? Julius asked eagerly. I'm sorry, sir. It seemed to have activated in the dungeon, but I haven't been able to use it again. Yuno explained, disappointment evident in his voice. Oh, I see. That's a shame. Julius replied. Asta then pushed Yuno aside, showing his grimoire. Hey, Wizard King, some weird writing showed up in my grimoire. Julius examined it closely. This seems like... Like what? Asta asked. Something I can't read. Julius admitted. As they continued to talk, Izuku instructed his squad, Hey, you four. Go to the place where the ceremony will take place. I'll be there shortly. Captain, they replied before leaving. Asta and Yuno exclaimed, How can I become the Wizard King? These words caused Izuku to smile at them. When Julius explained how to become Wizard King, both Asta and Yuno felt a surge of hope. Asta, Yuno? Izuku called. Yes, they replied eagerly. That's a good goal. I'll be rooting for you. Izuku encouraged. This surprised both Yuno and Asta, as they had often heard others dismiss their dreams as foolish. But Izuku believed in them and encouraged them to pursue their aspirations. Thank you so much, they said, bowing. No need to bow, I hate formalities. Anyway, let's go to the Distinguished Service Ceremony. Izuku said. Oh right, let's go. Julius agreed. As they walked through the hallway, Izuku explained the ceremony to Asta and Yuno. When they reached the door, Julius stopped talking. Here we are, he announced, opening the door. The question is, can you achieve greater results than these knights have? Once the door opened, they saw various knights from different squads and their captains. Izuku approached his squad members. All right, let the Distinguished Service Ceremony begin. Julius declared. Ava received Senior Magic Knight 3rd Class with 31 stars. Daniel got Intermediate Magic Knight 1st Class with 21 stars. Linda earned Senior Magic Knight 5th Class with 18 stars. And Mary was awarded Intermediate Magic Knight 2nd class with 12 stars. That puts the Dark Shadow Dragons at a total of 82 stars. A commanding lead. Julius announced proudly. The rest of you will have to work hard to not be left behind. We've also prepared a simple banquet to celebrate the occasion. Also, if you haven't noticed, I invited some special guests. Everyone looks at Asta, Klaus, Mimosa, and Noel. Julius, I hope you'll have a little fun with them as well. Marx whispers something in Julius's ear. Julius, sorry, but you'll have to excuse me. Something came up. Have a good time now. He laughs and walks away. Izuku smiles with his eyes closed, thinking, this isn't going to be good. Once all the knights go to the banquet, the tension in the air was so strong you could probably cut it with a knife. Klaus, how are we supposed to enjoy this? Although everyone was acting awkward, some were not. Asta, what is this? He starts to eat. Izuku chuckles. The same as ever, Asta. Wait a minute. Save a plate for me. He starts to eat as well. Alec-Dora, filthy gluttonous commoner. Why would the wizard invite such a vulgar guest? Nibra, I can't sense any magic in him. If he did clear that dungeon, I'm sure it was purely by luck. Hammond, what a disgusting eater. Solid, it's like having a rat in the throne room. Izuku rolls his eyes and continues to eat. Asta, you guys really don't pull your punches, do you? Well, nothing I'm not used to. Leopold, if I'm not wrong, you have a commoner in your squad as well. Everyone thinks he's a big shot because of his 4-leaf grimoire, but he's a commoner through and through. They may have pulled off the dungeon crawling mission, but I have no doubt I would have done better. Alec-Dora, well, Crimson Lion Cub, aren't you full of yourself? His work may be subpar, but it's not as if we expect much of a commoner. True, he's Golden Dawn, but it is we nobles who embody the ideals of our squad and captain. Izuku gets a little annoyed. Klaus, now, with all due respect. Alec-Dora, and what about you, Klaus? A man of your caliber should be ashamed to be in the company of those commoners. As for you, Mimosa, I hear you were injured and removed yourself from the fight. Your ineptitude is making the Royal House Vermilion a laughing stock. Mimosa, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Izuku's eye twitches as he stops eating. Asta, stop eating. Klaus, she performed great. Izuku smiles. Right. He walks to Mimosa and pats her head. Don't worry, Mimosa. You may have been injured in the dungeon, but you won't let that stop you from getting better, right? Mimosa, filled with confidence, smiles. Yes. Izuku looks at Alec-Dora. Alec-Dora, you shouldn't blame Mimosa. She made the right choice. Alec-Dora scoffs. I don't need to hear that from a disgrace like you. Someone who pretends to be the best captain when you weren't even here for a whole week, avoiding your work. Daniel, Ava, Linda, and Mary get angry and ready to fight. Izuku lifts his hand to stop them. Daniel, Ava, Linda, and Mary, right, Captain? Izuku, very well, let me ask you a question. If you were in a fight and took damage that was so bad that if you were to move, you would lose your arm, what would you do? Alec-Dora, I would fight and win. Izuku puts a finger on his chin. That's what I expected from a fool like you. Yes, it's true that you've won the battle and you can all celebrate, but soon enough you'll realize that the only fool on that battlefield was you. Alec-Dora, what? He is angry. Izuku, do you know the answer? Alec-Dora, I just answered it. I won. Izuku, yes, but in return, you've lost your arm, and then another enemy comes and kills you because of your stupidity. Nozel, Fugolian, and Charlotte spark a little smile from Izuku's words, as no one in the Clover Kingdom was able to fight against his logic. Solid. Come on, Alec-Dora, we all know who the inept person here is, and it's not poor little Mimosa. Right, Noel? He pours water on her head. Asta gets annoyed. Izuku, I've done my part. He walks to Charlotte and rests his arm on her shoulder. Charlotte, what do you want, Izuku? Izuku, oh come on, big sister. I know you missed me. Charlotte, she has a tick mark and wraps her magic around Izuku. I told you not to call me that. Izuku thinks, and she's mad. Hi. Soul, keep your grabby hands away from Char. Charlotte, call me Captain Soul. Izuku smiles. Still, besides that, Charlotte, I missed you a lot while I was away. Charlotte smiles. Me too. How was it? Izuku looks off to the side and puts his hand on the back of his neck. Annoying as hell, but hey, I did get 3 new squad members, one of which is my girlfriend. Charlotte smirks. Oh, what about your feelings for Mario Leona and Vermal? Izuku, no one knows yet. Don't tell. Charlotte, right? For the time that Izuku was speaking to Charlotte and Soul, he couldn't hear the conversation in the background until he heard a stomp and looked back to see Asta standing on top of a table. Asta, you were invited here by the Wizard King. So I assumed you must be pretty amazing, but you're just like all the rest of them, aren't you? Commoner, Pret, disgrace, failure. Do you think I care about what you people call me? Watch, because I will. He gets wrapped in sand. Alekdora, that's enough out of you, little rat. We will not be spoken to in such a manner by your kind. Be quiet. Asta slices through the spell. Not a chance. Alekdora, how dare you? Asta, now you better listen up because I wasn't done talking. I'm gonna get results like no one has before. I'll do whatever I have to become the Wizard King and prove you wrong. Izuku smiled, thinking, you truly are an interesting kid, Asta. But you aren't the only one who wants to be the strongest knight, and I won't let you get stronger than me without a fight. This is the power I will use to get there as well. As the atmosphere shifted, Asta's remark left the room in silence until Yuno broke the tension with a cheerful smile. Not a chance, he declared. Alekdora scoffed. You become the Wizard King. Nibra added, a mere commoner. Fugolian approached. Izuku, who stopped smiling and looked at him curiously. Something on your mind? Izuku asked. He truly is an interesting kid. Fugolian replied. Right. Izuku agreed. Solid and Nibra erupted into laughter. You've got to be joking. Solid exclaimed. Water binding magic, sea serpent's coil, he shouted, launching an attack. Asta swiftly sliced through the spell. Impossible. Solid gasped. Nibra followed up with, mist binding magic, mist spider's thread spell. Asta countered again, slicing through her magic as well. Izuku watched intently, thinking, anti-magic. How interesting. Alekdora realized, so it's true. He's destroying our magic. This kid is no ordinary commoner. We'll take him, he declared, opening his grimoire. With an attack range like that, we have nothing to fear. Sand creation magic, sand armored guard. He attempted to hold Asta in place. Mimosa cried out, he's in trouble. Klaus interjected, is this necessary? I'm sure he's learned his lesson. Did I ask you to speak? Alekdora snapped. No, sir. Klaus replied quickly. Such behavior cannot go unpunished, especially when it disrupts something as important as the Distinguished Service Ceremony banquet. Izuku felt confused, thinking, but you're the one using magic? No. Why so gentle? Don't tell me the Golden Dawn is getting soft, Alekdora. Solid taunted. Restraining him is not enough. People like this need their lesson beaten into them. He summoned a water bullet. Noel shouted, don't do it. This should shut your mouth for good. Solid said, aiming at Asta. Daniel, Ava, Mary, Linda, and Yuno placed their hands on their grimoires, ready to assist. Asta pulled out his Demon Slayer sword and declared, I'm not done yet. He sent the magic back at Solid. Now apologize. Izuku noted, he has a second sword. Thea appeared on his shoulder, observing, I see, never mind then. Solid fell to his knees from the impact of the spell, but before he could react further, the room grew cold. What are you doing, Nozel? Solid asked, bewildered. Enough, Solid. You shouldn't be so quick to use your magic against a mere commoner. Nozel commanded. I said enough. Izuku wore a deadpan expression, thinking, oh come on, Nozel. You can't lie, that was pretty entertaining. Asta felt the air grow frigid, realizing this ice-cold pressure is different from Captain Yami's. So this is the captain of the Silver Eagles. Nozel declared, a commoner who dares to defy royalty. I wonder how I should punish you. Klaus thought, now a captain is involved too. Asta struggled to breathe as Nozel lifted his hand. Fugolian stepped in, this has gone far enough. Nozel turned to him, what are you thinking, ganging up on a lone youth like this? Where is your sense of honor? Izuku smiled, thinking, always quick to resolve the situation, Fugolian? That reminds me of her. In his mind, Izuku blushed and shook his head, no, stop thinking those thoughts. Charlotte appeared beside him with a smug expression. What were you thinking about just now? Izuku blushed deeper, shaking his head vigorously. Nothing. Really? That blush doesn't look like nothing. Izuku looked away, flustered. Nozel remarked, a royal has recognized a commoner as his rival, truly. Everyone turned to Fugolian and Nozel. Izuku whispered to Charlotte, we should back up. But you are strong enough to stop them, she whispered back. Izuku walked back to Sol and their table. I'm not interested in getting in between their rivalry. Fugolian reminded Nozel, the Wizard King invited this young man. He may be a commoner, but we still extend him a manner of acceptance. Nozel retorted, I never would have expected such nonsense from a royal. I'm sorry to see how weak House Vermilion has become. You're a disgrace to the family, Fugolian. Fugolian's anger flared. What did you say? Nozel continued, as an eagle in the skies, how can I ever accept an insect who crawls upon the ground? The tension escalated as both Fugolian and Nozel began to release their auras, manifesting as a flaming lion and a frozen eagle. Izuku observed, see. Sol suggested, we should probably stop them, Char? No, Sol. Let the boys play out their little rivalry, Charlotte replied. And call me captain. Right, Char, whatever you say, Sol responded. That's captain. Suddenly, the building shook unnaturally. Before anyone could react, a random mage burst through the door. Terrible news, he exclaimed. Fugolian and Nozel halted their confrontation. What is it? Fugolian asked. Sir, the royal capital is under attack. Shock and anger spread through the room. In the royal capital, zombie-like creatures attacked civilians while a man laughed from atop a building. The mages struggled to defeat them, but the creatures wouldn't go down. Come out and show yourselves, magic knights, the man taunted. Back at the banquet, Fugolian demanded, what do you mean the royal capital is under attack? Shuren responded, I'll use my stone creation magic, stone model of the world. A stone model of the royal capital emerged from the ground. Klaus noted, that's a stone model of the royal capital. Alekdora added, troops with this much power to attack 5 places at once without us noticing. Fugolian concluded, yes, a skilled spatial magic user must have transported them all at once. Izuku questioned, but that doesn't make sense. The noble realm has a constant magic barrier around it, preventing anyone from invading the capital. Did one of the guardian mages turn traitor, or did they break through the magic barrier? Whatever it was, it took extreme skill. Asta shouted, what's everyone waiting for? Everyone looked confused. Asta continued, people are getting hurt, and standing here isn't going to help them. I'm out of here. Klaus replied, just where do you think you're going? We still don't have a grip on the situation. Besides, what will you do when you can't even detect magic power? Asta declared, I'm just gonna geo wherever it's loudest. Klaus exclaimed, what are you, some kind of animal? Izuku chuckled a little, and Leopold added, wait up. I'm not gonna miss seeing my rival in action. Fugolian interjected, really, Leo? It may be hard to take orders from me, but we must act now. I'll go after the Black Bull Boy and Leo, and once I've secured them, we'll head north. He summoned a fire line. Black Bull Girl, you're with me. Silver Eagles, take the center district. Blue Rose Knights, head east. Golden Dawn, split into 2 teams, one heads northwest, the other west. Dark Shadow Dragons, you take the south. Izuku responded, right? Daniel added, I got this, Captain, as he summoned a glitchy-looking bird. Fugolian warned, failure today will bring shame to the Magic Knights. Don't let the enemy get away. Everyone affirmed, right? As they flew away, Charmy emerged but hesitated when she caught a strange scent. In the royal capital, the knights arrived just in time to protect the people with low-level magic spells. Izuku used gravity magic, summoning a multitude of stone swords that slashed the zombies away. Meanwhile, in another part of the royal capital, a little girl was surrounded. Tell me, girl, do you like it here in the Clover Kingdom? A shadowy figure asked. The little girl, scared and crying, replied, Yes, I do. I love it. Please, sir, you need to stop. The figure smiled menacingly. I can't. I hate the Clover Kingdom. I'm going to take this town and destroy you all. Just then, Asta burst through the flames. All right then, I'm gonna protect them. The figure scoffed. I knew some magic knight would show up, but a black bull? Really? Asta shouted. Get away from her, you psycho. She's just a kid. The figure taunted. A black bull with a rusty old sword? You really think you can stand against my puppets? As his zombies rose, the little girl ran to Asta. How did he? Asta wondered. The girl said, I was so scared. I know, but you did great. Now get behind me. Asta instructed. Oh, I see. You must be that anti-magic freak. The figure sneered. Have you heard of me? Asta shot back. The figure continued. Honestly, this can't be right. The Black Bulls may be the weakest of the Magic Knight squads, but even they wouldn't take on a weak, magicless boy like you. He summoned more zombies. Asta cut them down. In the center, Nozel announced, We're here now. Everybody step back. In the Western District, Klaus asked, What are these things? Nothing we do seems to put them down. In the Eastern District, Sol remarked, Oh wow. These things are gross, huh, Char? Charlotte replied, Yes, they are. Just looking at them makes me sick. Call me Captain. Stay back. In the Northwest, Mimosa exclaimed, There are so many of them. Yuno observed, a corpse army. I wonder if they have any weaknesses. Alec-Dora scoffed, If you're strong enough, the enemy's weaknesses don't matter. In the North, Noel said, Really creepy. Leopold added, I hope my rival's all right. Fugolian instructed, You can worry about the Black Bull boy later, Leo. These things have magic power inside them, but while they can move, they aren't living beings. Back to where we were, when Izuku destroyed the Wraith, it took a lot out of him, but he still had enough magic to heal himself and cast low-level spells. Leopold had just finished destroying the last Wraith, making Fugolian proud. Noel and Leopold saluted him. What am I doing saluting him? Noel thought. Asta winced in pain, holding his side. Fugolian smiled and turned his attention to Raids, walking toward him. Raids sneered, No, it's not over. I'll show you, royal or not, no one is more powerful than I am. Fugolian responded, Now, flame creation magic. Leo Palma. Fire enveloped and restrained Raids. Get these flames off me, Himinu. This isn't fair. Raids shouted. As he spoke, Izuku approached Raids. I've recovered enough to walk. Good. Guys, go make sure no enemies remain. Daniel, Linda, Mary, and Ava replied, Yes, sir, and ran off. Fugolian said, I have a lot of questions to ask you, and you will answer. But first, I'm going to take a look at your grimoire. No. Leave it alone. Raids protested. Fugolian picked it up. Seems unusually thin. Izuku remarked, Strange. Once he opened the grimoire, both Izuku and Fugolian were shocked to find it contained only one page. What? Izuku exclaimed. Fugolian pondered, Does this mean he did all this with only one spell? Raids yelled, Quit looking. Put it down now. I don't need your mockery too. Asta retorted, Mockery? I don't hear anyone laughing. Fugolian and Izuku turned their heads to Asta. Asta continued, I get that you wanted people to take you seriously, But I don't understand why you had to do it like this. You're strong, and you've got a ton of magic power. But now all that strength and power mean nothing. You threw it all away. Raids looked shocked. Fugolian and Izuku smiled. Fugolian said, "Perhaps you could have become a great man if you'd gone down a different path. This is where the lack of a just heart has brought you." It was quiet, but after a few seconds, Raids began to talk to himself, or so they thought. "Well, are you satisfied? I hope you've at least learned a lesson. Clearly, your might alone was not enough to defeat a squad captain." Izuku, a voice. Raids, "No, I almost won really. Sometimes you can't win, no matter how great your power. My power nears its limit. No more acting on your own. For now, we act for the Emistir's sake and yours as well." As for the rest of the Magic Knights, the citizens were happily cheering for them and their victory. Soul, a nice hot bath sounds nice. Hot Char? Charlotte, heavenly. Artie, good job, Blue Rose Knights. Nozel, I have a feeling this isn't over. What do they want? Excellent, they're all in the right areas. A few seconds later, a large spatial magic spell consumes the Magic Knights and sends them away, except for Yuno, who, for some reason, is aided by his grimoire. Fugolian, something's wrong. Noel, where did the other Magic Knight's mana go? Leopold, I don't know. I can't sense it either. Izuku, looking around cautiously, someone else is here, but where? Asta, looking around. Fugolian, I want to know where the others you're working with are. Back with the people, they were unaware of a witch watching them from above. These fools fell for it. Are these really the greatest knights who protect the country? How pathetic. I was going to play with any of the knights that escaped, but oh well. Prepares Grimoire Ash Curse Magic. Ash Curse Formation. The magic causes the people to grow older, but while she was doing this, Yuno started to fight her. Yuno, I'm not going to hurt any more of these people. You're dead. Prepares more magic, how dare you. ASH Curse Magic. Cheerful Ash Destruction. This little shell contains all kinds of lovely curses. The best part is you won't know what they do until they hit you. Yuno, who are you and what do you want? Your pretty face has earned you an answer. Our mission is simple. There's a certain someone we need to get rid of. Yuno, and who is that? Oh come on, you honestly think I would tell you? Good looks only get you so far. Back to Fugolian and the rest. Fugolian, there's at least one other involved in this invasion. This required spatial magic on an immense scale. So tell me, where is your partner? Have they escaped already? They may have managed to send the Magic Knights away from the capital, but that doesn't mean they have the power necessary to capture it. Nor do I believe this to be a feint to reach the king. You've made it clear your personal motive is revenge, but I sense there was a larger purpose behind the attack. Raids, starts laughing. Izuku, getting frustrated and about to use magic to make him talk. Raids, you want to know what we're after? You, Fugolian Vermilion. We came for you. Izuku, confused. Fugolian, for me? Leopold, but why him? Fugolian, yes, why? A spatial magic spell starts to consume Fugolian as well. Fugolian, spatial magic again, huh? Very well. Maybe now we'll get to the bottom of this. Disappears. When Fugolian disappears, everyone feels a bad omen, as if something is about to happen. Unknown place. Fugolian lands on the ground strange. What is this place? Back to Yuno. After a while of fighting her, Yuno ends up getting hit by a couple of the shells, making him blind, deaf, and numb. But after that, he finally learns how to use his spirit's power, the wind spirit. Yuno, charging up massive mana. The mana is gathering. It feels like he is controlling the mana. Yuno, I see now. The spirit has been sending out mana signals this whole time. But I relied too much on my vision and hearing, so I wasn't able to sense them. Izuku looks to the side and sees Yuno. Thea, is that you? Thea, yes, that is the wind spirit. You are going to have some competition if you want to surpass the wind spirit. Yes, it's true that I'm stronger than her, but the question is, which one of you will be better at using spirit power? Izuku smirks, yeah right. I won't let myself lose. You know, there's just one very important thing to know about me. Nervous. You know, the truth is I would rather give my life than lose. Wind spirit magic. Sylph's breath. One chance, I have to use the power I stole. Izuku, good job, you know. Unknown place. Walks to Fugolian. Fugolian, shocked it's you. After Yuno defeated the witch, she ran away and ended up running into Charmy, who defeated her. Yuno passed out afterward due to mana overuse. When the witch was defeated, she was restrained and passed out, causing all the mana she stole to return to the people. Back to the group. Leopold, you evil Deku. Holding Raid's shirt, tell me where you sent my brother. Raids, laughs in his face. Noah, he's just toying with you. He wasn't the one who cast the spatial magic spell. With the pinpoint accuracy of it, no one would be able to pull it off if they weren't close by. Looks around, they're hiding nearby. Asta and Izuku, looking around. Soon enough, Asta charges at one of the mountains of corpses and swings his sword at it. When he does, a spatial magic user emerges. Noel, he was hiding under the corpses? Nice observation skills. I had a feeling you would figure out my magical transformations. But I couldn't even get past you with this disguise. I thought Izuku would have been the one to figure it out first. I guess that spell before took a lot out of you. Izuku, DM in it. My magic sense isn't as strong as I thought. Well, this just means I'll have to get so much stronger. I can't fight for long if we get into one. Luckily, I've gained the keys to getting stronger. It seems things are about to start happening. You really are quite the animal. Rips off mask regardless. It's already over now. Asta, over? Leopold, what is? Another spatial portal opens, and out of it comes Fugolian, missing an arm. Noel and Leopold run to his side to help. Izuku, eyes wide no. Asta, but how? How can someone be that strong? That's just insane. Oh, his arm. Leopold, this can't be. Shaking, you can't die, Fugolian. Not my brother, he'd never lose. He'd never lose. Never. Before they could say anything else, Fugolian's grimoire falls through a portal, telling them he's still alive. Noel, it's Captain Fugolian's grimoire. Wait, if his grimoire's still intact, that means he's not dead yet. Izuku, happy sigh, thank goodness. Runs to Fugolian, let me help. Noah, right? Rips a piece of clothing to stop the bleeding, try healing him. Izuku, yeah, I'm low on mana, but I don't care. I won't let him die. Light magic. Healing light. Struggles to maintain the spell. Leopold, impossible. There's no way. Captain Fugolian's grimoire starts to disappear. Izuku, him in it. Heavy breathing, alright, we need to create a tourniquet. While thinking this, Leopold gets knocked away by Raids. Noel, he still has a reserve of magic left. Izuku, he. Raids, laughing, I lack a just heart, do I? Well, I have to tell you, the way I've lived my life, my heart has done just right by me. Looks like you'll have to save your preaching for the afterlife, Captain. You've fulfilled your purpose here. Raids, stops and looks up at him. Take your leave, Raids, before the other magic knights get here. Uses spatial magic. Izuku finishes the tourniquet there. Raids, spatial magic appears at his feet. Teeth. Asta, and away. Not yet. Raids, it's little Asta, right? Don't worry, I promise to kill you soon enough and make a plaything out of your corpse. Something we can both look forward to, you brat. Asta runs towards Raids. Noel, yes. Asta, I'm not close enough. I'll never make it. No, just let him go. He won't last long with wounds like that. Izuku, tired, leave it to him, Noel? Asta, I can do this. Remember what Captain Fugolian told me. There must be some way I can stop him, I just have to figure out what it is. Eyes widen, spatial magic is still magic, and I've still got one sword left. After that day, the Wizard King concluded that the attack was the work of a terrorist targeting the Clover Kingdom. In a public speech, he made clear his determination to continue to fight. Of course, the people greeted this declaration with wholehearted support. The invasion was only possible because some of the guardian mages who maintained the city's magic barrier had disappeared. Were they killed or worse? No one knew. After assessing the situation carefully, Julius came to his own conclusion. Julius, as much as I don't want to believe it, there must be a traitor among the royal capital's mages. Inside the interrogation room, they figured out that the prisoners had protective magic cast on their memories, making it so they couldn't get any information out of them. So, Julius decided they would wait until the King of Lions awakens. A known place. Raids. I'm in pain and it's all your fault. You did this to me, you miserable brat, Asta. I'm going to enjoy destroying you. I'll assemble a wraith army and tear you limb from limb. Sally, wait, are you talking about the anti-magic kid Asta? No, you can't kill him. I've got research to do, and I need him alive if I'm going to get the best results. What's more, I healed that scratch of yours, so there's no way you're feeling any pain right now. Raids. Oh. It's true, I still hurt, and as for that kid, I saw him first, so you stay away. Hands off, you hear me? Sally, I'm not listening. Walks away. Me and Asta are going to have so much fun together. Goes to a capsule. It's too bad I won't know when I'll get to see him again, but luckily, I was able to get some of his blood while he was in my gel. Now time for some anti-magic research. In the same place, the man who appeared before Julius showed that he ended up taking a blow from him, which left his arm in disarray and unable to heal. Now we move back to the King of the Dragons, Izuku Dragneel. After that day, he wasn't the same. He wouldn't speak as much and was always out on missions. Nothing was wrong with him physically, it was mentally. But the one thing every single one of his squad members noticed was that Izuku had been getting stronger at an explosive rate. It wasn't exactly surprising. The thing that made Izuku unique among all the captains of the Clover Kingdom was his unknown ability to grow at insane rates of speed. An example would be something like if a normal person took 9 years to become strong, Izuku would only take a week. But his change worried his squad members until eventually, they decided to confront him about it. Izuku puts on suit and gets ready to leave again. Ava walks to him. Captain. Izuku looks back to see his whole squad. Yes. Linda, are you okay? You haven't been yourself after that day in the capital? Izuku. Lucifero. Inside his mind, you're not fine. You've been burying yourself in your work because you feel like you failed. And on top of that, you're too excited because of the sudden power boost you got. Izuku, but Thea appears on his shoulder. He's right, Izuku. It wasn't your fault, and besides, you've been in and out ever since that day. It has been a week. I know you want to be stronger, but it's okay to relax every now and then. After hearing that, Izuku felt bad. He had been ignoring his squad for the past week. It was time to act like a captain should. Izuku, feeling bad. Yes, I'm fine, guys. Takes off night suit. Listen, I owe you an apology. Since that day, I was consumed by my work and thought that I had failed. Sebastian, that wasn't your fault, Captain, and besides, Fugolian will be all right. Izuku, I know, but still. Bose, I sincerely apologize to you all for worrying you. Every single member except for Nijire hugs him and says they forgive him, but when Izuku looks at Nijire, she has a pouting face. Izuku, small chuckle and kisses her. Does that make you feel better? Nijire, blushing in a, you owe me a date. Izuku, blushes but smiles very well. Oh, by the way, you guys have the day off. Also, come with me. Squad, yes sir. They all walk to the courtyard, and when Izuku goes into a box in front of the hideout, he pulls out a bunch of bags and gives them to his squad members. Izuku, your wages. If you don't want it, go to the mountaintop and put it in the vault. Squadton, yes sir. Izuku, alright, come with me, Nijire. I have one stop to make, then we can go on our date. Nijire, okay. Izuku flies off along with Nijire. As for Squad 10, they start to relax because they have nothing to do. But Ava decides to follow Izuku because she has some business in Nin Village as well. On the way there, Nijire asks a question. Nijire, where are we going? Izuku, Nin Village. They have a nice restaurant that I've been wanting to take you to, and I'm also going to visit my little sister. Nijire, little sister? I thought. Izuku, no, it's not Izumi. It's another girl. She and I are not related, but she is more of a little sister to me than Izumi ever was. Once they arrive, Izuku sees Asta playing with a girl named Marie. When he lands on the ground, he sees Sister Teresa and also Eri. Eri sees Izuku and gets happy Oane. Izuku kneels down to her level. Hey little sis. How are you doing? Eri, good. I've had fun with the kids of the church like you said, and Sister Teresa is really nice. Izuku pats her head. That's good to hear. Stands up while still having his hand on Eri's head. Thank you so much, Sister Teresa, for taking care of Eri and helping her. Teresa, you're welcome, Izuku. You are always so kind. Izuku smiles and puts his hand behind his head. Ah, thank you. Eri smiles and looks at Nijire. Who is this, brother? Izuku, oh, this is my girlfriend, Nijire. Eri, but what about your crush on Marioliona and Vermal? Izuku puts a finger on Eri's mouth. Nijire, Izuku. Izuku, scared yes? Nijire, dark innocent smile. You have a lot of explaining to do. Dragging him away. Izuku, scared and anime tears, dimming it all to childish arrogance. While he is being dragged away, Ava watches and laughs. In an alleyway. Izuku, listen, Nijire. It's not. Nijire, do they treat you right? Izuku, what? Nijire, I asked if they treat you right, and you can tell me the truth. I swear. Izuku, yes, it's true. I'm madly in love with them both, and yes, they do treat me right, but if you don't want it, I won't push it. I'm sorry for not telling you. But just know I love you just as much, so Nijire, no darling, you've got it wrong. I'm willing to share you. Izuku, Nijire, yeah, I'm willing to share you with her, but under one condition. Izuku, okay. Nijire, it'll only be us three and no one else. Understand? Izuku, happy on the inside. Wow, that's not how I expected it to go, but I'll take it. I'm willing to love you three equally and much more. You got it. Nijire, good. But first, before she comes in, I will dominate you first. Sorry, love, but you aren't getting any sleep tonight. All right, let's go back, and once we're done, we're going on that date. Izuku, right? Once they get back and start playing with the kids and having fun, a man wearing a purple shirt steps on Asta, surprising Izuku and Nijire. Asta, it's the bloody-nosed sister lover. Izuku almost laughs. Gosh, call me a bloody-nosed sister lover again, and I will crush you. Asta, stars in eyes. That's not gonna happen, not the way I've been training. Gosh, shut up. Izuku and Nijire, deadpan look. I don't think that's what he meant. Gosh, I only get to see my sister once a month, which means that these visits are special. Today, I set aside all of that. So how is it that you made it here before me? Asta, so you do have a sister complex and get nosebleeds, huh? How was I supposed to know she was your sister? Gosh, stop pointing your finger at my angel. I know I showed you her picture, so don't lie. Asta, did you? I don't remember. I met her today when I came to play with Rebecca's brothers and sisters. Her siblings were a little afraid of Gosh, but Izuku was able to handle it. Izuku, hey watch. When Izuku kneels down to their level, he moves his hand in a wave motion and soon enough he creates a candy apple for Rebecca's brothers and sisters, all of them. Ah, thank you, Mr. Asta, wow, Captain Izuku, I didn't know you were good with kids. Izuku, it's my day off. So I'm not a captain, and also yes, I'm extremely good with kids. And women as well, but you're too young to understand. Asta. Eri pulls on Izuku's breaths. Brother, can I have one too? Izuku, of course. Does the same thing and pulls out another. Gives it to Eri. Here sis. Eri grabs it and starts to eat it. Thank you, brother. Marie, stop it, big brother. Please, Asta's gonna be my husband someday. Izuku, Nijire, surprised. Well, at least she's young. So she doesn't know what that means. As for Gosh, Izuku could literally see him turn to stone and break apart. Gosh. Kill, 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 kill. Mirror magic. Reflect ray. To Teresa, oh my. It's awfully noisy out here. It's time to go. We need to get back to the church now. Marie, happy sister. Izuku, oh hey. Sister Teresa, you're back. Teresa, I see, so you're here, Gauche? Gauche, that's right, hag. Teresa, that's sister to you. Mind your manners. Gauche, closes Grimoire. Marie and I are going on a date. You can head back to the church on your own. Teresa, no, Gauche. She's coming, the sooner you accept that the better for us all. When are you going to realize that you're no good for a girl like Marie? She deserves to around somebody better than you. With your bad attitude and nasty tongue. Gauche, what was that, you old crone? Teresa? There's C. Gauche, just drop dead. They start walking towards each other. Teresa, a nice thing to say to an old woman who nearing the end of her life, thoughtless fool. Gauche, says the demon witch. Who'll live for another 100 years or 2 or 3? Teresa, only a thug would resort to that sort of name-calling. Gauche, shut up, you worthless bag. Izuku, what am I watching right now? Asta, standing in front of Sister Teresa. Hold on a sec. You can't just talk to an elderly woman of the cloth like that. It's just wrong. Gauche, nobody asked you to get involved. Now back off. Teresa, just go home. Come along, Marie. Airy. Marie, holding Teresa's hand. By Gauche, by Asta. I had fun. Airy, doing the same. By brother. When Marie and Airy leaves, Gauche basically straight up dies on the spot. Izuku, I don't even. Takes Nijire's hand. I'm going now. Asta. Later, Izuku leaves and drags Gauche along with him. With Izuku, he ended up buying a room to sleep in for a while cause he didn't feel like going back to the hideout nor Knight's headquarters. But before he went on his date, he wanted to take a shower to wash off a little, and once he was done, Izuku got dressed, although Nijire also wanted to do something. So she went into the bathroom as well afterwards. A/N, I think you can already tell where this is going. Izuku, sitting on the bed waiting for Nijire. I wonder what I should be doing for the date. I'm thinking about taking her to see the Blue Lily Garden afterwards. Maybe something else, I don't know. But we'll see, soon enough. Before Izuku could think more about it though, Nijire comes out the bathroom wearing nothing, but Izuku didn't notice until a few seconds later. When she got behind him, Izuku hears the door open and her footsteps. Oh, I see you're ready. Turns around. Izuku then sees Nijire completely naked in front of him. It takes a while for it to register in his mind, but once it does, he blushes heavily, but for some reason he couldn't look away. Izuku, blushing while looking at her. Nijire, blushing like what you see. Izuku unconsciously responds yes. When Izuku hears his unconscious response, he turns into a tomato with how red his face became. Izuku, still blushing. No, sorry, I didn't. Nijire kisses him. Shut up. Izuku was going to stop, but after a few seconds of Nijire kissing him, he just let go back. Izuku holds her waist and pulls her closer. When Izuku pulled her in closer, she was happy, and as a result they started to get more NTMT by French kissing, which lasted for about 10 minutes. Izuku and Nijire stops, leaving a string of sliver saliva. Nijire puts a finger on his lower lip. Zuzu, you are my boyfriend. One day to be husband. So don't feel like you aren't allowed to do these things. Gets closer. Izuku could basically feel her BRST pressing against his chest. It turned him on to the max. Nijire stuck whisper, I want you to have me for the night, and that was all he needed. Lemon warning. Skip if you want. I'll put a note at the end of it. Fun. After hearing that, Izuku started to kiss Nijire again, although this time it was much more aggressive. Nijire was keeping up nicely, but after a quick smack to her butt, she lost her match against Izuku's tongue. But he didn't kiss her for long, as after 2 minutes he stopped and picked her up, placing her down on the bed while taking his own shirt off. Izuku throws shirt to the side completely. Nijire sees his scars. Izuku, sorry if they look bad. Nijire, no. I think they make you look CC. Izuku smiles a little and kisses her for a few seconds before getting up completely. Izuku then fully undresses, showing his D to Nijire. She blushed at its size but wasted no time in crawling to him while still on the bed. Nijire starts to jerk him off while looking at him. Since when were you hiding this treat from me? He didn't answer, but soon enough Nijire starts to give Izuku a BLWJB, which was pretty nice for him. Izuku felt a mix of embarrassment and excitement as he thought about his relationship with Nijire. Despite his inexperience, He was eager to explore their connection. Nijire looked at him with a playful smile, and Izuku felt a surge of confidence. "Don't thank me yet. I'm not done with you," he said as he joined her on the bed. Nijire turned around, ready for what was to come. Izuku felt a rush of anticipation as he looked at her. "Are you sure, Nijire?" he asked, wanting to ensure she was comfortable. "Yes, Zuzu. I want you," she replied, her enthusiasm evident. Izuku gently began to move closer, ensuring that Nijire felt at ease. After a moment, she encouraged him to continue, and they both found themselves lost in the moment, enjoying each other's presence. As they explored their connection, they transitioned through different positions, each one bringing them closer together. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy, and they shared sweet words of affection. Eventually, they both felt a sense of satisfaction and happiness. "We should do this more often, Zuzu," Nijire said with a smile, holding his hand. Izuku agreed, and they shared a quick shower before heading to bed, feeling content in each other's arms. "I love you so much," he whispered, caressing her hair. As they drifted off to sleep, a commotion outside stirred Izuku awake. He sensed something was wrong and quickly got out of bed to investigate. "Are you okay?" Nijire asked sleepily. "Yeah, stay in bed. I'll check it out," he reassured her, putting on some clothes before heading outside. He found Asta and others in a state of confusion. "What's going on?" Izuku asked, noticing the unusual snow. Noelle expressed her concern about the strange weather, and Izuku realized that something was amiss. "Did you see where the children went?" he asked Noelle urgently. She hesitated, and Izuku's worry deepened. "There's no festival. The kids are missing," he exclaimed, determination in his voice. As the group began to piece together the mystery, Izuku felt a sense of responsibility to help find the missing children, ready to take action alongside his friends. "Teresa holds out her hand. This snow has magic in it, and it controls people whose magic hasn't developed much. You must have sensed it too, right, Izuku?" Izuku: "Yes, this snow is why the kids are gone." Teresa: "Almost all of ours have disappeared as well. Why would someone take all these children away?" Gosh, Waco, you lost some of yours. Marie better not have been one of them. Teresa: "Unfortunately she was." Gosh, holds Teresa's shirt. "How could you let this happen?" "Stop please." Teresa: "So quick to resort to violence. You truly are hopeless. You can hit me if you want, but that won't bring them back. It won't help Marie." Gosh, "Maybe not, but it sure will make me feel a lot better." Before Gosh's fist could make contact with Sister Teresa, Asta got in the way. Gosh, Asta, you will die. Asta: "Hey now, let's calm down a bit." Slams Gosh's head into the ground. "We're magic knights after all. We have to learn to remain calm. You got it?" Teresa: "Well done. I like this boy." Gosh, "Huh? All right then." Asta: "I knew you'd come around." Gosh, "I'll kill you very calmly." Izuku, unamused look and closes eyes. While Izuku was focusing, Ava came to them. Ava: "Oh hey Captain." Izuku looks back. "Oh hey, Ava. What are you doing here?" Ava: "I came here to drink at the bar, have fun, and help Sister Teresa." Izuku smiles and focuses again. After a minute, Izuku opens his eyes with a worried look and goes to Teresa. Izuku: "Sister Teresa, was Eri gone too?" Teresa: "Sad yes." Hearing that, Izuku got angry, but as a captain, he was able to stay calm. After hearing Gosh explain how to find the children, he spoke. Teresa: "I'll go too. The church's kids are my responsibility." Asta: "Thanks, sister. But you should let us." Gosh: "No, the hag is annoying, but she does have her uses." Asta: "Really? But isn't she kind of?" Teresa: "I can still teach you young people a thing or two." After a bit more talking, they get ready. Izuku: "I'm going with you." Asta: "Are you sure, Izuku?" Izuku: "Yes. They took my little sister, and I will tear apart whoever took her. I'm going whether or not you want my help." They start to fly. Izuku flies on his own. Gosh, "Let's go now." Asta hangs onto Gosh's broom. "No, you're not going to leave me behind, Are you? Gauche, you can't fly on your own. You want to hang like him. Teresa, there's always a chance that the village will be attacked while we're gone. Please stay here and look after it for me. Izuku, you stay here as well, Ava? Ava, salutes yes, sir. They go off to find the kids. Meanwhile, a white-haired man inside a cave was talking to all the kids. Although they couldn't hear him due to magic controlling their minds, Eri and Marie were the only ones to wake up. Marie and Eri, where am I? This isn't the church. How did I get here? Why does everyone look so strange? Who is that man? Did he cast a spell on everyone? Marie, oh right, the mirror my brother gave me. Eri, the light blessing my brother gave me protected me from magic. Marie and Eri, that's why I'm awake. Nej walks to Eri and Marie. Oh dear. My spells wore off on these two. Why is that? Too bad really. If I can't use my magic to make you both good girls, then we can't be friends. You want to be my friend, right? Marie, no, not like that. You shouldn't use spells to make people your friends. If you do, then you're not a real friend at all. Eri, yeah, friends are supposed to be made through strong bonds. Nej, angry you don't belong here, you horrible little monsters. No friend of mine would ever say something like that. Smacks them both. It didn't hurt too much, but Eri and Marie flew away and hit the ground, causing a little cut on Eri's cheek and a bruise on Marie's. But now, don't lose your temper, Nej. We don't want to damage the merchandise. Grabs Nej's hair. Do I have to do all your thinking for you? Nej, no please. I'm sorry. The man named Barrow then used magic on the glasses he was wearing and saw that Eri and Marie were filled with a good amount of magic. Barrow laughs. Yeah, these two are the stars of this show. A lot of power for some kids. When he looks at the rest, he sees that they have decent magic, but one of them barely had any, so he threw him away. Barrow, now then. Time to start taking some magic. Laughing. With Izuku and the group. Gauche, she's nearby. The mana feels stronger here. Asta, okay. Izuku, serious look. I can sense my light blessing I gave to Eri. Don't worry, sis. Your older brother is coming. Teresa, whoever is behind this has a great deal of power, so stay sharp. Izuku thoughts. Asta, right? Gauche, please, Marie. Hold on. Asta, we're coming, kids. Hang in there. In the village, Ava and Noelle were reassuring the parents of the children, telling them it would be okay. Ava, no, try to contact the other knights just in case. No, right? When Noelle opens the device in her hand, Sek appears on the screen. Sek yawns. Hello there. Knights headquarters here. Noelle, hey, I recognize you. They have you working at Knights headquarters. Sek, ha. Captain Jack stationed me to help out temporarily. But not a full-time position. I just accomplished so much in such a short time in the green praying mantises. Noelle and Ava exchanged annoyed glances. Listen, there's snow falling in Neen. Noelle exclaimed. Really? How romantic. Sek replied, seemingly unfazed. Ava's eye twitched in annoyance. Did you understand the word emergency? Someone used magic to make snow fall so that they could kidnap children from the village. Sek blinked. Wait, huh? You should tell the magic knights right away. What do you think we're doing now? Noelle and Ava shouted in unison. Right? Well, don't worry. Sek is on the case, he laughed. I don't find that reassuring, they replied. After a moment of silence, Ava and Noelle exchanged glances and spoke together. Let's be friends. They began dancing around awkwardly, causing the watching villagers to sweat drop in confusion. Meanwhile, Gauche sensed mana nearby. I'm picking up mana over there. Same, Izuku added. They must be hiding in the cave along with the other children. Asta spotted a child. Marco. Hang on, Gauche. Can you set me down over there for a sec? Leave him. My angel is the only one that matters. Gauche insisted. Tihis. Izuku grumbled, grabbing Asta. Come on, Asta. Right. Asta agreed as they flew down with Sister Teresa while Gauche headed into the cave. Stay with us, Teresa urged the child. The poor thing is covered in cuts and bruises, along with a bit of frostbite. Izuku placed a finger on the boy's forehead. He's in a magic-induced trance. Asta, use your sword. Right. Asta replied. Wait, what are you? Teresa began, but Izuku reassured her, don't worry, sis, it'll be okay. Once Asta tapped the boy on the head with his sword, the spell broke and he woke up. After Izuku and Teresa healed him, Asta gave him his magic night cloak, and they prepared to leave again. Thank you, Izuku. I know it must be, Asta started. Please, Asta. I don't want to talk about it, Izuku said, worry etched on his face. I'm just worried for my sister. I know, but still. Thank you, Asta replied, smiling. Inside the cave, Barrow was draining the magic from the kids with a device, causing them pain. Please, don't take away my magic. Marie cried. Barrow laughed maliciously. Don't struggle, girls. We have plans for you too. That magic of yours is going to make us rich. Eri and Marie sobbed, and Eri pleaded, please, brother, help me. Marie! Gauche shouted as he burst into the cave. Big brother, I knew you'd come. Marie exclaimed, but Gauche's expression darkened as he saw her bruised cheek. You've hurt Marie, and for that, you will pay. He shot a beam from his mirror at Barrow. During the fight, Gauche easily overpowered Barrow, but before he could do more, Barrow grabbed Eri and Marie, threatening to hurt them. Just then, Asta, Izuku, and Teresa arrived. Please help. Big brother! Eri cried. Izuku's eyes turned red with anger as he saw Eri's injury. You were the one who hurt my sister, weren't you? He demanded. Barrow remained silent, but Izuku threw him into the wall with a loud bang. Piece of filth. He turned back to Eri, kneeling down. Eri hugged him tightly, still crying. It's okay, Eri. I'm here now. Your older brother will always be there to protect you. Do you really mean it? Eri asked, looking up at him. Of course, Izuku smiled, healing her wound. See? All better. He set her down, and she clung to him, comforted by his presence. Teresa assessed the situation. These children have been completely drained of magic. I don't know if they can ever regain it. Izuku's anger flared again. That's what they were after. Eri added, that man said something about money. Stay here, Eri. Izuku ordered. Come on, Asta. Right. Asta agreed. Barrow, now frightened, realized the gravity of his situation. What do you want? You can't stop me. Izuku and Asta declared together, we will make you pay. Barrow used magic on his glasses, but he was confused when he saw Asta had no magic. Izuku, however, unleashed a powerful force that shattered Barrow's glasses. At the Black Bull's hideout, Sek had come to ask for their aid but ended up frightened by their strange members. Meanwhile, Barrow, pinned against the wall, stared at Izuku and Asta, bewildered. How? Are there two of you? Nej gasped, defeated once again by Gauche. Gauche, mirror magic. Real double. My real double spell summons a clone from the mirror world into this world. I cast it quickly before you attacked. Teresa, the smaller of the two, has great magic power, enough to make snow fall over an entire village, but Gauche's power is just as great, and he's always been good at fighting with magic. He truly is strong, if only he weren't such an ill-mannered thug. Barrow, don't just lay there like a useless lump, Nej. Get up and fight. A minute I can't move, there's got to be something I can do. Izuku kicks his foot into his shoulder. No, there isn't. You're finished. Asta grabs his shirt. How could you do something so messed up? You stole their magic. Can you imagine if somebody had taken yours? Barrow starts to laugh, except they didn't. No, did they? If a bunch of brats lose their magic, that's their problem, not mine. Asta snaps. Why you? Punches the wall. Bursted. Asta, the pain you're in is nothing compared to what you deserve. You will find a way to fix this. Teresa, that's enough. Don't waste your energy on him. He's not worth the effort. Use his magic to restrain him. What's important right now is taking care of the children. Izuku, right? Asta, break the spell on them. Asta, got it, but first, tell us how to make their magic return. Barrow, yes, I'll tell you whatever you want to know if you'll just. Izuku, quit stalling. Barrow, shuts up. Teresa, you're filthy. Asta, use your sword. Asta, got it. Barrow, mug magic. Mugman. Asta then breaks the spell on all the kids, and Izuku and Teresa use magic to heal them. Izuku looks at his hand. Ever since that day I awakened, using spells barely takes any mana now, and when it does, it returns as fast as it leaves. Although I still have to be careful. I still don't know how to use my newfound power to its max capabilities. Gauche steps on Nedge's head. You're the one who hit her, Marie told me. That crime can only be paid for with your life. Teresa, that's enough, Gauche. Marie, I'm fine really. Can you just forgive him? Gauche, not a chance. If someone poses a threat to my beloved sister, I will show no mercy. Teresa, we need to worry about getting their magic back, not petty vengeance. Looks at Barrow. Tell me, why did the two of you do this? These children are the hope of our kingdom. The three-leaf sprouts upon which our future depends. Nedge cries, I didn't want this. I just wanted to make some new friends. It hurts. Please, Barrow, tell me what I should do? Barrow, well, for a start, you can quit whining. Damn it, it's not fair. Why did this have to happen to me? It's all her fault. I thought we were going to make a fortune, but it was a trick the whole time. Looks at the warning device. Come on, show your face. Sally, wow. Barrow, finally. Pretty slow for someone who can use spatial magic. We hit a roadblock. Think I can get a little help here? Sally, I am so sick of your whining, but it looks like you brought me a present, so I'll let it pass. Jumps down a Asta, the eye of the midnight sun. Izuku smirks. My day just keeps getting better and better. Magic aura flares up. I've been wanting a rematch for the longest time now. Cracks knuckles. Sally, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Yami, what? Something's going down in Neen, and you didn't think you should mention it sooner? Idiot Sek, but I did try to tell you. Yami, no excuses. Sek, So afterwards, Yami decides to go to Neen after a minute. At Neen Village, the people remain calm while Noelle and Ava are sitting down at a table in Rebecca's home. Noelle, so what's your story? How did you join the Magic Knights, Ava? Ava, oh, it's not really a nice story to hear, so are you sure? Noelle, yes, you're my friend. I want to help you if you need to get it off your chest. Back in the cave. Sally, what's this? I came when the transmission tool alerted me, but you haven't gathered much magic. Barrow, yeah, well, it's all their fault. Sally, small laugh. It doesn't really matter anymore. Teresa, kneeling to them. Stay here, children. No one move. Izuku, you go to Eri. Eri, hugging his leg. Are you sure, big brother? Izuku, pats her head. I'll be fine, don't worry. Eri, okay. Runs to the kids. Teresa, is it them? Asta? The terrorist group who attacked the capital? Asta? Yeah, it's them, the same people. Gauche, you're the one. My Marie was in danger because of you. You're dead. Shoots a mirror beam. Sally, gel magic. Go, sticky salamander. When the beam enters the salamander, it gets reflected. Sally, I'm trying to have a touching reunion here, and you're ruining it. Maybe I should keep all of you. Dissection party. Teresa, what sort of sinister magic is that? Izuku, DM in it. Looks back at the kids. I don't want to risk using my gravity magic while the kids are here. So I'll just stick to light. Luckily, I've learned and upgraded my spells quite a bit during the last week. Asta, be careful, it's really strong. I heard she blocked the captain of the Silver Eagle's attack. Izuku, well, that's because Nozel's magic isn't built for things like this. His magic really won't get that much stronger even with a mana zone, or at least not to my knowledge. But the unique thing about me is that both my magics go together perfectly. Sally then enters the salamander and charges at them. Asta, look out. Charges and tries to attack the salamander, but it dodges both his attacks. Sally, silly Asta, your anti-magic attacks can't do much if they don't connect. Gauche, what about this? Mirror magic. Reflect, refrain. Izuku backed up to protect the children from stray magic. Gauche was busy wrapping the beams. Sally exclaimed, hey, it's magic and all, but if it only reflects inside Mr. Salamander here, it's not exactly effective. Maybe you'd have better luck if you tried something stronger. She sent a gel bullet at Ghosh, pinning him to the wall. This one's for you, Asta. She sent another bullet his way. Asta shouted, "Eh," as he cut through it. Once Asta sliced the gel, it split into 4 and grabbed him, placing him on the gel salamander. Just as Izuku was about to help, Teresa intervened. Flame magic. Brilliant flame cross. Suddenly, the salamander exploded from the inside with a fire spell resembling a cross. Izuku was surprised. That was a mana zone technique? Now that's something I didn't know about you, Teresa. And it seems similar to my new spells. Now all my light spells are stronger and better than they were before. Some with different names, but still. That was pretty cool. Teresa attempted to punch Sally, who dodged. You may as well give up, you're not taking him. Teresa declared. You really shouldn't get in my way. Sally shot back. Asta thought, that was awesome. Hey, thanks. Wow, you're really powerful, huh? Don't underestimate the Crimson She-Leopard. Once a magic knight, always a magic knight. Teresa replied. Asta was taken aback. Oh, didn't see that one coming. You were a magic knight. Crimson She-Leopard. So you know Captain Fugolian? Little Fuego? Yes, of course. Teresa confirmed. Izuku resisted the urge to laugh. Little Fuego? Asta asked, Little Fuego? Teresa explained, back when I was stationed at court, I was in charge of his education. I taught Izuku a thing or two, which is why we know each other. Really? Asta said. Yes, she did. Sister Teresa was an amazing teacher, Izuku added. He was a real mess back then, but he turned out all right. Teresa chuckled. Asta thought, I cannot picture that. I don't know if you heard about what happened to Captain Fugolian, sister. Yes, I know, and we will capture them. Teresa replied. Ghosh, stuck to the wall, called out, Think you can help me out, you old bat? What are you doing over there, you brute? Teresa shot back. Shut up, old crone. Ghosh retorted. Teresa freed Ghosh. Sally frowned. So it's 3 against 1 then. I'm not liking these odds. Barrow chimed in. Hey, if I was free, I could use my mud magic to help you. You can do something, right? Yeah, I can, but are you sure you want me to? Sally asked. Yeah, sure, whatever it takes, come on. Barrow insisted. All right, if you're sure then. Sally agreed. Yes, okay, just get me free. Barrow urged. Yeah, right, as soon as I'm free and I got my money. Out of here. Sally complied. All right then. Here. She stuck a syringe in his neck and injected something into him. Izuku sensed that Barrow had died on the spot, and he transformed into a giant mud monster. He's becoming some sort of monster. His magic swelling up and spilling out, Teresa observed. Izuku stepped forward. Sister Teresa, get the children out of here. I'll handle this now. All right, Izuku, just hang on. Teresa replied. Izuku stretched. Time to get to work. Even though I would have preferred for you to rot in jail, this fate is cruel enough. Now. He opened his light grimoire. Time to die. Come on, Asta. Let's do this. I'll help you take it down. I can defeat it with just my light magic, but I'll tone down the power so I don't hurt the kids. Asta nodded. Right. Good, now let's do this. Light magic. Radiant crucifix. The mud monster was about to stomp on Neji, but Asta cut its hand while Izuku pushed it back with medium-level spells. You can't die, you need to take responsibility for what you did. That's the punishment you deserve. Asta declared. Neji was confused. Huh. Asta continued, plus, your own brother just tried to kill you, and that's not cool. He charged at the monster. My sword seems to work fine on you, so I'll just cut you down to size. The mud monster healed itself. Izuku thought, I was afraid of that. No matter though, I could destroy you at any time I want. He dodged an attack. But I don't want to hurt the kids. So you still have a few more minutes to live before you die. Teresa thought, it could take half an hour for the escape to go through. Izuku, please hold your ground. Izuku turned his head and gave Teresa a thumbs up. Sally taunted. Your anti-magic is cute, but even it won't take him down that easy. You saw that dark magic tool. It drains the life force from the subject and makes them swell with magic power. Asta cut at the monster repeatedly. It just grows right back. Sally smirked. I've got something special for you, Asta. Here. She sent gel at him. Izuku and Teresa destroyed it with light and fire. You interrupted us again, and that's getting annoying. I don't have time for crusty old ladies and their feeble magic power, Sally complained. Izuku shot her a bloodlust look. Shut up. He was about to use high-level magic but stopped. Teresa warned, you better watch your tone with me. It may be true that our bodies produce less magic when we get older, but you can always increase your ability by working with natural mana. When it comes to technique, your youth has nothing on my experience. Try me, you'll see what I can do. Sally rolled her eyes. Geez, you're loud. You should try not to get so worked up. You'll keel over and die if you're not more careful. I'm not going to lose to a mouthy brat, Teresa declared, sending fireballs at the monster. Izuku focused. Light magic. Teresa sends a light explosion to the beast. I'm doing my best, but I can't fight as well as I'd like to while covering the children's escape. Dimin Ghosh, running away like a selfish idiot. In Rebecca's house, flashback Ava POV, when Ava was young, she lived a normal life. But at 15, she reached a turning point. Ava had always been quite talented, unlike her younger brother Ril, the captain of the Aquadeer. They had different types of magic, Ril with picture magic and Ava with paint magic. As his older sister, she felt a sense of pride, but also a deep-seated jealousy. Ava didn't hate her brother, she just felt worthless in comparison. She often wondered if her magic was truly significant or merely a feeble power destined to fade away. One day, overwhelmed by these feelings, Ava left home and abandoned her family name. Her jealousy prevented her from sharing his name or remembering him. Deep down, she was lost, questioning her purpose and feeling useless. Despite her hard work, she learned that Ril had become a captain, a feat she felt far from achieving. When she took the Magic Knight's entrance exam, she passed but received mediocre scores, and no one chose her, not even Ril. Just as she was about to leave, Izuku approached her. Izuku, standing in front of her, I'll take this one. Everyone, what? Izuku, come with me. After the exam, Izuku led Ava to a garden in his hideout. Everyone saw Ava as the new member of their squad, but they left her alone because of Izuku. When they arrived at the Rainbow Garden, Ava was conflicted but couldn't deny its beauty. Ava, it's pretty. Izuku, right? But why did you bring me here? I feel useless. Izuku, no you're not. You just don't know yourself yet. Ava, don't know. Myself? Izuku, Ava, answer me this. What do you see here? Ava, the garden? Izuku, yes, but what's more to it? Ava, I don't know. Izuku, that's okay. You don't have to know the answer. This is a garden of color, a canvas that can't be turned into a picture. Before you can paint a picture, you need color. Ava, eyes widen. Izuku, if you can control the paint, then no one can create a better picture than you. You just have to believe in yourself. Everything in this world is at your disposal. Nothing exists without color. Use your magic to make this world better and paint your own story. Raise his hand for a handshake. Come join me. Ava shakes his hand and cries, thank you. End of flashback. Ava, drink some tea. I owe the captain everything. He gave me a purpose and a reason to live. I understand my magic and what it was meant to achieve. Now I know how strong I can become. My captain believed in me, so it has to be true. Noel, wow. I never would have expected him to be so. Ava, kind. Noel, yeah. Ava, that's what he does. He backs up his statements with strength. Trust me, he's a tough opponent when he gets serious. I've only seen him serious once. He may not look it, but Izuku loves to fight. If he doesn't hold back, you know the enemy means business. Back in the cave, after some fighting, Ghosh returns after dropping Marie off and fights the monster, but he struggles to defeat it and decides to help Asta. Izuku looks back. The escape is almost complete. Asta sends a mirror slash at the monster. Sorry, Izuku. Izuku, it's okay. Thanks, that sword can borrow magic. Interesting. Despite Asta's efforts, the monster still regenerates. Asta, that doesn't hurt it either. Sally, cool. What was that? Some kind of flying anti-magic slash? How did you do it? Tell me. Gauche dodges an attack. If we're going to defeat this thing, we need to hit it hard all at once. It can regenerate. Our best bet is Asta. Izuku can't do it since his magic is too potent and could hurt everyone here, including me. What if I use my magic on someone else? Learns a new spell. Izuku smiles, he did it. Good job. Gauche, hey guys, buy me some time to renew my mana. Please. Izuku and Teresa, got it. Izuku, alright, at least one spell will do. Light magic. Luminous waves. Sends light waves slashing at it. Teresa uses fire explosion. Sally, you've used up all the good stuff, and what's left just isn't going to cut it. It's your turn to play. Asta. Do you slash it again? Asta, yeah, trust me. I would if I could. Sally, oh, party pooper. Gauche, I've kept it hidden, but using it now may be our best shot. Asta, what's up? Looks at him. Gauche, look at me. My left eye has been replaced with a mirror magic tool. I'll use the power stored inside to cast my new spell. Mirror magic. Barrage Brigade. Izuku backs down and stops flying. Lands on the ground. Go, Asta. After using the spell, a bunch of Asta clones appear and start to completely destroy the monster along with Sally. Asta's mirror slash. Afterwards, all the Asta clones start to dismantle the monster until eventually, Asta, I'm not done. Finishes off the monster. Sally falls to the ground. Gauche, Asta and Gauche, we did it. Teresa, amazing, they combined their magic. Whatever they did, it looks like they were able to drain the magic out of that monster. Izuku, smiling, well done you two. Nej grabs his brother's coat and cries, goodbye, brother. I swear I'll never forgive that woman for turning you into that monster and me. How can I forgive myself for blindly following you and doing whatever you ordered me to do, no matter how awful it was? Asta and Izuku, standing in front of him. Nej, what you said before was right. I have to take responsibility for the things I've done. I'll do it. I will atone for my sins and for my brothers too. Asta and Izuku, good. Asta, and once you get that out of the way, you and I should be friends. With all the cool magic you can do, I bet you're going to be a pretty popular guy. Nej, huh? That would be. Falls to the ground. Izuku senses a massive amount of magic and looks to see a light sword piercing his back. What? But I didn't. Looks up to see light. Gauche walks towards it as well. So much magic power. I've never felt. Gets pierced by swords as well and falls over. I didn't see anything. Izuku, no. Reaches to Asta, Ast. Teresa, slash the one to take the swords was Sister Teresa slash Teresa. Falls over. Gauche, no, old hag. Asta and Izuku, sister? You have injured my companion. It's only fair that I return the favor. Asta, it's him, the guy we saw at the group's hideout? I haven't introduced myself, have I? I am the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Call me Licht. Oh, and send swords to Izuku. It doesn't pierce him, since Izuku had used light to block them. Izuku, Diamin, I didn't expect it to move that fast. Other thoughts. Finally a challenge. Licht, he blocked it. Expected no less from him. Asta, come on, sister. Stay with us. Gauche, crawling towards Teresa. Old hag, wake up. You can't die on me. If you keel over now, Marie would be sad, and wouldn't be too happy about it either. Teresa, take care of them. The children. It's always the same, no matter who wins on any battlefield. It's the weak who pay the greatest price. Children are innocent. Untouched by sin, they were the ones I most wanted to protect. And so I leave the battlefield behind and devoted myself to the church. Coughs up blood and passes out. Asta, sister. Izuku, suching attention to Licht and Teresa, please don't die. Diamenet. I can't protect Asta while in this situation. Please, Asta, do not move. This guy is almost as strong as me. Licht, what kind of nonsense is that? No one is pure. You're all tainted by sin from the moment of your BR. Asta pulls out both swords. You're insane. Licht cries and places a hand on Sally's cheek. Just look at you, Sally, poor thing. They've hurt you so badly. Sally, I tried. Licht, you did well, but now it's time for you to rest. Valtos, yes sir. Creates a portal under Sally. Sally then goes through the portal without any more harm. Valtos, I'm to blame for this. I should never have sent her here by herself. This outcome was unexpected. Licht, you need not feel responsible for what happened. We all know how they fight. No doubt they resorted to underhanded tactics. Asta, you're saying that we fight dirty after what that crazy lackey did to those poor kids. Licht, you know the sister was wrong before. It isn't the weak who pay. Not at all. It is the strong who have victimized. Envied, feared, discriminated against, persecuted, and stolen from. Asta, what's he talking about? That's crazy. The light swords start to glow behind Licht. For its crime, the Clover Kingdom cannot be forgiven. Instead, we will destroy you as you so richly deserve and build a nation of our own. Asta, where do you get off acting like we're the bad guys here? You and your group of psychos started all this. You JR. Light sword pierces his leg. When Licht shot that sword, he actually fired off 2 of them, but Izuku deflected one. Before he could help Asta, it pierced his leg. Izuku, why does it feel like he hesitated before shooting at me? Licht, I refuse to listen to that kind of filth. Izuku. Sorry, but I don't have time to play with you. So I have someone else to keep you busy. Soon enough, a man comes out of the portal and stares at Izuku while he does the same. I don't own this image. Also, he is wearing that exact outfit. Izuku, surprised, he's even stronger than Licht. Licht, this is Rika. He is a user of lightning magic and part of a group called the Third Eye. Izuku, Third Eye. What the? Rika appears behind Izuku in an instant. Keep your head in the game. Izuku, shocked, he's fast. Rika disappears and reappears next to Licht again. Licht, it's painful seeing someone as disgusting as you with that grimoire. Asta, my grimoire. Never mind, I need to stay focused on his attacks. They come so fast I can't even see them, and Izuku probably won't be able to help me. What do I do? The only thing I can do is use my sword as a shield to block any fatal blows. Gets ready, I'm not done. Izuku tries to help but gets punched away. NOAS. Licht appears behind Asta. Yes, you are. Asta Loshut. Licht charges an orb of light in his hand. I'll just be taking that grimoire back from you now. Asta, this is it. Licht shoots the orb at him. Asta, I'm dead. However, before Asta was about to be hit, a portal opens, and out of it come Yami and Finral. Gosh, no way. Licht teleports back to Valtos. Izuku, sigh of relief. Finally, I can fight freely. Teleports beside Yami. Asta, Captain Yami, what are you doing here? Yami blows out smoke with his cigarette. Why am I here? Well, hell kid, I guess I must have gotten lost. Anyone know where the bar is? Izuku, deadpan, the usual Yami. Asta, really? You were looking for a bar? Yami grabs Asta's head. Geez, you got rocks in there instead of brains. That's what people call a joke. Asta, what? Yami, I'm a magic knight, and there's trouble. That's what I'm doing here, idiot. We heard about what was going on, but everyone back at the hideout was useless as usual. I'll deal with them later. Oh yeah, also, thanks Izuku for keeping my squad in one piece. Asta, they couldn't pull it together this once. Izuku, Ichim. You can make up for it by fighting the light magic user. I'll take the blue-haired man. Finral, this is why we're here. I wish he would just let me sleep. Yami, Dark Eyes, what the hell are you doing anyway? I gave all you knuckleheads the day off. Maybe what you need is a more permanent vacation. starts to crush Asta's head. Asta, feeling pain. Izuku, chuckling, give him a break, Yami. Yami, lets Asta go and breathes out smoke. So what's up with this guy? Izuku, he's the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Finral, no way, not them again. Yami, really? Here I've been imagining a super buff guy. He ate cows whole or something, not some skinny freak. Finral, not everything in the world is about muscles. These guys have magic pouring out of them. It's bottomless and light magic. That's super rare stuff. Only a few people in the history of the Clover Kingdom have ever wielded it. Whatever happens next isn't going to be pretty. I want to go home. Valtos, so the Black Bull's captain along with the Dark Shadow Dragon's captain. Shall I summon the rest of the Third Eye now? Licked, no need. You see, the captain here is a wielder of dark magic. I'll enjoy pitting my power against his in battle. Asta, hey Finral, can you get the others to the village? Finral, yeah sure, leave it to me. But what about you? Asta, looks at his wound, I can still fight. Yami and Izuku, standing side by side. Asta, this is my chance to see both Izuku and Yami in action. No way am I leaving now. Finral, Gauche and whoever you are, can you walk? Gauche, see to the old hag first and hurry. Finral, right, got it. Never mind that I'm actually your superior. All right, Captain, it's up to you now. Yami, dark look, hey, you better be coming back. Finral, nervous smile, did he know I was planning to sneak off? He couldn't, right? Turns around and rubs the back of his head. Well, you know, I think I may be a little low on mana. Yami, doesn't respond. Finral, really, I'm not kidding. Yami, yeah, look at my face. Does it look like I'm kidding? Finral, no sir, I guess it doesn't. Before Finral or Asta could see anything, Izuku had destroyed a lightning spell, and Yami destroyed a light spell. Izuku, serious, I'm not gonna let you do that again. Licked and Rika, surprised. Rika, he may be nowhere near his full power, but Izuku is still extremely strong, just like back then. Yami, are you trying to mess up my ride or something? Finral, his ride? Alright, time to get out of here. I'm not looking to die today. I'm off, gotta get these people to safety. Yami, you better be coming back, you hear me? Asta, so cool. How did you guys know those strikes were coming? What kind of sword is that? Where did you get it, Yami? Yami, shut up would you? Shows sword, this is a katana. It's from my native country, the land of the sun. Blocked his hit by. Licked and Rika, charge up light/lightning. Yami and Izuku, get ready to fight. Yami, oh never mind. No time to explain. Besides, it's boring that way. Just watch. Licked, engage light magic. Light swords of conviction. Rika, lightning magic. Raging bolts. Izuku and Yami start to cut through the magic spells. Asta, awesome. Licked. Watching Yami, he's using reinforcement magic to boost his natural abilities and cloaking his sword in dark magic to slice through my spell. Except, there's more to it than that. Very well, let's try something else then. Appears behind Yami and charges up a light spell. Without looking, Yami cuts the spell apart. Licked, impressive. The power of an unorthodox grand magic knight. As for Izuku and Rika, they started to fight as well. Izuku, cutting through the lightning spells. Rika, narrows eyes, I see. His use of light magic makes him faster, and he employs gravity magic to slow the gravity around him, allowing for quicker reactions. I'll have to fight you in close range, he declares, creating lightning armor. Izuku swings a light WHP at him, but Rika dodges and counters. When Rika counters, he tries to hit Izuku, but Izuku dodges every attack, appearing behind him to shoot light swords, which Rika also evades. Izuku then creates a light sword and a stone sword using gravity. They charge at each other, clashing swords before jumping back. Rika thinks he's strong. I can't find an opening. They clash swords again, then jump back. Rika lands near Licked, while Izuku lands near Yami. Yami comments, well, I think it's a pretty good story. Of course, it's half my life. Valtos interrupts, silence. How dare you mock him for Licked? Yami responds, whoa, whoa, whoa. What is that face? What are those weird lines for? Licht shoots a light sword at Yami, who cuts it but gets grazed. If you're truly a foreigner, then my tale has nothing to do with you. Feel free to leave, Licht says, sending more light swords at Yami. As Yami destroys them, he gets cut in minor spots. You're the one who messed up Fugolian, huh? Yami accuses. Licht replies, that's right. I prepared carefully, and he walked right into my trap. Izuku, angered, thinks, so you're the reason why he's in a coma? Yami rushes Licht, trying to slash him, but Licht dodges. Yami keeps pursuing him, and a light sword appears above him, but he evades it. They continue to clash, with Licht teleporting away to avoid Yami's attacks. Yami cuts rocks and punches them toward Licht. Rika appears beside Yami, declaring, you're wide open. But Izuku appears beside Yami with a hammer fist, exclaiming, no, he isn't. Rika tries to block, but gets slammed to the ground. When Izuku lands, an explosion of lightning erupts, sending bolts toward him and Yami, but they both dodge. They prepare to attack Licht and Rika, who also evade. Yami activates dark magic, declaring, dark cloak. Lightless slash. Izuku lifts his stone sword, compressing gravity into it until it becomes razor sharp. He sends it toward Rika, cutting his cheek. DMN, I still haven't perfected it yet. My aim was a little sloppy. Izuku admits. Yami laughs, that's a first coming from you. Of course, you would use a trap. You couldn't win unless you played dirty. Valtos protests, why you? Yami points his sword at them, challenging, stop dancing around and come at us head-on. Think you can handle it? He turns to Asta, hey kid, were you watching? Asta replies, yes sir. Yami continues, that's good. Because now it's your turn. Asta panics, yes sir. Wait, what did you say? There's no way I can do that. Yami grabs Asta's head, playfully crushing it. Yeah. Last I checked, I was still your captain. If I tell you to do something, you do it. Assuming you want to be a real man someday, shrimp it. Asta pleads, please sir, that really hurts. Valtos observes, they can block Emistar Licht's attacks and even fight back. Could their power rival the Wizard King's? Licht places a hand on his wound, intrigued. Fascinating, the power of dark magic. Now, light recovery magic. Healing light. His wound begins to heal. Asta exclaims, come on really? He can use recovery magic too. Yami explains, I haven't seen much from others besides Izuku, but apparently, people with a lot of mana can wield various kinds of magic. It's rare for attack types to be able to heal. Izuku remarks, except for me. Licht prepares more light swords, while Rika readies some lightning bullets. Yami urges, never mind that for now. You ready to go? Izuku responds, same spell over and over again. You're starting to get old. Asta complains, please sir, this is impossible. I can't do what you just did. You remember I can't use magic, right? Yami clarifies, I'm not talking about that last attack, idiot. I mean this move here. He cuts a light sword, demonstrating how to block the lightning bolts. Rika sends his attack at Izuku, who sighs and lifts his finger, creating a medium-sized black orb that starts to SCK in the lightning. Rika's eyes widen in shock. Asta asks, but how do I hit something if I don't even know it's there? Yami replies, I guess I have no choice. I'll explain it to you once. For 500 Yule. Asta thinks he's charging me? Yami continues, you want to know how I've been able to respond to his attacks? It's because I've been picking up on something the people back in my country call chi. Izuku, confused, what? Asta, chi. You weren't sensing his mana? Yami, nope. The person's glance, their breathing, their scent, the way their muscles move, the hint of their presence, taken together, all that living energy people give off, that's called chi. All I've been doing is reading his chi and using it to predict his moves. You've never done anything like that before? Asta remembers, actually yeah. Izuku, shocked but interested, So a power that not only allows you to sense someone without using magic. Huh. Starts to slowly smile and laugh. Yami, that's my fighting style. I combine my ability to sense chi with my magic and the strength of my muscles. Starts cutting through light swords. Think of it as me being a buff magical swordsman. Izuku starts to laugh while smiling. Sorry, Yami, but I'm gonna steal that technique. Don't worry though, all credit goes to you. Valtos, insolent. Carrying on a conversation mid-battle? Do they think we're fools? Licked, that Captain Yami surely is a mystery. He's surprisingly quick for someone who looks so sloppy. Valtos, he cannot be permitted to show you any further disrespect. Please forgive me, but if I may step in. Licked, smiles, much appreciated, Valtos. You're always so eager to be of use. Alright, the boy perhaps. Would you capture him for me? I don't mind if you need to hurt him a bit. Valtos, charges a spell, it would be my pleasure. Izuku, thinking, alright, chi sensing, huh? Doesn't seem too hard. If only I knew what to do first to get an idea of how to use it. A spell comes behind Asta, and Yami cuts it before it can make contact. Valtos, teeth. Asta, that was close. Yami, hey, good timing. Practice on the evil scarecrow over there. Asta, what? You want me to take on that guy? We talked about this. There's no way I'll be able to. Yami breathes out smoke. There's a saying where I'm from. No matter what happens, a warrior never goes back on his word. You did say you were going to be the Wizard King, right? This is where you've got to push past your limits. If you don't, then your path ends here. Asta, yes, sir. After a bit, Asta tries to sense chi but fails the first time and gets scratched by Valtos' spell. After Yami explains it to him again, he gets it right and sends the attack back at Valtos, knocking him out temporarily. Izuku, noticing the lightning and light spells, stopped. What the? Licked. Valtos. You hurt him. Looks at them with anger. How dare you? I will not allow humans like you to continue harming my companions. You've done too much damage already. Izuku gets ready. Asta, geez, what's this guy's problem? They're the ones who started this. Licked. As you see, this particular spell traces an ever-changing track of WHP-like undulations. Can you anticipate these movements? Long ago, when a person had sinned, the punishment was flogging. One popular instrument used was a WHP. I find this a very fitting end for the likes of you. Light creation magic. Light WHP of judgment. Izuku, stand behind me. I got this. Izuku and Yami start to deflect the light WHP. Izuku uses the same spell while Yami uses darkness, but eventually, the roof starts to crumble, crushing all three of them. Licked thinks they are defeated, but all three are fine and ready to fight once more. Izuku moves a rock off his shoulder, covered in minor scratches. Thanks for the lesson, Licked. I intentionally avoided using my ability to sense mana and used chi instead to deflect those attacks. Looks at his scratches, although I will admit it was a gamble. Licked, relieved, glad that you're okay, Izuku. Yami, keep up that kind of focus, and you'll even start sensing chi in nature. We won't have to worry about falling rocks hitting you anytime soon. Smirking, why am I even surprised? He's a total prodigy. Asta, awesome. I love chi. Valtos, we'll teach this ignorant fool. Yami, point sword at them, here we go. Time to kick it up a notch and take down those two guys with the weird dots on their faces. Asta, a little scared but regaining confidence. Actually, right now I feel like I can take him. Yeah, with the power of chi on my side, there's nothing I can't do. Alright, Dotty Face, you ready to get beat? Ha! Yami, kicks him. Whoa, easy there, kid. Izuku, I agree. Yami, those guys are ours. You want to see what we can really do, right? Plus, he'd just kill you. Asta, oich, come on. I got all pumped up and ready to fight the scary boss guy and everything. Yami, don't care. You take Skinny Bones, lime face over there, alright? Darkness starts coming out of him. Okay. This is gonna be fun. It's been a while since I've had a real fight. Izuku smiles with excitement. As for Izuku, he starts to glow, and the gravity around him becomes heavy. Soon enough, they both charge at their opponents. Izuku and Yami appear in front of their foes. When they hit the ground, it gets destroyed. Izuku and Rika start to fight hand-to-hand and with swords. Izuku and Rika clashing. Rika, he's faster than before, appears in the air and shoots lightning at him. Izuku cuts through it and sends an X slash at him. Licht appears in the air and shoots light swords at Yami. Yami cuts through them. Licht sends a light beam. Yami lifts his sword and slashes downwards, charging at him. Yami and Izuku, while charging, attempted to attack their opponents, but it was in vain. Rika and Licht appeared on the ground, closing their hands, causing a burst of light and lightning to shoot at them, but they blocked all of it. Izuku rushed at Rika, who met him head-on. Rika parried Izuku and began to drag him through the wall. In response, Izuku executed a backflip kick, landing sideways on the wall. Light magic. Heavenly splitting flash, he shouted, but Rika barely dodged. DMN. His light magic is even faster than Licht's, Rika thought. And that's not even taking into account his tricky and strong gravity magic. Meanwhile, Licht wrapped his light WHP spell around his sword and attempted to drag Yami through the wall as well. Yami broke free and stopped on the wall, declaring, "Dark magic. Dark cloak. Lightless slash." He sent the attack at Licht, who tried to counter but found his light being absorbed. I thought as much. My magic is being drawn in. Such is the power of dark magic. No matter, now that you've revealed what you're capable of, I should be able to avoid capture easily enough. As Izuku and Rika continued their fight, swinging their respective swords, Yami interjected, "You were telling us some strange tale earlier, but that wasn't the end of it, was it? If you're carrying a grimoire with a clover on it, you must be from around here. Why attack your homeland?" After sending more light swords at Yami, Licht decided to engage in close combat. Yami and Izuku fought back-to-back, alternating opponents. Izuku executed double slashes at Rika while Yami delivered a backslash to Licht. Licht backed up and transformed his sword into a WHP, swinging it at both Yami and Izuku. "You're wide open," Rika and Licht taunted. Before the lightning and light could strike, Yami cut through the light while Izuku wrapped the electricity. They paused their fighting, and Licht remarked, "You two must be able to see things more clearly than others, having come here from another land. The twisted ways of this kingdom are evident. Some are on the verge of starvation while others discard food they cannot finish. Citizens' ranks are supposedly determined by their power, yet some face discrimination despite their magical strength due to their low BRH. Others are persecuted simply for being born in a different land. The disparities taint the kingdom, and that is why we exist, to see them rectified." Yami replied, "You've got me a little confused. It seems like you're just going around hurting people who don't deserve it, and that's kind of dumb." Izuku chuckled internally, agreeing, "Right?" Licht insisted, "No, it makes perfect sense. We merely respond to your sins in kind." Yami and Izuku charged back at them, declaring, "But you really annoy the hell out of me." They unleashed dark and gravity slashes at their opponents. As the battle escalated, the area around them was getting completely destroyed. Izuku, no longer holding back, combined gravity magic and light to create new spells while utilizing his newfound ability to read chi. They sent another slash at Licht and Rika, clashing amidst the dust and debris. Suddenly, as Rika and Licht dodged their attacks, all four prepared for a massive strike. When their weapons clashed, a tremendous dust explosion erupted, but they pressed on without hesitation. Asta watched the fight and the dust explosions, marveling, "This fight is unreal. So that's what it looks like when the captains don't hold back." Izuku slammed his sword down and chased after Rika, while Asta felt a pang of doubt. "I trained so hard, but without magic, can I ever surpass them? Captain Izuku, Yami, you know, the Wizard King." Licht teleported away, and Yami landed on the ground, ready to jump back into the fray. Valtos, witnessing their strength, prepared to assist. As Izuku and Yami pursued Licht and Rika, a spatial portal appeared beside them. They cut through it and jumped to Asta's side. Yami landed near Asta, urging, "Why are you standing around like some kind of chicken? I put you in charge of skinny breathes. I wouldn't give you more than you can handle. Do something. Fight him your way, kid." Izuku smiled at Asta, encouraging, "You got this, Asta. We'll take care of the heavier fighters." Asta, filled with determination, thought, "Yes. Whatever it takes, I will become the Wizard King. I can't waste time being bummed out. Eventually, I'm gonna be the Wizard King, but first." Rushes at Valtos and picks up his swords. "I'm gonna be the guy who beats you." Valtos replied, "That's where you're wrong, boy. Let's see how you handle this spell. Spatial magic. Myriad Black. You may have anticipated a single attack, but do you think you can block all of these?" A bunch of portals appeared around Asta. Despite the odds, Asta managed to destroy the spells coming his way, although one got past his guard. Valtos taunted, "I can keep this up as long as I want until you're too weak to stand, much less fight." Asta continued his assault, but he was getting hurt more. "You sin and defy Mr. Licht, even magicless as you are. And you shall atone with your life." As Asta fought, he felt himself getting slower. "Not good. There's no way I can keep this up until he runs out of magic. If I don't do something, I'm as good as dead. Stay calm. Do it my way." He took a breath and opened his eyes. Asta then threw both swords. Valtos exclaimed, "You're tossing aside your only weapons. Have you lost your mind? Very well, I'll bury you with one final blow." Once the portal opened, Asta used his chi to jump through it and emerged to punch Valtos, causing Izuku and Yami to laugh. "Strange way to fight. That's your way, punching the guy," they said, chuckling. Rika and Licht observed, "Your guard's down." Yami responded, "You sure about that? He used dark magic. Once I do, it completely absorbs Licht's attack. From dark magic. Black hole to dark magic. Dark cloak. Black blade." He cut Licht's shoulder. When Rika appeared, Izuku sent out a pulse of gravity magic, creating an orb around him that froze Rika in place. Like it? It's a counter spell. Gravity magic. Infinite prison. Now. He increased the weight on his swords. X/. An X mark appeared on Rika's chest, causing blood to spill as he was knocked down by the force of the attack. "Congrats, Rika. I had fun. I didn't even have to use any mana zone techniques, so I guess you were also a disappointment. But still, I drained quite a lot of stamina and mana." Asta called out, "Captain Yami, sir." Yami laughed. "You fell down." Licht remarked, "That's quite a spell. Its range is limited to about 5 meters, but even so, a magic that not only absorbs my spell but also stops my movements. Dark magic. Incredible. Such a powerful attribute to have, and the only one in direct opposition to mine. However, dark magic is extremely slow compared to light magic's extraordinary speed. You improvised by cloaking your sword in dark magic and bridging the gaps with reinforcement magic." Yami lit another cigarette and breathed out smoke. "Spot on, pal." Asta exclaimed, "That's all you gonna say?" Rika addressed Izuku, a perfect warrior. Mastery of hand-to-hand combat, and on top of that, you are the only person I've ever seen with 2 grimoires and the ability to use both those magics in perfect harmony. Although with reinforcement magic and this sensing chi thing you did, you truly are a prodigy. Izuku replied, "Yay. I can do more. I could expand a passive mana zone to help me sense you, react, and move faster." Yami urged, "What are you waiting for? You can use recovery magic, can't you? Get recovering already." He held up his sword. "Of course, when you do, I'm just gonna jam this baby in your chest area. So I guess maybe it's not worth the trouble." Licht conceded, "I will admit, you are indeed strong. Only the second I've faced with the power to defeat me." Flipping through grimoire pages, "But I'm afraid I have no more time trifling with you both." Yami interjected, "Hold on, back up right quick. What do you mean I'm the second one?" Licht explained, "There was someone before you, the man who wounded my hand so badly that it will never heal. The wizard King Julius Navachrono. My greatest foe still remains. Charging up light, this shall be my most powerful spell so far. Too swift for you to evade. Too powerful and extensive for your magic to draw in as before. There's no escaping fate. This will be your undoing. The moment that I cast it will be your last in this world, Yami and Izuku. Please survive this. Asta shouted, whatever, not a chance. Don't underestimate Captain Yami or Izuku. You think you're something special? Please. Yami cautioned, nah, this could go pretty bad. He's got some seriously strong magic. Asta stammered, W's. Izuku's eyes widened. Wait, I recognize that spell. Licht declared, you two young men must be punished for the harm you've done to Valtos. I'll be taking that grimoire. Yami thought, anyone with a 4-leaf grimoire is gonna have some seriously strong magic, and unless I surprise him somehow, he'll just dodge my attacks. So what to do? Nah, it's future Yami's problem. Izuku warned, Yami, I can handle that attack, but I need you to defend yourself because this may get a little ugly if you don't. Yami replied, all right, stay close, Asta. Asta affirmed, yes, sir. Izuku charged up light as well. Back in Nin, the children all ended up returned to their parents via Finral, and they were all okay. Finral sighed, looks like we got them all back safe. As for Sister Teresa, she was being healed and Gauche was there with her. Gauche urged, old hag, no dying on me. Wake up, Yukron. You're an immortal demon which, remember. Eri, Marie, and the rest of the kids cried, Sister. Marco asked, no. What happened to her? Gauche snapped. Tihis. Finral added, please, Gauche, I know you're worried about her, but you're badly hurt too. Try to stay calm until your own injuries have been. Gauche interrupted, shut your mouth. Finral thought, but I'm your superior? One of the healing knights spoke then, sir, it isn't as bad as it looks. He's almost completely healed. Strange, a knight observed, but all of his injuries seem to be located just shy of where they'd be fatal. Wow, sounds like he got really lucky. Finral replied. Or maybe more than that, the knight added. You need to forget about me and heal the old hag. Gauche insisted. Yes, sir, the knight responded. Listen to me. You open your eyes right now. Got that? Gauche commanded. Will you shut up? I can hear fine, you fool, no need to yell. Teresa retorted. Old hag. Gauche shot back. Sister. The kids called out as Teresa shared her magic with Gauche, Nej, and some children. I know what I have to do now. Finral. Gauche declared. Finral turned to him. Get ready, we're going back to that cave. You're not serious, right? And stop ordering around your superior. Even if you do go, how are you planning to handle that crazy powerful light mage? He had you pinned before. Maybe we should wait for reinforcements from HQ. I have an idea of how we may beat him. I'm not saying it'll be easy, but unless I'm wrong, I think we have a shot. Gauche replied. I hope your big plan isn't a sneak attack with my spatial magic. Extremely powerful mages like him and Izuku are surrounded by a mana force field. I won't be able to get you past it. Besides, I've already moved a lot of people over great distances today. I've expended so much mana I may only have one more spell in me. That's all I need. Please. Gauche pleaded, bowing. The wait is over. Your end is upon you, Licht announced. I'm ready. Izuku responded. Dark magic. Black cocoon. Yami shouted. What kind of spell is this? Asta asked. We went into defense mode, so we won't die from the shock of Izuku's spell, Yami explained. As Izuku held off his spell, Licht engaged with Ray of Divine Punishment, shooting it at Yami, Asta, and Izuku. I hope it works, Izuku, Yami thought. Gauche appeared in front of the black cocoon. He came back. Licht exclaimed. Go mirror magic. Full reflection. Gauche shouted. Light magic. Solar death ray. Izuku countered. Both Licht and Rika were hit fully by the spells, knocking them out. Breathing but smiling, Izuku thought, I didn't drain as much magic as before. Nice. Meanwhile, in an unknown place, the other 3 members of the Third Eye prepared to help Licht and Rika. Wow, nice save, Gauche. Finral said. Yami dispelled the black cocoon. Back in the village, Nej was explaining how he would atone for his sins and make up for the terrible things he'd done. No, there's hardly any point in apologizing to me. Once you're done paying your dues, you're going to become Asta's friend, right? So if I were you, I would pray for his safe return. Nej smiled. Ava smiled too, thinking, I guess my captain decided to show kindness again as well as Asta. Honestly, what are you doing out there? Finish it up already. Noelle urged. Ava deadpanned, just admit you love him? Nej started to pray. Asta, please be safe. Noelle blushed a little, thinking, not that it matters to me what happens to that meathead. Because it totally doesn't. Not in the slightest. Ava facebombed. Why does this keep happening and who am I even talking to? Noelle exclaimed. Rebecca listened through the door, thinking, she likes Asta too. Is that the someone special he has his heart set on? There's no way he'd notice me with someone like her around. She shook her head and closed her eyes. No, this isn't the time to be thinking about that. I should be getting things ready here for when they get back. Back in the cave, Veto grinned. Second course. Yum. Jack smirked. Shame on you, getting greedy. It's not polite to hog all the interesting battles for yourself, you know. I've got to wonder, how's it going to feel to tear them apart? Probably not very satisfying. Kind of like ripping up a sheet of paper. I was just about to finish them off with Izuku until you morons decided to show up. Yami replied. Yeah, sure you were. Looking more ragged than usual over there. Although Izuku probably could have done it. I want to fight him again. Jack taunted. Me please. Yami said. Izuku turned his head slightly to acknowledge their conversation. How about I work out some of my anger issues by cutting you into tiny pieces? Jack challenged. And there it is. You're nuts. Yami retorted. Jack put a blade to Yami's neck. My sincerest apologies. Forgive me. Yami said mockingly. Jack took the blade away, laughing. Scared now? I wasn't really going to do it. I'd much rather wait until you're back in fighting shape before our next little fight. There's not much point if it's not a challenge. Must we always come to get you out of trouble? You can't even stand up, you miserable man. Charlotte scolded. Hey, it's not like that. The ground just loves my butt so much, it doesn't ever want to let me go. Yami replied. Don't be an idiot. The earth has no love for an unwashed miscreant like you. Charlotte shot back. Oh burn, that's some mouth you got on you. Not gonna be easy to find yourself a husband, huh? Charlotte wrapped her briars around Yami. Izuku watched, thinking, the densest people alive. Now she's angry. Yami noted. I don't need any man to marry me. The battlefield is my partner. Charlotte declared. I get that you're a warrior woman and all, but even for you, that's pretty sad. Yami replied. Charlotte hid her blush and closed her eyes, thinking, does he have no regard for my feelings? Why did I have to fall for him? It's like some kind of cruel joke, but as hard as I try, I can't seem to get him out of my head. Why can't I just take Izuku's advice and go for it? Well, I certainly can't say anything to him now. Stops blushing and opens her eyes, but if I did tell him someday, what would my squad think? Nozzle, so the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Its leader and its top brass. The highest-ranking members of the organization that attacked our kingdom. I won't waste this chance. I'll bury you with my own hands. Yami? Oh Nozzle, you are so cool. Nozzle, you just stay out of the way, foreigner. Yami, your concern for my well-being is truly touching, oh great and mighty captain. How do you guys think he gets his hair to do that braid thing? Izuku, holding back the urge to laugh. Asta, he's royal. So I figure he has a servant take care of it for him, don't you think? Finral, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he had his own personal hairstylist. Yami, I think that would qualify as the worst job ever. Nozzle, closed eye twitching. Asta, what? You think he takes the time to braid his own hair? Yami? Oh yeah, he probably has lots of time on his hands. How loser. Nozel, angry no, on second thought. Perhaps I ought to bury you before those other 5. Yami, you don't want to waste your magic on some foreigner. Izuku appears in front of Nozel. By the way, Nozel, I heard you name calling me in the capital when I was knocked out. But I forgive you. Dark innocent smile as soon as I defeat you. Just kidding. Please don't do that again. Goes back next to Charlotte. Charlotte, did you really have to do that? Can't you take this seriously for once? Izuku, pouting, but I am taking it seriously. Charlotte, no you're not. Izuku closes eyes and small chuckle, yeah right? Nozel, show no mercy. Izuku cracks knuckles. Charlotte, get serious. Jack smiles Kiki. Asta pulls out swords. Oh hey, let's do this guys. I'm totally ready to go, we'll take these JRKs down no problem. Nozel, you won't be joining this fight, Asta. Asta? Nozel, the captains have taken to the battlefield. Anyone who interferes now would only get in our way, especially a magicless commoner like yourself. Julius turns around. All right, will you tell us? Who among those gathered here is the traitorous captain that collaborated with the Eye of the Midnight Sun? Hearing that, everyone got nervous, not ready for the answer that would come. Go on, tell us their name? Catherine, the traitor, is the Purple Orca's captain. Geldra poised. Everyone shocked. Geldra, ridiculous. What are you trying to say? These 2 are terrorists guilty of attacking the royal capital itself. You would have to be crazy to believe a word out of their mouths. I've never given anyone cause to doubt my loyalty to this kingdom. Charlotte, well, that isn't exactly true. Geldra, nervous. Charlotte, I have heard a few distasteful rumors regarding you. Nozel, is that all, Charlotte? I've heard a great deal more than a few. Real? No way, are you guys serious? Yami, sure are. There are rumors all over the place. It's crazy. Izuku, pitiful. Charlotte, and now it seems they weren't baseless after all. Jack, I always knew you were up to something sneaky. But I never imagined you would stoop to this level. Geldra, this isn't funny. Izuku, and no one is laughing. Geldra, taken aback by Izuku yelling ah. There's obviously been a mistake. Yes, those 2 are trying to set me up and you're all falling for it. Izuku, disgusted look. Interesting argument. Although there's one flaw, no one can lie under memory magic. Geldra gets even more nervous. Yami, there you have it. Geldra, who are you calling that? Yami, hey now, calm down. Why don't you get Mushroom Head to use his fancy magic spell on you? He can sneak a little peek inside your head. If you've been a good ham, you have nothing to worry about. Geldra, I have to get out. Izuku takes a step towards Geldra. Ava, angry captain. Ready to use magic. Izuku, wait for it. Marks, apart from the stupid nickname, I agree completely. If you're truly innocent, you should jump at the chance to prove it. Geldra, I don't know. Sweating. Yami, hey now, what's the matter there? You get shy all of a sudden? Charlotte, most disgraceful. Geldra, Nozel, such a betrayal is unforgivable. It should be a capital offense. Izuku, you really betrayed the kingdom then. What a failure you are. Asta, so you really are a traitor then. You JRK. You betrayed your fellow captain. Geldra, no. This is some kind of trap. I'll find a way to clear my name, but for now, I have to retreat. Izuku whispers to Ava, wait for him at the entrance and capture him. Don't kill him. Ava, hi. Geldra opens Grimoire Transparency Creation Magic. Activating the Invisible Mage. Turns invisible. Asta, he's gone. Yami grabs his sword. He's making a run for it. Things are getting serious now. Charlotte, not good. He's invisible, and as long as he is, all magic will pass right through him. Yami, so basically, we're screwed. None of our attack spells will work on him. William and Nozel, get ready. Asta, what? So he's invincible now? Izuku, not exactly. Geldra, Transparency Creation Magic. Invisible troops. sends some invisible soldiers at them. Izuku, sensing his chi, if you leave through that door, I can't guarantee your safety. One of my 3 most dangerous squad members is waiting for you. Door opens and closes. Jack destroys the soldier's kakik. I don't suppose anyone knows how to chase someone you can't see. William, Yami. Yami, breathes out smoke. Don't worry, we got this. Izuku, agreed, also wait a bit and he will not get away. Geldra, running away, did they think I would stand there and let them capture me? With my magic, I'm untouchable. This is the power that made me a magic knight captain in the first place. Then there's my incomparable business acumen, which made me an influential tycoon. Between the two, I've become a great mage, rich in both money and might. Laughs, my story isn't going to end here. Thanks to my magical talent and financial genius, I'm unstoppable. Asta, running towards him, hits him. Gotcha. Geldra blocks it, but it dispels his magic. Geldra, what? Where did you come from? That's impossible. You saw me through my magic. Little brat, how did you attack me? Yami, well, Hami. He may be able to hide his magic, but hiding his chi is another story. Since an anti-magic sword isn't magic, it can hit him just fine. Well, I guess we know what his natural enemy is, a magicless boy who knows how to read chi. Izuku, small chuckle. Charlotte and Nozel, why are you laughing, Izuku? This is serious. Izuku, because I know she will capture him and scare him. Yami, who? Izuku, looks at him. Ava. She doesn't look it due to her bubbly attitude, but she's scary when she fights for real. I'm considering making her the new vice captain one day. The painting magic user. The colorless queen. Asta, charges him. Geldra, you can't win. I'm a magic knight captain. You are just a magicless commoner. Summons invisible soldiers. One of them slashes Asta, but he blocks it. When he lands on the ground, it tries again, but he defeats them. Geldra. Yes, that's excellent. The writhing on the floor like a desperate fish suits you quite well. Asta, determined, kills the rest of the soldiers. Asta, in a way. You're a magic captain. You're supposed to be better than this. Now come back and face me. Geldra. All right then. If you want to die that badly, I'll help you. Opens grimoire again. But do say I didn't give you fair warning. Before he could do anything, Asta and Geldra hear whistling. When they look back at the entrance, they see Ava standing there with a scary smile on her face. Ava, scary voice, hello and goodbye. Geldra, staring at her, is frozen in fear. While Ava stands there with her hands behind her back, a paint-like substance starts to come out from her back. The air and space around Geldra begin to get crushed into the ground while covered by a white and black orb. Once it disappears, Geldra's body is completely merged with the ground, covered in black and white paint, making the ground colorless. Ava, paint magic. Colorless restriction. Geldra tries to move his body but can't. Ava, whoa. You make a wonderful work of art. Asta, no way. What kind of magic is that? Explosion. Izuku, as expected. Ava walks to her. Ava, standing still. Izuku pets her head. You did good. Ava, back to normal and happy. Thank you, Captain. All the Magic Knight squad couldn't say anything. They were surprised by the power of her magic and the fact that she was able to defeat Geldra and capture him. Julius, well, that solves that. Now, so far, all you've done is make excuses. Let's hear the truth. Izuku, if you may? Izuku, of course. Uses gravity to lift the piece of ground holding Geldra and takes it back to the dungeon. Back in the dungeon. Julius, now Geldra, have the answers you've given us all been truthful? Geldra, they have. Asta. Yami, you know I have to hand it to you, Hami. That's a pretty impressive list. Let's see here. Beating up your own squad members, misappropriating magic tools, and smuggling dangerous magic drags. You were way dirty. Before the whole traitor thing. With all that dirt, you're more a black bull than anyone on my squad. Well, in your case, I guess black and ham would be more accurate. Deku, do you ever stop running your mouth, Yami? Charlotte, no wonder he didn't want us reading his mind with Marx's spell. You didn't mention his worst crime, abducting a guardian mage. That direct cooperation with the Eye of the Midnight Sun. At least now we know how they were able to invade the royal capital. Nozel, the fool, was so blinded by the offer of rare magic tools that he made a deal with terrorists. Izuku, so he's greedy and immoral. Does that really surprise anybody? Marx, the Eye of the Midnight Sun likely killed the abducted guardian mage shortly after the attack on the capital. Julius, his actions are unprecedented and unforgivable. He was a magic knight charged with protecting our people, yet he sold them out instead. If word of this got out, the populace might panic. So we won't be making this matter public. I want you to take a good look at your squads. Make sure none of them have ties to the enemy. This cannot happen again. Everyone. Yes, sir. Julius, Izuku and Yami, stay. Follow me, please. Izuku and Yami. Okay. In a certain place in the capital. Retransforms. I put on quite the performance. Nobody can see through my copy transformation magic. So which person in the room was actually me? That ought to keep them from being suspicious for a while, at least. Whistles and opens a portal. Walks through it. In Julius's office. Julius, staring through the window. I'm sorry for keeping you for. I won't detain you for long. It's a terrible feeling to be betrayed by someone who once fought alongside you. I sprinted at full speed to get where I am, and as a result, I may have made mistakes along the way. Yami, did you keep us behind to tell us that? Because if so, Julius, you picked the wrong guys. Asta, starry-eyed and admiring. Ava, poking Izuku with a smug face. Julius, there was one more piece of information the Midnight Sun members revealed during their questioning. Asta, remember the hideout they took you to and the mysterious stone tablet that was hidden there? Asta, remembers it, that thing? Julius, according to our captives, they call those gems embedded in that tablet magic stones. They believe that gathering them will allow them to be reborn into true forms with close ties to the mana, granting them immense power. Apparently, that was the reason they targeted Fugolian, because of the magic power he possessed. Yami, they think they're going to be reborn? You sure they haven't been reading too many fantasy novels? Julius, we can't know for sure whether or not it's true, but their belief is very real, and that's enough to convince me that we must keep them from getting the stones at all costs. Yami, and? Julius, for stones remain to be gathered, and from what our captives said, it seems they know the location of one of them. Izuku, HM. Where's that, sir? Julius, the underwater temple. One of the strong magic regions. When Izuku heard that, he tried not to smile. Izuku, it's been a while since I've been to a strong magic region. I really should visit the Forest of Eden again someday. Asta, that makes sense. Oh yeah, of course. What are those again? Yami, grabs his head. If you're not actually going to use this thing, I'll go ahead and crush it for you. Ava, wait, you really don't know? Asta, no clue. Ava, well, as the name suggests, they're areas of great magic power. Various magical phenomena in these places make it hard to access. One of those regions is known as the underwater temple. You can think of them as a harder version of dungeons. Asta, shocked, you mean it's even more dangerous? Ava, yep. Izuku, so we have to get there before the Eye of the Midnight Sun does and secure the magic stone before they do. Is that it? Julius, that's correct, and I believe the best people for this mission will be found in the Black Bulls and Shadow Dragons, who are unique among the Magic Knights due to their members being unfettered by family or social standing. We can't forget, there may still be traitors among the Magic Knights. So, will you two do it? Yami, you're the Wizard King, aren't you? If you want something done, just tell us to do it. Izuku, serious, yes, sir. Yami, and you're right. If you're worried about connections, I don't exactly have a whole lot holding me back. Remembers his past. Izuku, all right. Unlike me, Yami grew his strength in the kingdom, while I just set off into the strong magic regions. So when people knew me, they only knew me as a magic knight and a squad captain. Yami, and that was that. I've been stuck with you ever since. Salutes to Julius. I'll use all the power I've got to prove that you're not wrong about this. To show you that you haven't made any mistakes. Izuku and Julius, Amused look / smiling Yami saluting. Julius, thank you Yami. I'm counting on you. Also you too, Izuku. You've been with me ever since that day, and I know you will complete this mission no matter what it takes. Oh, and Asta. Izuku, yes sir. Asta, yes sir. Julius, I'm starting to believe it may have been fate that you joined Yami's squad. You see, strong magic regions have powerful mana force fields. I doubt anyone will be able to get in without your anti-magic, and your experience battling the Eye of the Midnight Sun will serve you quite well. I'm counting on you too. Asta slams hand on his chest and starts feeling pain. Rolls on the ground. Izuku and Eva, laughing at his display. Izuku starts to leave. I'll see you around, Julius. After he leaves the knight's headquarters, Izuku heads back to the hideout. His squad was already in the courtyard, just relaxing and doing other things. Izuku, guys, can I have your attention? Urza, what's up, Captain? Izuku, we're going on a mission to the underwater temple, so just get ready because we're leaving the next day. Also, by the way, Ziraf? Ziraf, yes, Izuku? Izuku, while we're there, hold down the fort here. Ziraf, got it. Walks back into the garden. Nijire, can I come, Izuku? Izuku, of course. Everyone is coming except for Ziraf. Kana, but are you sure, Izuku? Izuku, don't doubt yourself, Kana, or you, Ryukyu. I know you've been getting stronger. Kana and Ryukyu, what? How did he? Salute, thank you, Izuku. Izuku, you're welcome. All of you get some rest. We will be heading towards the beach tomorrow on our mission. In that case. Stretches good night then. Squad 10, good night, Captain. In the middle of the night, while everyone was asleep, Izuku was inside the hot spring, relaxing in the water while sipping a drink. He was there because he just couldn't sleep. Izuku takes a drink. I can't help but have a bad feeling about tomorrow. While he was stuck with the idea of something terrible happening, his mind couldn't help but return to the thought of not being human. Izuku, but if I'm not human, then. Looks at his hand, what am I? Once he thinks that, Izuku gets out of the water and goes to the basement where he keeps all his recovery equipment. He goes to his DNA test system that he created. Although he knew what he had to do, he was still a little nervous. What would this test reveal about him? He needed answers. Izuku sticks a syringe in his arm and draws blood. After drawing a full bag, he connected it to the machine and set the computer to test blood type and categorize it. Processing. Done. Izuku looks at the screen. Name, Izuku. Title, Captain of the Dark Shadow Dragons / Bright Devil / King of Reinforcement Magic. Status, healthy. Blood category type, 10% human, 45%, 45%. Izuku was frozen in place, staring at the screen. He was right about everything he saw in his visions. So I'm not human? But what am I then? The next day, when Squad 10 woke up, they got ready to leave for the beach, but no one saw Izuku anywhere. Before the squad could say anything, Ziraf revealed why. Don't worry. Izuku just went to the beach before you to check on something. Oh, alright. Well, let's head out. Right. As they flew off, Ain asked, why do you think the captain left early? He usually doesn't like leaving first. No idea. It's strange. Hida replied. Maybe it is. But he is our captain, so he usually has his reasons, Sebastian suggested. Right. Although he can be weird, I respect him. Leo added. Ava laughed. Weird? I'd say more like he never takes you seriously when he's not fighting. It's actually funny. Daniel chuckled, thinking, we're all thinking the same thing. You are a ridiculous captain, but we love you no matter what. After about an hour of flying, they reached the beach and saw the Black Bulls having fun. Thinking about it for a bit, they started to join in. Meanwhile, Izuku was at Rockaway Beach looking for information when he ran into Yami. Oh, Yami! Hello, Izuku. They walked together, asking questions to figure out something. What's with you, Izuku? You seem tenser than usual. Yami noted. Izuku, with shadows over his eyes, replied, I don't want to talk about it. I just figured out my life could have been a lie this whole time. He clenched his fist hard but hid it. Well, if you ever want to talk about it, I'll hear you out. After all, we're friends, right? Yami offered. Izuku managed a slight smile. Yeah, we are, Yami. But I just need to think about it by myself. I hope you find out what you want to know. Yami said. 5 minutes later, they got the information they needed and went to the beach, where they saw their squads goofing off. Hey gang, we came here to look for the magic stone, didn't we? What are you messing around for? Asta shouted as he put on swimming gear. Alright, let's go. Daniel replied. Izuku and Yami exchanged annoyed looks. Later, Izuku and Yami ended up burying their squad members in the sand. Okay, you knuckleheads, listen up. While you were busy goofing off, Izuku and I were busy scoring some intel. Yami announced. Apparently, the underwater temple is beneath the surface of the ocean around here. Unfortunately, the mana-driven currents are too strong, so even a skilled mage can't normally get near it. The only time the mana is weak enough to access it is during a full moon. The Black Bulls gasped. What? Captain Yami is actually doing his job and he's super serious about it. Izuku added, if you didn't guess already, the underwater temple is on the ocean floor. So I ask. Ava replied, sorry, Captain. My paint magic won't cut it. Mine won't do as well. Leo chimed in. That's fine, you guys. So what do you think, Yami? Noah, your water magic will do. We're going to hitch a ride on it. But, sir, I'd need exceptional control over my magic to manage something like that. I can't do it. If I messed up, we die. You blow this and that's it for us. We'd just be swallowed by the current. Izuku interjected. Yami continued, this is a top-secret mission the Wizard King entrusted to the Black Bulls and the Dark Shadow Dragons alone. There is no one else. It's just you, Noel. The full moon is a week away, and you've got until then to learn how to control your magic. Push past your limits. Noel looked nervous. Ava reassured her, don't worry, Noon. I'll help you. I know a couple of methods to control magic. Thanks, Ava. Noel replied. A week later, after that little meeting, Noel learned how to control her magic. Meanwhile, the Black Bulls and the Dark Shadow Dragons relaxed. During this time, Izuku was training when he was confronted by Nijire, who looked at him with worry and concern. What is wrong with you, Zuzu? She asked. Izuku didn't respond. You've been acting weird for this past week and have been distant with me. Izuku looked at Nijire, sadness etched on his face. I'm sorry, Nijire. You're right. I have been distant. It's just that I figured out something about myself that makes me scared and angry at the same time. He handed her a piece of paper. Nijire glanced at it, her eyes widening as she noticed the information it contained, particularly the part about his blood, which was marked with question marks. What is this? She asked softly. Izuku turned his gaze toward the ocean. Not entirely human. I know you told me not to think about it, but I couldn't help it. After discovering this, I realized that one day, all the human blood within me may disappear. I still struggle to believe it. Was I meant to have human blood, or am I an anomaly? That paper proves one thing. I've always felt different from my family, like I didn't belong. Nijire remained silent, understanding his turmoil even if she hadn't experienced the same thing. His old life might have been a lie, or perhaps it was something else entirely. She stepped closer and hugged him tightly. It doesn't matter what you are, human or not. You're still my Zuzu. Izuku's eyes widened for a moment before he smiled. Thank you, Nijire. You're welcome. Don't worry. Maybe one day, all the answers will become clear to you, she reassured him, leaning in to kiss him. They shared a brief kiss before noticing a massive water ball in the distance. Guess it's time, Izuku said, reminding himself that what mattered was not what he would become on the outside, but what was inside. As the members of DSD and the Black Bulls prepared at the water's edge, some were acting a bit silly. All right, I'll take that as a yes, Yami declared. Asta turned to Noel. Okay, looks like you're up. Noel, feeling nervous, replied, no way. It's not like there's anything to be nervous about. I pulled it off fine yesterday. Vanessa, holding a drink, chimed in, easy, sweetie. Have a sip, you're stiff as a board. Magna interjected, how about you not offer alcohol to the person we're trusting with our lives? Izuku, glancing at the water with excitement, thought, I've never been to the underwater temple. I always thought it was boring. This should be an easy mission. Yami advised, when you're under a lot of pressure, things can go wrong, even if they've gone right before. Just remember to try and relax. And if you mess this up, I'm going to kill you. Noelle, feeling scared, glanced at Asta, who echoed her feelings. Oh yeah, no pressure at all. Noelle thought to herself, honestly, what is with them? It almost feels silly to be nervous now. If my spell fails, we could all die, but no one seems that worried about it. She smiled, gathering her resolve. Here goes. Water creation magic, Sea Dragon's Cradle. She successfully cast the spell. I did it. I cast the spell. Asta cheered. Yeah, we knew you could do it. Suddenly, everyone was crushed by Gray's transformation. Asta exclaimed, we're a little squished here. Magna added, you're big enough without the floating thing. Izuku, deadpan and feeling the pressure, thought, is this really how I die? Luck and Mary joked about Gray's form. Finral urged, come on. Transform into someone smaller. Gray turned into Charmy. Is this better? Asta retorted, now can we shrink the attitude? Yami placed a hand on Noelle's head. Not a bad job at all, Noelle. Now you just need to get all of us to the underwater temple. Right, I've got it covered. Everybody hang on tight, she replied, feeling elated by the compliment. Once they entered the water, they began to observe the ocean floor until they reached an area with extremely strong whirlpools. Yami noted, I'd say we've reached the strong magic region. The ball shook violently, causing everyone to feel nervous except for Izuku and Noelle. While Noelle focused, Izuku closed his eyes, and to his surprise, the whirlpool seemed to calm down. Izuku thought, is nature trying to protect me? After a while, they reached the end of the strong magic region, where the water was calm, but the fish were glowing. Wow, it's appealing, everyone exclaimed. Asta remarked, sure got some funky animals down here. Finral added, yeah, that fish is glowing like crazy. Magna commented, kinda looks like. Yeah, it's magic. That's pretty cool. Urza observed, I guess the mana affected the way the fish evolved down here. Hida noted, interesting to see how mana can evolve wildlife. Leo expressed his surprise, I never knew something like that could happen. Sebastian called out, Captain. Izuku turned to him. Look. Sebastian pointed. Izuku saw a magic barrier. It's a barrier. An extremely powerful one. Your water magic won't be able to get through it, Noelle. Yami pointed at Asta. Please. You're up. Give that thing a nice big swing with your sword. Asta hesitated. Captain Yami? Yeah. Asta took a breath. The thing is, this was my first trip to the beach, and it taught me something really important. I don't know how to swim. Funny? You'd think I would have known by now. Yami grabs his back. Good thing you won't need to swim. Walking towards the edge of the water ball. Asta and Yami, oh hey, hold on. Just let me do it at my own pace. Alright, you're probably gonna need to hold your breath for a bit. Yami, dark look on the captain here. So that means your pace is my pace, and my pace is the pace you got that? Good. Izuku, face palms. Yami, ready. Gets ready and throws Asta. Asta ends up breaking through the barrier and lands on the ground, then the water ball lands on Asta as well, knocking him down. Nero flies away. Izuku observes the landscape and feels disappointed. I already know this place. I usually have to apply reinforcement magic in order to even move or do anything. I will never visit this place again after this. Yami, Charmy, pulls out a cupcake. WHPS up some cotton. Charmy creates some cotton and flies towards the temple while Izuku uses gravity magic to bring his squad. Daniel, wow. I didn't know this is how it felt to be under the influence of your gravity magic, Captain. Izuku, right? I guess you've never really felt it before. Don't try to fight it and just let it carry you. Ava, yeah, it's still a freaky feeling having your body turn weightless. Izuku chuckles and looks ahead. Eventually, they reach the ground and land where they see people. Once the people see them, they surround them and ask questions, but Izuku quickly grows tired of it. Izuku, this is a waste of time. Yami, agreed. Walks forward with an angry look. I want to talk to whoever's the boss of this temple, okay? RG, yeah, no problem, that would be the high priest you're looking for. But RG2, he's way at the top of those stairs, so I hope you don't mind a bit of a hike. RW, I can take you there if you want. Squad 10, sweat drop, they really just started a trend. Once they get to the top of the stairs, all of them enter the building, and an old man is standing there. Ava peeks her head from Urza's shoulder. Oh look, someone's here. Leo, I guess he is the high priest. Flashback. While Sek was on the beach and asleep, he woke up and saw a blue-haired man and a beast-looking man taking out a bunch of mages. Once they were done, the beast man used magic to encase all the people in a magic whale, and once he did, they dove into the water. Sek, scared they may not have been expecting an attack, but that's still a lot of top-ranked mages. It shouldn't have been possible for two guys to take them all out in a matter of minutes. These are people we trust to protect the kingdom. How could this happen? One thing's for sure, those were no humans. Those things were a beast and a god. Back in the underwater temple, Magna and Luck were standing in front of Veto. Meanwhile, Daniel and Leo appeared as well. Once they saw the situation, they stood against Rika. Magna, what's this guy's deal crashing our battle, and why is he so hairy? Luck, yeah, no fair. Sharkhead totally belonged to me. Maybe it's okay though, this guy's got more magic power than Captain Yami. Geo starts to get up. Geo, you made it through the ocean currents and forced your way into the underwater temple. Your magic must be formidable indeed. Veto, oh, I see you can still move. Rika, no matter, just another rat for us to destroy. Geo, well that hurt. You and your buddies don't look like magic knights. I know why they're here, but what do you people want with the underwater temple? Veto, the same thing that they do. Rika, we're after the magic stone too. Geo, are you? Well, that's too bad. We can't simply hand it over, you know. Veto, I'm sure I wouldn't want it to be that effortless anyway. We'd much rather plunge you all into despair. Destroy this place and take the stone ourselves. Geo, you what? Rika, the rest of you go. Spread out through the temple. Midnight Sun members, sir, jumps away in different directions. Geo, it's rude to drop in uninvited like this. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you two to leave, please. Rika, silence. Geo, angry, you really do need to work on your manners. Veto, it will take far more powerful magic than you possess to make us leave without that stone. Geo, oh dear. You both clearly don't know who you are dealing with. Of all the underwater temple mages, I'm the strongest by far. Veto and Rika, bodies get covered in an aura of orange/blue magic. Veto, enough chit-chat. We can let our magic do the talking. Rika, I agree. Geo, very well. Mine has plenty to say. Water creation magic. Now Poseidon's hammer. After the dust clears, neither of them had a scratch on them. Veto, I got this, Rika. But not a bad try for a temple mouse. You've earned a prize. Geo, a prize? Veto, that's right. A swift defeat. In nature, the mighty beasts get to devour their prey while the pathetic vermin like you only get destruction and despair. My beast magic. Bearclaw. Veto punches Geo away, knocking him out, then he and Rika charge at Magna, Luck, Daniel, and Leo, punching them away with lightning magic and beast magic. Rika, do you understand the situation? Do you see the overwhelming difference in our power? You are insects. We shall allow you to retain even a tiny bit of fortune and hope. On the outside, the people were scared, and in the room, the high priest was shaken. High priest, no. That shouldn't have been possible. Geo is the strongest we have. He was beaten so easily. I've never seen such power, and I've seen much in my time. Izuku, all right, old man, playtime's over. Get us out there to our people and do it fast. High priest, this must be serious if you both are shaken like this. Who are those people? One of them looks like a beast and the other's mana feels something akin to a god. Yami, those two are high-ranking members of the group we told you about, the Eye of the Midnight Sun. High Priest, Eye of the Midnight Sun? Izuku, there's no time to explain. Just get us out of here. High Priest, I'm sorry, captains. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We are stuck in here. You can't leave until the game is finished, and I can't break the spell either. That's the way it is. You'll just have to wait and see. Yami, is that so? Goes to the wall and grabs his sword. High Priest, what are you? Yami, guess I'll let us out of here. Dark magic. Lightless slash. Yami cuts a triangle hole in the wall, but they see a black mist covering the area. High Priest, what happened to my temple? Izuku and Yami, DM in. What is this? On the outside, a member of the Eye of the Midnight Sun was casting a spell. Spatial magic. Different dimension sphere. Once someone has been ensnared by my spatial magic, they have no hope of escaping unless I decide to release them from its hold. While Izuku and Yami were thinking, Veto spoke. Veto, dark swordsman from a foreign land and the prodigy captain. Yes, that's right. We can tell you're here from the mana. Watch from the sidelines a little longer. You two are going to be our main dish. Looks at the screen, you'll be steeped in delicious despair from having seen the deaths of all your friends. High Priest, we must do something to stop this beast, or else the temple is done for. Yami and Izuku, alright, geezer. High Priest, what is it? Izuku, we can't get in there, but can we still talk to them? High Priest, yes, we can. Prepares it, but how will that help them? In the temple. Yami, on comms, alright, you morons, listen up. Izuku, on comms, hey guys, listen. It's important. Mary, waving and happy, hey captain, I actually beat one of them. Izuku, on comms, 2 of the Midnight Sun members have crashed the party. They're just as strong as a Magic Knight captain. Veto and Rika. Ava, a little nervous but slaps her face no. I can do this. Yami, on comms, plus they've both brought 4 minions with them. Some things have come up, so me and Izuku can't get to them. It's time to get serious. Izuku, push past your limits. Urza, butterflies in her stomach, I got this. High Priest, when I proposed this game of mine, I had no idea it could be so exhilarating, and here we are with the fate of the underwater temple hanging in the balance. On comms, time for a rule change. Knights and mages, in order to win the game, you must defeat Team Eye of the Midnight Sun. All those who contribute to this victory will have their wishes granted. Asta, we have to defeat those monsters. Shaking. Slaps his cheeks, yeah, he's scary, so what? That's exactly what makes a battle worth fighting. I can do this. I can take them both down. Back with Veto and Rika. Veto and Rika. Too easy. Veto, now who's going to be our next prey? Magna, Luck, Daniel and Leo. Where are you going? Leo, getting up slowly, you think you can just go on to the next fight just like that? Daniel, gets up, get back here. We're not finished with you yet. Magna, Captain Yami gave us our marching orders, and if our captain says to take you down, that's what we're gonna do. Luck, you got that? Daniel and Leo, prepare some magic, we're not done yet. We won't lose to a creep like you. Veto and Rika, excellent. Rika, I shall enjoy destroying you that much more. Veto, the longer the hunt continues, the greater the anticipation of the kill. While Daniel and Leo had some smoke and concrete, they were waiting for something to happen. Leo, looking at Rika, I'm glad we can still stand, but how can we fight a monster like that? If he lands one more hit on us, we're done. Daniel, smiling, hey you. Use that same attack from before. Leo, confused look, what does Daniel mean? We barely dealt with it last time. Veto, we've got some feisty ones. Delicious. Then I'll continue feeding you despair rushes at Luck until you choke. Rika, I'll enjoy destroying you. This time, you will die. Rushes at Daniel. While Rika was rushing at Daniel, he was focusing because of what he saw, and soon, once the lightning bolt reached him, he dodged the kick from Rika and shot a cinder blast at his stomach, which hit him. Rika gets knocked away but recovers. Daniel and Rika, staring at each other. Daniel, All of us have been trained personally by Izuku, so we know how to fight to the best of our ability, and I noticed your movements are too linear. As long as I time it right. Rika, angry, you seem very full of yourself for just predicting one of my attacks. Appears next to Daniel. Daniel dodges. Rika and Daniel start to fight. However, Daniel was just a bit faster than Rika in the moment. Daniel, charging at him with a cinder blast. Rika turns around and tries to punch him. Daniel barely dodges. While they were fighting, it looked like a bunch of smoke clouds along with lightning sparks. Rika and Daniel were chasing each other, while Leo watched as they clashed. Daniel shot smoke shots at Rika, who blocked them and appeared in front of him, throwing a right punch. Daniel barely dodged again, using a cinder rocket that hit Rika point blank, followed by a kick attempt. Rika caught his leg and threw him away, landing on the ground and shooting lightning bolts at Daniel, who ran to avoid them and dashed to the ceiling. When Daniel was on the roof, he prepared a powerful punch of smoke and charged toward Rika. Rika prepared to punch him as well, and when they clashed, it created a smoke and lightning explosion. Leo smiled, thinking, "Oh Daniel, ever since you joined this squad, you've been the closest to me. If you think I'm going to let you surpass me, you've got another thing coming. My rival and my best friend. You better not even think about leaving me behind." He then shot concrete shards at Rika. "Hey, nice one, Leo. Let me help," Daniel said as he shot more smoke shots. Rika dodged them both, reflecting on his friendship with Leo. "Leo, I'm going to be real with myself. You are my best friend. We will get through this together, and once we do, we'll repay the captain for his kindness. He saved us from the world, so the least I can do is fight with everything I have." Rika got even more furious and sped up, landing a hit on Daniel, but Leo caught him. "That was a good catch, you white-haired friend," Daniel exclaimed. "Oh, shut up," Leo replied, annoyed. Meanwhile, in another part of the temple, Ava, Mary, Linda, and Sebastian were running toward the mana. "Hold on, Leo, Daniel. We're coming," Ava shouted. Mary added, "This person is extremely powerful, but we'll win. We have to." Sebastian rallied them, "For the captain, right guys?" The four of them shouted, "For the captain." Back in the fight, Magna, Luck, Daniel, and Leo were struggling against their opponents. "Now do you understand the difference between us?" Veto taunted. Rika added, "Why won't you just quit? Your only option is to succumb to despair and misfortune." Leo retorted, "Would you both shut up? The last thing we're feeling right now is despair and misfortune." Daniel agreed, "That's right. We can't give up that easily." Magna and Luck thought about Asta, realizing that if they gave up, they wouldn't deserve to be his superiors anymore. Daniel and Leo reflected on Izuku, knowing that giving up would be betraying him and they wouldn't have the right to call themselves the strongest squad. They charged at Veto and Rika again. Rika shot a lightning bolt, which Daniel dodged while shooting a smoke shot. Leo used his concrete magic, creating a rumbling earth. Rika lost his balance but quickly regained it, launching 3 small lightning bolts at Leo, which Daniel cancelled. Rika charged at Daniel and Leo, but they both dodged his attack, seizing the opportunity. Inside the room, Izuku felt a little sad, thinking, "It wasn't that I didn't recognize your efforts, Daniel and Leo. You guys are my family, so I believe in you. Get him." Yami encouraged them, "All right, you've got this." Magna and Luck combined their magic, shouting, "Combo spell, flame, lightning exploding cannon." Daniel and Leo followed suit with their own combo spell. Combo spell, molten burst attack. The resulting explosion blinded Ava, Mary, Linda, Sebastian, Asta, and Kyoto. When the light faded, Veto was hurt slightly, and Rika had some minor burns. "You pathetic weaklings. We gave you a chance, and that was all you could do." Rika and Veto prepared their magic. "Accept your despair and misfortune." Asta blocked Veto, while Mary blocked Rika's hand. "Ah, the puny knight with the anti-magic sword. We meet again, brat." Veto sneered. Back outside, everyone was growing increasingly scared as they watched the display of power. Yami approached the barrier. "Wait, what are you doing? There's no way out, We're trapped, the high priest exclaimed. Yami replied, I can't just leave them to die. He attempted a lightless slash, but it did nothing. A member of the Midnight Sun mocked him, You should give up. You'll never escape. No one trapped by my different dimension sphere spell has ever managed to break free. Haha. Yami shot back with a dark look. Listen up, you better let us out of here quick, or you're dead. Got it? Answer me. The Midnight Sun member taunted him, or what? Please don't, I'm scared. Ha. Yami punched the wall in frustration. What are you laughing at? You think it's funny that I'll beat you to a pulp? It's too late for an apology now, I'd spit on your grave. Inside the temple, Vanessa had defeated the last of the Midnight Sun members. All that remained were the ones holding Yami and Izuku captive, Veto and Rika. Veto sneered, Back for more, anti-magic brat. Rika added, I see there's more of you who want to be killed. Veto continued, I see you can stand, but it will do you no good. What use is a body in tatters in the face of my true form? Rika and Veto spoke in unison, We'll relish your destruction. The mana whispers. It urges us to plunge you insects into the depths of pure pain and utter despair. Noel, how can you even stand up when you're so gravely injured? Asta, it was Kahono. She used the last of her strength to heal me a little. I could barely hear her, but it was enough. Ain, well, I didn't come alone to take you out. Nijire, Ryukyu, Kana, Hida, Urza, come out from the corner as well. Rika, go ahead. Group up all you like. It won't do you any good. Noel, I'm grateful. Asta, we have to take him down, then we'll find a way to help Kahono and Kyoto. Hida, eyes hidden with shadows, I think I have an idea. Shakes head no, never mind, no time to think about that. What? Asta, he grew his arm back, didn't he? Someone else has to know that kind of magic, surely. Turns to her, hey, that insane spell you pulled off before totally psyched me up. Pats her head, I always knew you could do it. You're just as amazing as I thought you were. Turns back to Veto, guess it's my turn now. In the corner, Finral was watching. Finral. Nope, nope, nope. Just what exactly do you plan to do here? Have you not noticed you're battling an actual monster? Remembers what Licht said. Licht, I'll introduce you. These four are the strongest members of the Midnight Sun. Asta, they're the strongest? Licht, indeed, their power surpasses my own, especially in battle. They are the third eye. Finral, stronger than light magic? He's got to be bluffing about that, right? Back to reality. Finral swallows a lump in his throat, but he wasn't bluffing at all. These guys have more magic power than Licht, the leader of the Midnight Sun. I doubt our whole group and Izuku's group would stand a chance now, even working together. They've taken everyone down one by one, swatted them all like they were flies. About to run away, that's it, I'm getting out before it's too late. Looks back at Magna and Luck and shakes his head, I can't save them, might as well save myself. If I don't escape, we'll be wiped out for sure. Walking away. Veto and Rika, you're nothing, just a pitiful urchin. What could you possibly hope to achieve? Asta and Urza, shut up. Asta, don't get even cockier because you both grew an ugly third eye. Finral, no, no, no. They're not being. They are just honest. These guys have unbelievable levels of magic power. You guys are never going to win this one. You should escape while you can. Don't think, just go. Asta, what you said before about how my biggest weakness is not knowing when to give up. That's no weakness. The way I see it, not giving up is the strongest weapon I've got, and no way I'm gonna give up before my wish comes true. Do you understand me? Not ever. Urza, it doesn't matter how many times you tell us to back down, we never will. You hurt our family, so we will never stop trying. Serious look, the captain said all our magic has the ability to negate strength. So if we want to defeat Rika, we have to be careful. Rika and Veto, start laughing. Veto, you would hear your death wish as a weapon. You'll soon find out how useless it is against me. I'll teach you a valuable lesson, ignorant whelp. You've never known despair like what I'm about to show you. Veto and Rika. But before we delight more in your pain, I think we'll clean up some of the trash laying around here. Asta, you can't. Veto and Rika, mythical beast magic / black lightning magic. A bunch of projectiles shoot up in the air and start falling towards the unconscious people, but before they could hit, the people get pulled out of the way by threads, and in the process, Veto and Rika get wrapped up in threads. Vanessa, oh dear, could these men be the notorious Veto and Rika the captains told us all about? But you're both much more brutish and uglier than I imagined. Not really my type. Sorry. Back on the shore where Sek was, he was helping the magic knights up and couldn't sense the mana of Rika and Veto. Yami, a little shocked we could have used him? Izuku, I don't care. He hurt Mary and Linda pretty bad, so I was going to make sure nothing was left of him. Walks away to them. While Izuku walked towards Mary and Linda, he used recovery to stop their bleeding, but while he did that, the rest of his squad walked to him. Squad 10, except for the injured. Captain, we thank you for everything you've done for us. Izuku, with his back turned and smiling, you all are ridiculous, but I love you all. Looks at Linda and Mary, sad face I promise. Mary, Linda, I will find a way to fix you, no matter what. Linda, weakly places her hand on Izuku's hand. Captain, I can't hear you right now, but please don't blame yourself. Izuku, smiles, even when you're blind and deaf, you're still as cheerful as ever. As you guys? Squad 10, yes sir? Izuku, turns around to show his smile. You can pass out now. I'll handle the rest. Squad 10, salutes and passes out on the ground. Izuku, chuckles, you did a fine job. Now let your captain handle the rest. When Izuku looks at Yami and the Black Bulls, he sees them passed out as well. But he does something shocking. Izuku, Yami? Yami, yeah? Izuku, I'm gonna leave early. True. Gravity magic. Crushing point. The space in front of Izuku began to distort, and when it faded, he found himself on the shore, carrying his unconscious squad members using gravity magic. He flew back to his base and placed each member in the makeshift medical ward, healing their wounds. However, he faced a challenge with Mary and Linda, who were in dire condition. Izuku knew that when his squad woke up, they would search for a way to heal them. Until then, Linda would need a walking stick, and Mary would require assistance since she had lost her arms. Despite the difficulties, Izuku held on to hope that things would improve. As he walked to the courtyard, he spotted Zeref, who looked worried. Are we sure it was a good idea for me not to go with them? Zeref asked. Izuku sat down at a table, preparing some tea. I'm not sure, but I know one thing. They told me they don't blame either of us. If we're always there to protect them, how are they supposed to get stronger? Zeref sighed. It doesn't count if they come back half dead. One lost both arms, and Linda lost her eyes and ears. I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm just worried. It's fine. I understand your concern. They're fine, just let them rest. When they wake up, they won't stop until they find a way to heal Mary and Linda. Have faith, my friend. Izuku reassured him. I hope you're right, Zeref replied, sighing. Izuku finished his drink. All right, I'm going to give the report to the Wizard King. Come with me. We'll let the squad rest for now. All right. Zeref agreed. They flew off toward the royal capital and upon arrival, encountered Yami and a few of his squad members. Never fear, lovely people. Finral's coming. Finral shouted as he ran past Izuku and Zeref. Izuku and Yami exchanged glances and face-bombed at his antics. After the brief interaction, they all headed to the Wizard King's office. I see. So they did send someone to retrieve the stone from the temple, and you said they were members of the Third Eye. Julius inquired. That's right, the ones they call Veto the Despair and Rika of Misfortune. Yami confirmed. Julius stood up. Sounds like fitting titles. We'll examine the body here and interrogate the Midnight Sun's minions. Okay. Yami and Izuku replied in unison. Julius walked over to Charmy. Your binding magic is truly outstanding. That fluff is surprisingly strong. Who are you again? Charmy asked, munching on a piece of bread. Julius picked her up. Wow, Yami, I didn't know you had a child. Look how big she is. When did this happen? He looked at Yami. Oh, not mine. Yami protested. Izuku chuckled and Charmy piped up, "Hey mister, do you have any yummy treats for me? Look, just drop it." Yami insisted. Julius set Charmy down gently. "Here you go, one magic stone as ordered," Yami said, handing over the stone. Julius took it. "Thank you for this. I know it wasn't easy to procure. You've probably heard, but there were many casualties among the magic knights who fought in Rockway. Now they can rest in peace." Zeref and Asta looked a little sad. "You did receive your share of injuries, but the Black Bulls and the Dark Shadow Dragons completed this critical mission without losing a single member. That's nothing short of marvelous, and somewhere along the line, you both grew stronger yourselves," Julius praised. Julius then reflected on how everyone had once called Izuku and Yami foreigners, but they never stopped trying to become great. "You've both done well. I'm so proud of the amazing Magic Knight captains you've become. We're 28, not 12, so stop, Julius." Izuku and Yami replied in unison. "Right, sorry about that," Julius said, slightly embarrassed. "Tell me if you remember this little quote. If you want to say you're right, get results from doing things your way." Yami prompted. Izuku smiled. "I remember all the times I was looked down upon. No matter how much people said terrible things, you always believed in me. So thank you, Julius." Yami added, "And just like we told you before, we accepted that mission to prove you weren't wrong, that you haven't made any mistakes." Julius smiled at their words. "And the way they fought against those monsters in the underwater temple. Our squad members proved that we weren't wrong about them either." "Yes," he said, placing a hand on Asta's shoulder. "And Asta, you've had another impressive showing, young man. You're doing very well, in fact. Same to you, Izuku. I expect we'll see a lot more from you both." "Thank you, sir," Asta replied. There was something I was wondering. I know you're super busy and I don't want to bother you, but I was hoping that maybe." "Of course, what is it?" Julius encouraged. "Well, if it isn't too much trouble, could I get your autograph, please?" Asta asked eagerly. Julius fell over in surprise, and Izuku started laughing. Zeref tried not to laugh, while Yami teased, "Tell you what, you can have mine on your face?" "I'll pass." "Thank you," Asta replied. Yami leaned in closer. "Be nervous around me for once?" I am, Asta stammered. Just then, Marks appeared beside Julius. "Please forgive the intrusion, sir, but it's important." Everyone turned to him. "Hey, Mushroom Head," Yami greeted. "I told you before, never mind. Now isn't the time for this," Marks said, shaking his head. "Go on, Marks." "What is it?" Julius prompted. Keaton, the border village, incited frequent skirmishes with the Diamond Kingdom. A diamond unit is attacking it as we speak, Marks reported. Everyone except Julius looked shocked. "Of course they had to strike now," Julius said, looking through the intermission magic. They saw a small army of diamond soldiers approaching. "Julius, this is a far cry from our usual skirmishes, especially considering those in command." Marks, "Yes. Lagos, Brox, and Yagos." Julius, 3 of the 8 Shining Generals. Asta, "The 8 Shining Generals? I've never heard of them before." Zeref, "They are the 8 most powerful individuals in the entire Diamond Kingdom." Asta and Charmy, shocked. Zeref, "You could consider them similar to our Magic Knight captains." Asta, "That's really not good." Marks, "Worst Keaton is our linchpin of border defense. If we lose it, we'll be wide open to a Diamond Kingdom invasion." At Keaton, Lagos, "The time has come. This battle could alter the course of the Diamond Kingdom's history." Yagos, "Ha! A big battle. It's been too long. How very exciting." Brox, "Ha! We'll crush these Clover Kingdom weaklings and take their precious border town. They don't stand a chance." Lagos, "Our spies informed us that the Clover Kingdom has been worn down by the continued conflict with the Eye of the Midnight Sun, and that border security is thin as a result." It seems they were correct. Brox, "We just need to take control of Keaton, and then we'll have the upper hand. Let's get started already, ha." Yagos, "This area has a wealth of resources too, a fact that's lost on those Clover Kingdom fools." Laughs a bit. Suddenly, a group of Purple Orca members arrives at the edge of Keaton, preparing to prevent the invasion. Purple Orca member deploy the magic barrier. A barrier goes up around Keaton. 2. I have 50 mages pouring their magic power into this barrier. You won't be able to break through it easily. None of your attacks will reach us, but our magic can pass through without a problem. Our first target is that lightning magic user, Legus. Pick him off. They shoot magic at him, but a barrier around Legus protects him. Legus, is that feeble attack the best you can muster? Grimoire, fine then, I'll show you how a proper magic spell is done. Lightning creation magic. Shoots 6 arrows of electricity. The arrows break through the barrier instantly. When the barrier breaks, the diamond soldiers begin to invade Keaton. Brock's red clay creation magic. Raging great boar charge. Breaks through the wall of Keaton. Long live the Diamond Kingdom. Yagos. Damn it, Brox, you reckless idiot. I wasn't done yet. A general should stay out of the fray and give orders, not charge in ahead of his troops. Where is your sense of dignity? Legus. Watching Broxo, he always does that. It lacks polish, true, but it does demoralize the enemy, and that's what he's after. You can't deny he's got a talent for it. Come, Yagos. Let's press the attack, shall we? Yagos and Legus. Charge in as well. Brox. Legus. Shoots more arrows. Diamond soldiers. Shoot some magic. Back to Julius. On comms it's no use, their attacks are too much. Yami. Not good. Julius, a little worried. Marks, Keaton's defense is shattered. They're in serious trouble. Charmy and Zeruf. No kidding. Marks. Wait, hold on, is that? Yami and Asta, even more shocked. Yami, what now? Beak Mushroomhead. Marks, it's them. They came. One of the mightiest magic knight squads in the Clover Kingdom, the Golden Dawn. In Keaton, the Golden Dawn has just arrived. Asta and Charmy, my prince. William, come, knights, it's time to show our guests exactly how unwelcome they are. Golden Dawn, walking forward. Brox, still charging. This is what you send as backup? Only one measly magic knight captain? That's just pathetic. Diamond soldier, attention generals. Enemy reinforcements have arrived. Focus your attacks on the Golden Dawn. I repeat, focus on the Golden Dawn. Brox, those idiots. Do they truly believe they can defeat us with one puny squad of magic knights? Looks at Yuno. Yuno lands on the ground. Brox, what's this? Some scrawny boy thinks he can stand in the way of my charge? You fool, I'll blast you to bits. Yuno prepares magic wind magic. Tornado Fong. When Yuno's magic comes into contact with Brox and his soldiers, they are instantly knocked back. Yuno, now what was that about blasting me to bits? The wind spirit Bell. Look at you, Mr. Showoff. It'll be more fun if you use my power too. Bell, this kind of cockiness is exactly why you can never seem to make any friends. The right response would have been a pleasant chuckle, not a dismissive snare. A pleasant chuckle? Sure. Bell, what was that? Hey, you can't just ignore me like that. I'm one of the 5 great nature spirits. Say something already. Fine. Something. Bell, seriously, at this rate, you're going to die friendless, you insufferable grouch. Size. Bell, but don't worry, because I'll be with you every step of the way, even if you are an ungrateful lot with inexcusably bad manners. Now, if you get rid of all these pests, you can celebrate by taking me on a nice date. Starts walking forward. Yeah. Right. Bell, flying around him, you don't look very excited. You weren't planning to turn me down, were you? Brox, gets all the rocks off him, I'm glad to see they brought someone who actually has a backbone. Back with Julius. The others praised but as for Izuku, the wind spirit is weird. Thea, inside Izuku's mind. Weird chuckle, yeah, sorry about that. She has some issues. Izuku and Lucifero, no kidding. In Keaton, the Golden Dawn was defeating the Diamond Army soldiers. Julius, the Golden Dawn will help even the playing field, But the enemy still has 3 generals and many more troops. I'd like to send more troops, but I'm not even sure who we have available. Neither am I, sir, Marks replied. The Crimson Lions are in the mountains, and the Silver Eagles are tied up with the Spade Kingdom. Yami interjected, there's a simple solution. You can send me. I'm your best option. I think Finral's been to that village before, so I can get there quickly. Really? Are you sure? Julius asked, concern etched on his face. Your squad just got back from the underwater temple. Yeah, I can handle it. Right now, I'm feeling nearly invincible. Besides, Yami thought of William, there's somebody I've been meaning to check up on. Well, in that case, I gladly accept your offer, Julius said, though he added wistfully, I only wish I could go with you. That's not possible, sir, Marks cautioned. What if they're using this as a diversion to attack the capital? We mustn't be rash now. There's the king's safety to consider. Julius looked at Izuku, contemplating. Should I send Izuku too? When it comes down to it, he, Mereoleona, and Vermal are our secret weapons. Although Izuku has already told his squad to reveal themselves, he hasn't had the chance to prove to the people that he is on their side, especially since he mostly stayed hidden during the invasion of the royal capital. Izuku, you go with them too. Julius commanded. Izuku and Zeref exchanged shocked glances. But are you sure, Julius? After all, you did tell me I'm one of the secret weapons of the Clover Kingdom. Yes, it's true I revealed my squad, but are you sure it's okay for me to show my face? Yes. What better time to show that you are on the side of the people? Izuku's serious expression softened as he saluted. Yes, sir. Zeref, come with me? Yes, sir. Zeref replied. They flew out the window, while the rest of the Black Bulls went to look for Finral to head towards Keaton. Izuku looked at his light grimoire. New spells and stronger spells. He focused, transforming Archangel Spear into Spear of God and creating new spells. Protecting Light Barrier, Golden Dragon, Holy Shining Cross, and Radiant Detention. Completed Light Grimoire. In Keaton, Yuno was using wind magic to defeat the enemies. That's very impressive, Langris remarked, watching Yuno tear through the opposition. And he's only going to get stronger. William added. It's hard to believe a commoner has come so far within our ranks in less than a year. His progress is staggering. Langris said. Now what do you say we go out there and join our newest recruit? William suggested. Absolutely, sir. Langris agreed, opening his grimoire. By the time we're done, those Diamond Kingdom soldiers will regret ever setting foot in our country. High in the sky, Izuku and Zeref arrived. All right, Izuku, you go down into Keaton and help the people. I need to blow off some steam. Zeref smiled and jumped through the barrier. Izuku narrowed his eyes, sensing the weak magic of the diamond soldiers below. I only need light magic to defeat you all. He closed his gravity grimoire and light grimoire. I've never used this spell yet, so let's run a test. Light magic. Radiant detention. A decently sized explosion erupted from Izuku's body. Interesting, and I can charge it too. His body began to glow lightly. As he charged at the diamond soldiers, numbering over 1,000 in reinforcements, a citizen shouted, It's the Golden Dawn. Yuno stood in front of the people, ready to defend them. Brox laughed. So this kid must be the advanced guard for the Golden Dawn. I gotta say, you're not bad for a puny brat. How tragic, Legis remarked. Behavior like yours is unbecoming for a member of the 8 Shining Generals. It's embarrassing. Brox, let me help you. I can't bear to watch. Legis insisted. Don't go sticking your nose into this. I want to kill him. Brock retorted. The townspeople cheered for Yuno, hoping he would defeat the mages in front of him. Legis landed in front of Brock and addressed Yuno. The townspeople seem awfully confident in you. What the hell? Aren't you listening to me? Brock shouted. All right, let's see how well you defend yourself and all of them. Legis prepared more arrows. Arrows? Bell? Yuno called. Right here. Leave it to me. Bell replied. Legis shot arrows at Yuno, who countered with wind magic. Swift white bow. He created a massive bow and arrows. Bell inhaled deeply and blew out, causing Yuno's arrows to shoot out and clash with Legus's, breaking the barrier. That's absurd. You deflected my arrows so swiftly and broke the barrier. Legus exclaimed. You wanted to find out if I could defend myself, right? Well, can you? Yuno challenged. Then, who is this boy? Legus thought. Yuno stood firm against both Brock and Legus. I can protect myself and all my friends. Bell flew in front of him. You heard him. Yuno and I are one soul. Yuno remained silent. Hello? Not gonna respond? Can you at least give me a quick yes or no? Bell pressed. No. Yuno finally replied. You know what? I changed my mind. I need an explanation. Bell insisted. Brock laughed. I bet you want me to help now, don't you, Legus? How dare that little upstart make a fool of me? I'll handle him myself. Out of my way, Brock. Legus declared. I told you before. Leave the twerp to me. Brock shot back. As they argued over who would fight Yuno, another soldier from the Diamond Army, Lotus, watched, his attention divided. One was a bright, glowing light in the sky, heading towards their reinforcements at high speed. Lotus couldn't tell who or what it was, only that it was a blinding light, almost as bright as the sun. He focused on the Golden Dawn's captain and the tree roots around him. Inside Keaton, the Golden Dawn and Zeref were struggling against overwhelming numbers, even as they defeated soldiers with ease. That's it, you weaklings. Keep on struggling. Yagos taunted. Him, feeling the effects of Yagos' magic, said, his magic is clinging to us. It makes our spells not work properly. Yagos shot mucus at them, declaring, it's mucus creation magic. A powerful spell that reduces the abilities of anyone it touches. You can fight it all you want, but there's no escape. Langris approached Yagos, unimpressed. Wow, that looks like a tough spell to beat. He swung his hand, causing Yagos' arm to disappear along with much of his spell and the buildings behind him. Or rather it would be if it wasn't completely useless against me. Langris exclaimed. Blood poured from Yagos as he fell to the ground. What kind of attack is that? His spatial magic. Langris continued. Right, that's the problem with this spell. It destroys everything. That's too bad. I guess someone will just have to rebuild it, won't they? William, surrounded by roots, was focused. Lotus observed him, thinking, interesting. I'm pretty sure that guy is the leader of the Golden Dawn. But why is he just standing there? Kinda creepy. He's got his grimoire open, so I assume he's using magic, but all I can see is a bunch of tree roots. Maybe he's going to grow a tree. That's a peaceful thing to do. Must be nice to have strong enough magic to create something that protects a whole village. As Lotus grabbed a root, he noticed it was absorbing his magic. Is he absorbing people's magic? Why am I always the one to notice things? He used a communication device. Listen, you three, this is Lotus. The enemy captain from the Golden Dawn seems to be preparing to launch a large-scale magic attack. Brox and Legus were still arguing, and Yagos wasn't listening. Great, they're not listening. I guess I should run then. Suddenly, William's spell was ready to activate, and the bright light in the sky appeared in front of the reinforcements. What is that? A random diamond soldier asked. Izuku compressed his body inward. The time is at hand. Behold! The great tree grows. The tree roots turned massive, growing from where William stood, absorbing Diamond Army soldiers and their magic quickly. Lotus was shocked. What kind of insane power does this Golden Dawn guy have? William proclaimed, World Tree Magic. Great Mistelnin Tree. All for the good of the Clover Kingdom. Asta, Yami, Finral, and Charmy arrived at Keaton, noticing the massive tree in the center, but before they could comment, the sunlight caught their attention. The Diamond Kingdom soldiers then heard a single heartbeat sound, and once they did, it was over. Who the hell is that? A diamond mage asked. Izuku responded, too late. Light magic. All the light disappeared, revealing Izuku again. Radiant detention. His arms formed an X and then broke, unleashing a massive explosion of light that vaporized all the diamond mages. They tried to escape, but the explosion was too large. However, Izuku controlled the blast so Keaton remained unharmed. In Keaton, Zira felt the force of the explosion and smiled. Show off. When the light faded, Izuku floated there, his squad cloak blowing in the wind. I can't see any of the diamond soldiers. That spell is useful, although it depletes a lot of my mana. If I were the me before the underwater temple, I would have been completely out of mana. He noticed Yuno fighting Legus. As Legus struggled against Yuno, he thought, I had no idea he was this strong. But as a shining general, I won't be beaten. Yuno, riding atop a wind hawk, countered, who cares about that? He used wind to trap Legus and created a wind spear. Beauty doesn't mean a thing during battle. Legus screamed in frustration. Yuno stabbed the spear into Legus's shoulder. To win, you have to be strong. Legus, in pain, fell to the ground, his eyes wide. Ah, it's so appealing, Asta exclaimed. He knocked him out with one spell. Charmy added, ah, the winds of love. My sweet prince. Yuno approached Asta. Thought I saw a familiar face down here. So what brings you to Keaton, Asta? Finral noted, that guy joined the Magic Knights with Asta. Yuno continued, and why are you scrambling around looking all beaten up and covered in sweat? So gross. Finral thought. He worked his way up to the Golden Dawn elite. A guy like him makes the Black Bulls look wimpy. Plus, he's handsome. Bet he's popular too. Yuno smiled. If you got those injuries while fighting someone like I think you did, then that must mean you got stronger again. Finral looked at Asta, and Yuno added, I won't lose, got that? Belle observed, is he smiling? Charmy fell to the ground. Wow, such a great smile. I could have 100 helpings of it and still be asking for more. Asta, not just me. Looks like you've gotten more powerful too. But I won't lose either, no way. Finral, so he's a Golden Dawn elite with good looks for days, and his magic ability is off the charts. But he's competing with Asta, a member of the Black Bulls who's a total meathead with no magic. Thinks about himself and Langris seems like those two make pretty good rivals. Klaus, there you are you. Mimosa, thank goodness. You're not injured. Klaus, and Asta too. Walks to him and grabs his arms. What happened to your arms? Let's see, does it hurt when I do this? Squeezes them. Asta. Ow, 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 ow. Klaus, lets him go. Of course, I didn't ask you that because I'm worried or anything. Turns a little. You should have never let your guard down. Crosses arms. Fool. Asta, sorry. Mimosa, walks towards Asta here. Use my healing magic. Asta, I'll be fine. You should probably take care of the villagers. Mimosa, blushes and covers her eyes. You're right, I shouldn't have been so forward. Please forgive me. Charmy, hiding behind a tree, embarrassed. Klaus, precisely. We don't have time to deal with you. Asta creates a magic chariot and jumps on it. Mimosa? Mimosa, ready. Jumps on as well. Klaus, you two should stay together for now. I'm sure it's difficult to fight without your arms. Not that I'm coddling you or anything. You know, you can leave now. Klaus and Mimosa. Klaus nods by. Asta, please take care. They fly away. As for William, while standing there, Brox ends up in his face. Brox, Whoa. So that's where you were. You must be the Golden Dawn's captain. I underestimated you. This is some serious magic power you've got. William, yes, and I can say the same for you as well. You shouldn't die in vain. Take your soldiers and leave this land. Brox, what did you say to me? Diamond soldiers don't retreat no matter the circumstance. Never. Izuku, sitting on top of a branch, smiling. William sees Izuku through his left eye. Brox, red clay creation magic. Brilliant armor. Heavy artillery. Sends his hands towards William. William swings his hand, creating some wind. Brox grabs him. That was pathetic. Was that supposed to be painful? Ha. Let me guess, you've already run out of magic. Starts to crush him. Izuku, watching with disappointment. You've already lost. Suddenly, Brox is encased in a tree, knocking him out and absorbing his magic. William, World Tree Magic. Mistiltine Seed. You should be honored. Your magic is being used for the nourishment of the Clover Kingdom. Izuku, still sitting on top of a branch, senses Lotus, behind you. Brox, starts falling towards the ground. Lotus, appears behind William, in ambush. He must have concealed his power. Yami, slashes Lotus's shoulder. William, why? Yami, that's my name. Good to see you, Featherface. Lotus, ouch. I thought I could turn things around if I bagged the Golden Dawn captain, but I guess not. Who could have expected I'd have to fight this guy again, and he's even stronger than the last time. Holding his shoulder kinda makes me feel like a pitiful old man. Yami, guess this means you owe me one vengeance. William, thank you for saving me. So you read his chi. Impressive. Yami, hey, old diamond guy, I don't know. You ready to surrender now? Lotus, come on, you forgot. Shows his chest scar here, look. Yami, I'm not interested in your nasty man chest, pal. Points sword at him, I'll cut you down. Lotus, harsh. Yami, jumps behind him, you wanna fight? Come at me. Lotus, this is a tricky situation for me, which means I should handle it the diamond way. He retreats. Yami, well, he's decisive. Good. Smokes a bit and looks at William. The view's pretty nice from up here, and it's just the three of us. How about we have a little chat? You got time? Izuku, staring at William. The first degree. William, staring at them both without a word. Yami, you know, it takes some serious strength to pull off a spell like this one. William, please, it's only possible thanks to my enemies. Yami and Izuku, so World Tree Magic, is that the only kind you got? Nothing else. William, I'm sorry, what are you both implying? Yami, Izuku? Yami, well, I'm the kind of guy who goes with his gut instinct. Vengeance, if you don't mind. Izuku, lose the mask. Ever since I was able to feel chi, I sense something amiss with you. Back to where we were on the ground. You know, worried about Asta. You okay? Your arms. Asta? Yeah, sure, I'll be fine. Moves arm up and down. It's really not as bad as it looks, see? You know, alright. Still as reckless as ever. Belle? Jealous, he's actually smiling. Asta, notices something. Am I going crazy, or have you gotten taller since the last time I saw you? Belle? Jealous, you know, barely says a word to me, and this guy gets a whole conversation. You know, oh yeah, by a couple of inches, I think. Asta, it should be my time for a growth spurt, not fair. Walks to you know, well, you won't beat me. Stands on his toes. I'll be by tomorrow, then I'll be looking down on you. You know, stands on his toes as well. Not happening. Asta, you think you're so great just 'cause you're tall? Belle, snaps, what do you think you're doing, you know? Pulling on his face. Who is this guy, and why are you talking to him so much? You know, looks at her. Belle, sad, and pulls his face. Say something. Quit ignoring me. Asta, starry-eyed, what's with the squeaky, crying bug pulling on your face? You know, amused face. Asta, creeped out face. I've never seen you know make that face before. She must be really powerful. Belle, still pulling his face. You tell me who this big, spiky-haired pipsqueak is right now? Asta, I'm a pipsqueak? You know, he and I lived together when we were younger. Belle, shocked, and stops pulling his face. Wait, you what? Seriously? Starts floating towards the ground, shocked and sad. You know, that's right. We ate together and studied together too. Asta, not to mention sleeping and taking baths together too. Belle, blood comes out of her mouth, twitching on the ground. Sleeping together and bathing. Charmy, walks around a bit nervous. Holding a cupcake for him while blushing and shaking her legs slightly. I know it's been a while, but I wanted to thank you for boldly risking your life to save my lunch the last time we saw each other. You're like a prince out of a fairy tale. You know, remembers the last time they met? Yeah, that's right, I remember you now. Charmy, gives him the cupcake here. A hearty after-battle snack just for you. You know, thanks. Charmy, puts some extra sweets on top. Oh, and a little something extra to make it even yummier. You know, okay. Belle, pouting at him. What's her story? She's absolutely got it bad for you know. Charmy, my name's Charmy, by the way. Would it be alright if I called you Yuno? Yuno, yeah, that's fine. Takes a bite Charmy, great. Yuno, it's tasty. Continues to eat it Belle. Smiles. My sylph's intuition tells me this little girl is no threat. Yuno, sorry about last time. I didn't mean to end up on top of you. Belle, shocked, jealous, and teary-eyed. Charmy, slapping his waist. Don't worry your pretty head about that. I know I didn't lose any sleep over it. Laughs Belle, white eyes and open mouth, on top of her. Goes to Charmy and grabs her hair. Charmy, confused. What? Belle? Hey, are you trying to cast some kind of spell on Yuno to make him like you? Don't you dare, you little brat. Continues to pull her hair. Charmy, huh? What kind of creature is that? I wonder if it tastes good? Asta, she's a wind spirit, Charmy, and we don't eat spirits, okay? Belle, you two need to back off before I get really mad. Yuno is mine and nobody else's. Charmy, you better be careful who you're calling a little brat. I'll have you know I'm 19. Shows off her assets, a worldly woman who can teach sweet Yuno a thing or two. And my charm doesn't need any magical enhancements either. Belle, sexiness? You've got to be kidding me, you fun-sized five-head. Charmy, tick mark, maybe you should look in the mirror sometime, shrimpy. Belle, clashes heads with Charmy. How dare you? I'll show you what happens when you talk back to a sylph. Charmy, clashes back with her. Yeah, let's see it. Belle starts to smack her head in a circular motion, and then Charmy pushes her back with force from her head. Belle, Charmy, pulls out a random knife and fork. That's it. I'll fry you up and eat you for dinner. Charges at Belle. They then fight while Charmy tries to catch Belle, and Belle dodges Charmy. Asta and Yuno, watching with weirded out faces. Asta, Charmy, please. Just let it go? Yuno, Belle, I think that's enough. Finral teleports down to them. Finral, looks like you guys are having fun. Can I join the party? Yuno, who's he? Asta, that's Finral. He's one of the senior Black Bulls. You might have heard of him? Yuno, not at all. Finral, nervous chuckle. Not surprising. He's one of the elite Golden Dawn after voices fade. Langris, oh my? What do we have here? If it isn't my big brother? It's been ages, and of all places to run into you again. Finral, looks up to the building and sees Langris. Of course you'd be here? Asta, looks at Langris. Who's that? Langris, your pitiful fighting skills are a disgrace to our whole family. What business do you have in battle? Asta, hey Finral, who's this JRK and why is he saying all that rude stuff to you? Finral, my little brother? Asta, huh? You know, this is Langris Vaude, Vice Captain of the Golden Dawn. Asta, seriously? Langris, and I assume you're still performing your duties as the Black Bull's pack mule? If you weren't so hopelessly incompetent, it would be you carrying on the Vaude family legacy instead of me? Asta, you're wrong. Finral's an awesome fighter. Like in our last battle, we wouldn't have been able to take the enemy down if it weren't for him. Langris, you mean he actually managed to make himself useful for once? Now there's a shock. Asta, why, that's your big brother you're talking about. Don't you think you ought to show some respect? Langris, why would I show him respect? It's not like he's earned it. Asta, listen. Finral lifts arm to say, stop. It's okay, Asta, really? I mean, it's all true, right? Sad chuckle. Asta, sad for him. No, it's not. Finral lowers arm. Just drop it. Langris, the Diamond Kingdom's troops have been more or less wiped out. They're finished. Thanks to our captain and his world tree magic along with whoever made that bright light. So your sad little squad can ride along home now. But tell me, when did the Black Bulls start running a daycare service? Looking at Asta and Charmy. Finral, eyes widen. Langris, cocky smile. Have you been downgraded from pack mule to babysitter? Looking after these snot-nosed brats, you must be simply mortified. Asta, angry. Who are you calling a snot-nosed brat? Charmy and Asta start to yell at him until Finral stops them again. Once he does that, Zeref also arrives in their area and looks at them. Finral, that's enough. You can mock me all you want, Langris, I don't care. But them? Don't you dare mock my squad mates. Not ever. Langris. Wow. So there's some fight in you after all? Suddenly, some magic comes towards Langris, but he uses spatial magic to destroy it, splitting it in two as it passes by him. Yagos, coming towards them. This leaves everyone shocked to see that there is one shining general left. Yagos, I'm done playing. I swear on the honor of the 8 shining generals. I will have your heads. Langris, bored look, and I thought we dealt with all you people. If I attack, my spatial magic will end up hitting the villages that are trapped in there too. Zeruf, unamused look. Yagos, ha, that's right. So what are you going to do now? All the people were asking for help. When he heard them, Zeruf was getting ready to save them. Langris, no time to hesitate. Prepares magic well, too bad. I suppose they'll have to make the ultimate sacrifice for their country. Asta, stop. Before Langris could swing his hand, it was grabbed by Zeruf. Langris, and who the hell are you? Zeruf, my name is Zeruf. I'm the vice captain of the Dark Shadow Dragons. Langris, shocked what? Zeruf, it's true. But Langris, there is another way to resolve this. No one has to die. Langris, if I do nothing, more people will be hurt anyway. So let me go? Zeruf, serious look. Don't make me do this, Langris. Langris, cocky and angry look. Oh yeah? They both unleash their magic auras to intimidate each other, with Langris glowing purple and Zeruf's eyes turning red. Zeruf, Asta, take care of the situation. I got this. Asta, yes Issa. After a bit of help from Charmy and Finral, Asta successfully defeats Yagos and saves all the people. Zeruf smiles at him and turns his attention back to Langris. Langris, shocked but turns attention back to Zeruf. Zeruf, eyes still red. See? There's always another way. Killing our own people is never the answer to a tough situation. Langris, teeth. After a bit longer of glaring at each other, Zeruf lets his hand go and jumps down to the black bulls. Langris. Langris looks at him. Finral, it's true I could never hope to best you. But someday the black bulls will best the Golden Dawn. Asta. Once he says that, all of the Black Bull members turn their attention to Zeruf. Asta, so you say that you're the vice captain of the Dark Shadow Dragons. Zeruf, indeed. Also, Izuku was right. You truly are an interesting kid, Asta. Asta, achim. You seem like a more serious Izuku? Zeruf, yeah, my captain can sometimes be a little too nice. But it's his nature, so I don't really mind. Asta, starry-eyed, so cool. By the way, what's your magic? Zeruf shows his grimoire. Finral, confused, why does your grimoire look like that? Zeruf, you mean the design? Well, my magic is two-part. It has another attribute to it. It's called death magic, along with a tiny hint of curse magic. Asta couldn't help but be excited. The vice captain sounded so cool. Back in the tree. Yami? Vengeance, if you don't mind. Izuku, lose the mask. William, my face isn't exactly fit for others to see. Yami, what? You wear that thing because you're super ugly or something? Hey, it's okay. I promise not to laugh, alright? Laughs a bit. William, I understand. Yami, Izuku. You're both suspicious of me, aren't you? You think I might be the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun? Yami, frankly I do. His light magic and Vengeance's world tree magic are different, sure, but something isn't right. Yami and Izuku, they've got the same build. Similar voices. Most of all, their chi feels the same. Izuku, I may not know you as much as Yami does, but something doesn't feel right. Ever since I learned to read chi, I noticed William's chi and Lick's chi feel the same. At the same time, where was he during the Distinguished Service ceremony? Nozel mentioned it before, so I could do it myself. But why wasn't he there? Every captain, no matter who you are, has to attend the ceremony if their squad members are attending as well. Then suddenly, right afterward, Fugolian loses his arm and goes into a coma while we were outnumbered. No sign of William, and then a couple of days later, a light magic user shows up and says he was the one who took down Fugolian. At the same time, when he said that, I learned how to read chi and realized his felt the same as Vengeance's. Yami, it's been 10 years since we met, hasn't it? William, That's correct. Yami, so we've had a pretty long history, you and me. Meeting on the battlefield, fighting alongside each other from time to time, even eventually becoming captains together. Remember how bouncy Nozel's braid used to be? William, slight chuckle. Izuku, amused sigh. Yami, I'm not saying we're especially friendly, but we do go back a while. There's something about him that I feel in you too. So come on. Show me your face? William, very well. William then takes his mask off to reveal his face. Izuku and Yami, looking intently. Yami, those are some pretty nasty scars. Had them long? William, always. My whole life. They called me a cursed child. Yami, is that right? William, not even magic can heal these marks. People found them eerie to look at and feared me. I was a nobleman's illegitimate child until I was 8 years old. I lived in the Forsaken Realm, but then the nobleman's heir passed away. He summoned me, brought me into his house to be his successor. Fortunately, I possessed great power, and my magic was curiosity, but even there, my face was despised. My foster mother treated me cruelly. I wouldn't wish the kind of childhood I had on anyone. Yami, sounds like you've been through a lot. William, yes, but that's also when I met Julius. He paid no mind to my appearance and instead saw only my strength. William then remembers the past when he met Julius, who complimented him on his magic and its name. Julius offered him a chance to join the Magic Knights, but William felt a bit disheartened by his face. However, Julius encouraged him not to worry and offered William his mask. William, I was happy and vowed to devote my grimoire to his service. Yami and Izuku, that's a familiar story. His face and bearing both resemble the licked mages, but I'm not picking up any trace of power in those scars. No tricks at work. He's not showing me an illusion. More than that, his chi tells me he's not lying. So I guess the resemblance is purely coincidence. Yami, right, well, sorry. William, no, I'm glad I got the chance to show you who I am. Thank you, Yami. Izuku. Izuku, sure thing. A Golden Dawn member then speaks through a communication device. Jidim, Captain Vengeance, do you read me? The Diamond Kingdom has begun to retreat. William, very good. Don't pursue those who flee. Concentrate your efforts on healing the injured. GDM, understood. William, we should get to work with the number of prisoners we've captured. Transporting them all will be difficult. Yami, yeah. Oh hey, I know a guy who comes in handy for that kind of thing, and we can work him hard. William, laughs a bit, not too hard now. Izuku, all right, you two. I'll meet you down on the ground. Stands up and looks in the distance. I don't regret my decision at all coming here. I love the Clover Kingdom. Does a backflip off the tree and begins to fly. Finro sneezes. Ziraf, someone talking about you? Probably. I guess things have gotten pretty quiet. We should probably go look for the captain. Ziraf, I agree. Charmy, all right? Asta, sounds good. See you later. You know, yeah, bye Asta. Don't eat stuff you find on the ground. Asta, hey, that's not fair. It's been years since I've done that. Charmy, goes to I was wondering if there's a way I can get in touch with you sometime? Belle, pixie dust comes off her wings. Stay away from my you raccoon. Charmy, covers her eyes. Are you trying to blind me with your sparkles? Ziraf, laughs a bit after watching the scene and flies to the city wall. When Ziraf gets there, Izuku lands near him. Ziraf, hey Izuku, did you find what you needed? Izuku, yeah I did. Think. Ziraf, alright well let's head back. The squad is probably awake and waiting for us. Izuku, yeah, I bet they are. Takes a peek at the tree and his eyes widen. While he stared at the tree, he felt a slight static shock in his mind. It hurt a bit, but Izuku noticed he couldn't stop looking at the tree, and soon he got the same unfamiliar flashback from last time. Izuku ends up in an unknown place and notices a man and woman. The man was wearing a white outfit and had white hair, while the woman had the same plant-like hair he saw from last time. Woman, a little ray of sunshine, isn't he? Man, he truly is. His power is even greater than our own. I know he will achieve great things in this world. These people Izuku was seeing were so unfamiliar in his head, but he felt a nostalgic feeling from them, like standing in front of your parents after not seeing them for a while. He hadn't felt this feeling at all when he lived with Inko and Toshinori. So why were they different? Why was he different? Izuku reaches out his hand towards them both. Mom? That? Both faceless figures reached out their hands to him as well, but just a second before their hands made contact, he was shaken out of his dream or illusion by Zeref touching his shoulder. Zeref, Izuku? Are you alright? Izuku looks bewildered. Yes? How long was I standing there? Zeref, 30 minutes. You just continued to stare at the tree William created, and even when it disappeared, you still stared blankly at nothing. Izuku, anything else? Zeref, yeah, you mumbled something along the lines of Dad and Mom. Izuku, shocked. I really mumbled that? Never mind that. It's nothing. Let's just go back home. Zeref, yes sir. They both started to fly without a word. Usually, when flying they would talk to pass the time, but this time neither of them said a word. While flying, Izuku touched his head for a bit and then looked at his hand. Izuku, what are those visions? They don't feel fake, nor do they feel like something my mind made up. They feel like visions of a past that I've seemed to have forgotten. But if they were, why can't I recall them when I want to? Clenches his fist hard. What did you do to me, Inko? If you ever come here again, I will get my answers from you. One day later, when Izuku and Zeref got back to the hideout, they saw that Squad 10 was awake, but they were not able to move out of bed since their bodies were still a bit sore from the fight in the underwater temple. However, Izuku and Zeref noticed that they had all gotten significantly stronger, by about 3 times. This made them proud. Izuku sat down in the middle lane between them all. You've all gotten stronger, even if you don't notice it. Sebastian, shadow over his eyes, replied, We know, Captain. But it's just. He looked at Linda and Mary, who were still a bit unconscious. We didn't want to become stronger if it meant they had to suffer. Listen, all of you, Izuku said, and every conscious member of his squad looked at him, sadness evident in their eyes. I get that you're sad, believe me, I am too. My moping around isn't going to help them. We have to be strong for them. Besides, I know you will never give up until you find a cure for their disfigurement. If we gave up on them, who could we call ourselves? Family. He smiled. And you should know better than anyone, since I taught you all this. Family will never give up on each other. For a moment, they were quiet, but eventually, they all looked at Mary and Linda, and smiles spread across their faces. Right, everyone exclaimed in unison. Ain added, You're right, Captain. We'll never give up. Don't worry, Mary, Linda. Squad 10 will make you better and no matter what it takes. Izuku smiled and sipped the coffee he made, making a bitter face. Too sweet. He then walked out of the room and headed to the hot spring to relax, thinking about Vermal and Marioliona while sipping a drink. As he created a small compressed orb of gravity and light in his hand, he reflected, This kind of reminds me of those days when I had no control, and now I can do this. He closed his eyes, placing the orbs between his fingers and looking at them intently before crushing them into nothing. When he opened his eyes again, one orb was gold, and the other was red. I'm almost there. Just a little more training, and I'll be able to take on my 2 forms in there. Truest state. Inside his mind, Lucifero remarked, You develop fast, Izuku. Faster than I ever anticipated. Thea added, He's right. No human should be able to adapt to mana this fast. Just what are you, Izuku? Izuku took a drink before stopping to answer, Honestly, I wish I could tell you both. After all, you both are my best friends. Lucifero, flustered, said, Shut up. Izuku chuckled. I know you love me, Lucifero, even if you don't want to say it. Just tell us what you wanted to say. Lucifero insisted. Izuku sighed happily. If I'm being totally honest, I have no idea what I am. Whenever I stare at something or someone, I get these visions of a distant time. I don't know where they are or when they are, but they feel real, like it was a life I once lived but no longer. Thea appeared in the real world. That is a troubling subject. Lucifero asked, Tell me, Izuku. Are you able to recall those memories? No. Every time I try, I get a splitting headache. Thea pondered. Interesting. This sounds like the work of forbidden magic. If that's the cause and Izuku is cursed, then why can't we break it? Whatever spell it was must have been extremely powerful. What are you thinking, Thea-san? Izuku asked. It's complicated, but I have an idea about what is happening to you. It's not set in stone, so I can't say yet. If it's true that you are cursed by forbidden magic, this will be a bigger problem than you realize. Well, it's fine if you don't have an answer yet, as long as you have something in the future that could answer my lifelong questions. I'll try to figure it out as soon as possible, Izuku, Thea said, looking at Lucifero. Lucifero nodded in understanding. As soon as they were there, both Thea and Lucifero returned to Izuku's grimoire. Izuku looked up at the stars with sadness and disappointment. I guess until that day comes, who I really am will be locked away by chains. 2 days later, after his talk with Thea and Lucifero, Izuku didn't do much besides check up on his squadmates. When he woke up again, he found that none of them were in the hideout. The only ones who remained were Linda and Mary. He smiled at the situation, knowing they wouldn't sit idly by while Linda and Mary were in such awful condition. Linda lay on the bed, said, I want to be able to have fun too. But I can't hear or see anything. She was upset about losing her hearing and vision because she loved the Dark Shadow Dragon Squad so much. She wanted to have fun and play with them, but now she couldn't. The most painful part was feeling useless. She couldn't help her friends, and it frustrated her to no end. Mary, though she could still see and hear, felt the weight of her loss. With her arms gone, her fighting abilities were cut in half, all because she let her guard down for a moment. Don't you worry, Mary Linda. They will make you better, I promise. Izuku reassured them. Mary and Linda smiled. Even though Linda couldn't hear him or see him, she could predict what he would have said if she could. On the second day, when Izuku woke up again, he noticed voices coming from outside and looked out the window. He saw Hida, Sebastian, and Ava holding both Linda and Mary. Noel, the Midnight Sun. Asta, why would they come here? Finral, you're not just making up stories to trick us into not attacking you, right? W.Q. Imperfect. Finral, confused. W.Q. Menacing stare. If I were so inclined, I could obliterate every last one of you with nothing but the snap of my fingers. Why would I bother deceiving you? She then moves her finger in their direction and summons an orb that shows the eye of the Midnight Sun, and everyone looks at the projection. Asta, it's her from Neen. The third eye is bad. That big hairy one that messed up my arms was one of them too. Mary, along with Rika, who took my arms and Linda's eyesight and hearing. Dominante, Fanzel, and Mariella. Shocked. Noel, then it's safe to say she's just as strong as they were. She might even be stronger. Finral, scared and shocked, slaps his face. This is not good. I'm always getting caught up in these things. W.Q. Let them come. My superior power will vanquish those imperfect fools with perfect grace. Go tell my children. Sends the crows off to inform the witches. With the Midnight Sun members, they were discussing finding one of the magic stones inside the Forest of Witches. A witch who has one of the magic stones is within that forest as we speak? Fana. And those vicious humans who took Veto and Rika's lives are in there as well? Sidane. That's true, they must have been alerted to the presence of the magic stone. Fana. They will pay. I'll destroy everything and secure the magic stone. Sidane. Laughs a bit. Excellent. I'm sure Mr. Licht will be quite pleased with that. It appears they're at the center of the forest with the Queen of Witches. Go on, Jesus. Burn it all down, so there's nowhere left to hide. Fana, flame spirit magic. Salamander's breath. Salamander shoots a fireball at the forest, which completely catches it on fire, and the witches fly away in fear as they see the forest burning down. Asta, the forest. Mary, shocked and a little excited, she's powerful. Finral, whoa, they've got some really powerful flame magic. W.Q. Thinking, Salamander. A fire spirit. Despite not having reached its perfect form, it's already quite strong. Stronger than my shrine predicted. Is my ability faltering? Slight imperfections beget larger imperfections. Lifts her other hand and shows another orb. This orb shows the Diamond Kingdom mages. Asta, there's more of them? Dominante, no, those are. Mariella, right? We're close to the border of the Diamond Kingdom. Fanzel, yeah. W.Q. I see, so it's true. I thought this too was not yet to be. The forest is being breached by one more entity, the Diamond Kingdom army. Finral, Asta, Sebastian, shocked. Noel and Ava, kneel close to Vanessa and Hida. I don't believe it, they're on their way too. With the Diamond Kingdom, more than the fact that they brought an army, 2 of the people there were part of the 8 shining generals, Mars and Ladros. Ladros, oh rats, and just when I had settled into that aromatherapy soak. What's the big emergency summons for anyway? Mars, it's the third eye. They're preparing to launch an attack on the Forest of Witches. During the confusion, we're to enter the forest and capture the queen without being detected. Ladros, why bother with all this sneaking around when we know this is an easy win for us either way? Mars, because orders are orders. Back in the forest. Asta, talking about Mars, well, you know that guy's tough. He's the one we fought back in the dungeon. Ava, yeah, I remember that. Although my squad and I were in Japan while you were in the dungeon. Asta, smiles, he's still alive. That's so awesome. Finral, sweating and gasping, so unfair. Why does it have to be this way? I knew coming here was going to be risky, but we got forced into a major battle again. Is this just normal for us now? Fanzel, staring at both Mars and Ladros, that boy. I think it's Mars, and the one next to him must be Ladros. Asta, okay, let's protect the forest. I can take down the Eye of the Midnight Sun and the Diamond Army. Noel, that might be tough without arms. Asta, remembers that, right, I forgot. Every time I realize it, I get mad all over again. Noel, wow Asta, that's the whole reason we're here, did you not get it the first time? Asta, no, I remember now. There's just so much going on. It slipped my mind. Everyone, fair enough. Vanessa and Hida then begin to wake up, and when they do, everyone gets happy about their friends waking up. After Dominante says something about getting Asta's arms better, Vanessa realizes why she came back. Vanessa, don't you worry, Asta. I'll make a deal with the queen, and your arms will be back to normal in no time. Asta, not gonna happen. Vanessa, huh? Asta, you'd have to trade your freedom for it, right? Sorry, but that's a big fat no from me. Vanessa, what? Do you even hear how selfish you sound? This is our only option, you idiot. Asta, I don't think so, you're the one who's being selfish, trying to sneak back to your mom's place without telling us. That's the dumbest idea ever. Vanessa, and what would you have done in that situation, Ragrat? Asta, I would have told me what's up. Finral, now you two. Let's not fight. Vanessa and Asta, shut up. Ava, Sebastian, Hida, and Mary watched in shock as Asta declared, well, I don't need your help. I still have one last resort. He bit down on his bandages, tearing them off to reveal his grimoire. Noel gasped. Asta, be careful. Fanzel shook his head. I'm not a doctor, but it seems like he's lost it. Vanessa called out, hey, what are you doing? Asta grinned fiercely. This is what I'm doing. He bit the handle of the Demon Dweller sword and pulled it free. WQ looked on in shock. That sword? Asta shouted. He lifted the sword and slammed it down onto his arm. Instead of the intended effect, he felt an intense pain and collapsed to the ground. Ow! It hurts so bad. Asta cried. Noel rushed to him. Asta! Vanessa added, what did you do that for? That curse is already deep inside you. It doesn't matter how strong you are. Sometimes, you can't escape your fate. Hida scoffed. Fita? Forget fate. Asta replied, So what you're saying is I'm stuck like this unless I let my good friend sacrifice herself? What kind of guy would I be to go along with that? If fate wants to take my arms, then I'm going to fight back. Hida smiled. That's more like it. Vanessa recalled a past quote from Yami. He said, "Why would anybody obey fate? I live how I want, even if it means kicking fate's butt." Asta bit down on the sword again, his voice muffled. "One more try." "Stop it!" Vanessa shouted, wrapping threads around Asta's sword. "Don't be so stubborn." Realizing he couldn't move the sword, Asta listened as Vanessa urged him, "Friends don't exist to be sacrificed. Friends help you overcome a fate you can't defeat alone." Asta's eyes widened. Vanessa continued, "That's why I'm here. I never intended to throw my life away." Asta released the sword. "You want to hear my plan?" Vanessa asked. "I was going to trick the queen, get your anti-magic power back, and use it to escape." Hida exclaimed, "Why would you say that out loud, you idiot?" Asta was surprised. "Wow, really? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Finral added, "Well, she definitely shouldn't have said it now." Hida clenched his fists in frustration. "Damn it all." Noelle turned to the Queen of Witches. "Hey, if you can heal Asta, Mary, and Linda, then stop standing around and do it. Your forest is in danger. Asta, Linda, and Mary are itching to save your people. Asta may be reckless, but he's strong, and Mary and Linda are powerful too. If you fix them, it will be a huge help. Besides, wherever Asta goes, we all follow him. Hida will follow as well." Hida seethed. "Don't call me that. I won't leave without saying what I need to." Noelle insisted, "You're outnumbered. You'll need every bit of extra muscle you can get." WQ considered her words. Noelle pressed, "You're the queen. So make the smart choice. Let us help you win this." WQ's eyes narrowed. "I do agree. The strength of my daughters would be invaluable against foes like these." "Very well. I will heal the three of them, and they will be stronger than before." Asta's eyes sparkled. "Wow, really? Awesome. You mean I'll be as big and buff as Captain Yami?" Mariella replied, "She said they would be robust. That doesn't necessarily mean you'll get bigger." Asta pouted. "Ah, come on. Please." Mariella shrugged. "There's really no point in asking me." Vanessa smiled at Noelle. "I'm impressed, Noelle. You've got a lot of guts." Dominante added, "I don't think I've ever seen anyone stand up to the queen like that." Vanessa glanced at Hida, who turned away in disgust. Hida thought, "She's planning something. I can tell by her expression." WQ lifted her hand. "Now, blood recovery magic. Curse-breaking blood-filled cocoon." A bloody cocoon enveloped Asta, Mary, and Linda, healing them. Mary exclaimed, "My arms are back." Asta marveled, "My arms? They feel so light. This is awesome." Once the spell faded, the three of them landed on the ground, and everyone rushed to Mary and Linda. Mary hugged Ava tightly. "Thank you so much, Ava. I can finally hug you guys again." She also embraced Hida. Sebastian held Linda's hands. "Linda." Linda was silent for a moment, but then tears streamed down her face. "I can hear you guys again." "Can I?" Ava and Mary encouraged her. "Don't be afraid, Linda. Go ahead." After a moment, Linda opened her eyes, revealing their bright, appealing golden hue. She cried even harder and hugged her friends tightly. Hida watched them with a smile. This is how things should be. After a minute, they stopped crying and prepared for what was next. Mary and Ava smirked at Linda. "You still got it." Linda opened her grimoire. "Only one way to find out." On the outskirts of the forest, the Eye of the Midnight Sun members had successfully defeated the witches, capturing a few of them. Before they could regroup, Asta, Mary, and Linda launched a surprise attack, knocking out several foes. Linda, feeling a surge of strength, exclaimed, "I can feel it. I'm much stronger than before." Mary shared her thoughts silently, realizing the same. Meanwhile, Asta had been struck by a witch but managed to shake it off. Noelle stepped forward, determined. "First, I'll put out this fire." She used her water magic to douse the flames. Good idea, thanks, Noelle. Vanessa replied while Finral added, and I'll try to get all the witches to safety, as he picked up an unconscious witch. Thanks, Finral. Vanessa acknowledged. As Sebastian and Hida prepared their magic, Vanessa declared, they're causing a lot of damage, but this is still my homeland, and I'm going to fight for it. Ava scanned the area for Midnight Sun members on the ground. Hida, visibly frustrated, sighed angrily. The others noticed his demeanor but decided to wait for an explanation. In the Diamond Kingdom, Ladros observed the destruction with a grin. Well, there they are. This should be fun. Mars remained silent, while the soldiers spoke up about their readiness to attack. However, Ladros chose to wait, wanting both sides to weaken each other first. Fanzel, Dominante, and Mariella flew toward the Diamond Kingdom. Is that them? Fanzel asked, spotting their enemies. Mariella noted, so many. Even with the witches' help, they still outmatch us in magic power. But it all depends on how we fight, right? True. Fanzel agreed. Dominante suggested, we should split up. Fanzel protested, what? But we can't. I promised to keep you safe. I know, sweetheart, and I'm grateful. But now's not the time for chivalry. You understand military strategy, Dominante insisted. With worried expression, Fanzel finally relented, if you say so. Back with the Midnight Sun, Sidane had captured 3 witches. What a wonderful selection, he remarked. That scumbag. He's trying to kidnap those girls. Finral exclaimed. Ava, Mary, and Linda thought to themselves, he could have said that differently. Sebastian and Hida exchanged glances, sweat beading on their foreheads. That's a lot of defense mages, Vanessa observed, eyeing Sidane. All right, let's do this. Linda and Mary shouted as they leaped into action. Mary began to take out Midnight Sun members, feeling a strange tingle on her skin that warned her of incoming spells. Linda, too, was defeating foes rapidly and discovered she could hear their thoughts and the flow of magic within them, allowing her to predict their moves. Ava, Sebastian, and Hida watched in surprise. Are Linda and Mary much more powerful than before? It's like they're predicting their moves. Ava noted. Yeah, I noticed, Sebastian agreed. Hida narrowed his eyes, realizing Linda's enhanced hearing and Mary's sensitivity to blood magic had given them an edge. Blood magic. Blood gauntlets. Mary shouted, punching 2 Midnight Sun members and causing a blood explosion. Mary, cover your ears. Linda warned before unleashing her sound magic. Thunderclap. The loud sound reverberated, disrupting the magic of many Midnight Sun members. Asta joined the fray, and as they fought, Fana spotted them and shot a fireball, which Asta skillfully reflected back at her. As Linda and Mary fell, Ava used her paint magic to soften their landing. Once the dust settled, Fana stood uninjured, glaring at them. You've been getting in our way at every turn. This time it ends, she declared. Asta responded with determination, keep showing up, and I'll keep fighting you off. I'll fight you forever. As he swung his swords, Fana charged, now, flame spirit magic. Salamander's Talon. 3 fiery slashes shot toward them, but everyone managed to dodge, though the forest behind them was devastated. Sebastian observed, her attacks are strong, but they're easy to avoid. Finral exclaimed, seriously? Vanessa noted, it's powerful. The fire spirit salamander is believed to have the greatest offensive strength among the nature spirits. While Fana surveyed the destruction, she failed to notice Asta, who had positioned himself on a tree branch above her. He shouted, slashing at the salamander's chest, creating a visible cut. Vanessa marveled at his bravery. Spirits are mana-made flesh, and Asta's anti-magic sword tears mana to pieces. Asta, putting out fire on his shoulder and knee. Ouch. Hot hot hot. Oh man, that was scary. Stars in his eyes, but it's really awesome too. I want a salamander. How can I get one? Vanessa, you're pretty good, but that Veto and Rika were a lot quicker on their feet than you are. Me and the rest of us, including my team, we've got this. Vanessa, we might just win. Smirks honestly, watching you makes me feel downright silly for being scared. Inside the forest, Noelle kept trying to put out the fires, but they kept coming back no matter what she did. Realizing she was wasting her magic power, she decided to look for the others. Fana. Looking down at them, how could you be so despicable? I hate you. Asta doesn't say anything. Vanessa, now counterattack. Finral, legs shaking ya. Sure. Asta puts both swords in the ground. You know what? I think we should have a little talk. Everyone, huh? Hida, you've got to be kidding me. Vanessa, she's not someone to chit-chat with. Asta, you say that you hate us. What did we do to make you that upset? What's your beef with the Clover Kingdom? Can't you explain? I mean, how are we ever supposed to understand one another if all we ever do is fight? This makes everyone quiet because he does have a point. Linda lowers her magic power a bit. Fana, Asta smiles up. Ready to talk? Fana, be quiet. Shoots a salamander's breath at him. Before Asta could get hit, Vanessa pulls him back with some thread. Asta, help me out here, Finral? Finral, you got it. Creates a portal that leads behind Fana. Fana, confused, looks behind to see Asta. When she sees him, she tries to shoot flames at him, but Asta instantly counters it and stands next to her. Fana, howdy. Asta, your old buddies Veto and Rika. They had it out for us too. Rika and Veto, we of the Eye of the Midnight Sun had golden dreams and bonds of blood. Rika and Veto, yes. Despair. Asta, they were filled with despair too. I want to know why. Help me to understand you. Fana then gets a flashback of the past, the good days when she lived with the elves, seeing Licht and a mysterious mage, and the day she learned about Licht's child that was soon to be born. Licht, this one here is our future. The bridge between elves and humankind. But soon those memories were flooded with terrible ones. The day during Licht's wedding when all the elves were killed by the humans, or so they thought. It was a terrible day filled with despair, hatred, disloyalty, and misfortune. Licht couldn't help but watch in horror as one by one, his people were massacred. But suddenly, the light circle in the sky, which was killing the elves, got even bigger. Licht, it was a day filled with blood and misery, marking the end of their kind as a whole. Back in the real world, Fana, the crystal on her forehead breaks and a third eye opens. How could anyone trust your kind? The clouds themselves then start to burn due to the massive amount of power she was releasing. Fana creates some diamond shards. Asta knocked away. What's that magic? Fana, there's so much hatred in me. Do you think you'll be able to withstand it all? Asta, she's got a third eye too. Lastly, the salamander's form begins to change, with some diamond shards appearing floating next to it. As the salamander roars into the heavens, it reveals its new self. Asta gets knocked back even more. Vanessa tries to catch Asta with her threads, but due to the heat coming off the salamander, it burns her threads. Finral saves him with a portal. Vanessa, so not only has it gotten bigger, but now it's using a new power too. It would be nice to catch a break for once. Fana, the flames of my hatred will burn you into oblivion. Charges at them. Asta, well, this is painful. In that case, I'll just have to bust out my special move. Mariella quietly moves through the forest and does a hand sign that signals some witches. Dominante, looking at the security and snaps her fingers. I just thought of a great idea. Fana, charging at them. Asta, gets ready to fight. Sebastian, Ava, Linda, Mary, and Hida do the same. Before they could do anything, Fana uses the force of Salamander's heat to push them back. Mary, the force of the heat threw us back. We'll need something else to get close to her. Asta, Vanessa, you doing okay? Finral, how about you? Still hanging in there? Finral, I think so. She's tricky. It looks like she used her insane amount of magic power to generate a mana force field. I'm having a really hard time creating my portals. Tries to make a portal but can't. Back to where we were, Mars and Fana are hugging. Asta, happy yeah. Mars stops hugging Fana and walks to Asta. Asta, this all happened because of you. Asta then remembers the first time they met in the dungeon. They had first met as enemies, but now they meet as friends. Just laughs a bit. Nah, that was all you, Mars. Mars and Asta shake hands. Asta, you're tough. I knew you'd be able to save your friend. Fana walks to them both. Hold on, are the two of you already acquainted? Mars, sort of. Fana, smiling, oh wow. So you made a friend in the outside world, that's wonderful to hear. Mars, well, we're not really. Asta, slapping his shoulder softly, yup, that's right, we're buddies. Even though we did fight that one time. Laughing. Mars, that hurts. Mars then covers his shoulders in diamonds, causing Asta to slap them and hit his hand. Asta, talking to Fana, I'm glad you've relaxed a little too. So what the heck happened to make you act so strangely? Before she could answer, the Black Bull members attack him out of worry and spite. Fanzel, I have to tell you, Mars. You really are an outstanding pupil. Mars, thank you for everything. Fana, Fanzel. Diamond Kingdom flashback. Fanzel, your powers are meant for protecting people and nothing else. Don't ever forget that. Okay? Fanzel smiles and walks to them both, hugging them. Fanzel, I'm so happy the both of you are alive. Once they were done with their antics, they asked Fana the same question from before. However, she mentioned that she barely remembered anything from the previous moments. Asta, you barely remember anything? Fana, right? I do recall something from after training. Unknown flashback POV. Has the girl really come back to life? Is this because of that phoenix magic, perhaps? Smiles, I see, then we should entrust a magic stone to Fana as well. How disappointing. Her magic power should be heightened, but it's practically depleted at this point. Down to the last dying embers. Throw her away. She is of no further interest to me. After that, a shadowy figure appeared in her mind, and his voice sounded exactly like Lick's. But he didn't have a form, so she didn't recognize who it was. Upset smile and disgusted voice, how tragic to think you were my friend. I suppose this world never changes. If humans are so quick to hurt each other, then we'll just help them along. However, you're going to need your body. So, aims his hand at her, let's keep you alive. This man who sounded like Licht was the one who gave Fana her third eye. End of flashback. Fana, everything after that is a blank. It was like somebody was possessing me and controlling everything that I did. Mary, Linda, thinking, interesting. So I guess in a way she was maybe possessed by another soul that wasn't her own. Fana, all I remember is feeling that person's intense hatred. Asta, what about your third eye and those pointy ears? Fana, sad and unsure, I'm sorry, but I really don't know. Mars, looks at her all that time. How could I have been so oblivious? Fana, it's alright, there's nothing you need to feel guilty about. It brought us back together, didn't it? Mars, turns to her, completely true. Grabs her shoulders out of seriousness and concern, and I'm not letting you go. Fana, oh my. Realizing the awkward moment, Mars lets go of her shoulders. Fana, unnoticeable blush, you're right, we'd better stick together. Mars, yeah. Vanessa, oh. Things are heating up over there, and look how intense and awkward the poor guy is. It's so adorable. Laughs a bit. Finral, a happy reunion of two childhood friends torn apart by tragedy. Crying, what a wonderful thing to witness. Asta, those are some serious waterworks. I can't tell if you're happy or sad. Finral, still crying, I'm jealous, sad and angry. All put together. Asta, what do you mean? Did you never have any childhood buddies? Finral, oh, let's be honest, Asta. I never had one as cute as she is, and we both know it. Asta, even I had friends when I was little. Thinking of the kids from the church he was raised in. No, slaps him for no reason. If you're saying that to make me jealous, it's not working. Asta, not sure how I deserve that. Noel, looks the other way and closes her eyes. You should respect royalty. Vanessa, I don't get it. Why did the Eye of the Midnight Sun come to the Forest of Witches to start with? Fana, a little headache. Vanessa, what's wrong? Fana, I still feel their thoughts. Whoever was controlling my mind earlier was saying they wanted to take back the magic stone. This shocks everyone, as they knew what she was talking about. Asta, magic stone. Sebastian, that must mean one of them is in the forest as we speak. Noel, then we have to hurry back to where the queen is. Fenzel, hold on. First things first. Let's make sure everyone's safe. Domina, Mariella, and all those witches. When he finishes his sentence, he feels a familiar magic power coming from the forest. Asta, what kind of chi is this? Fenzel, scared what the... That power should be gone. When he says that, a bunch of familiar-looking lasers come out of the forest, hitting everyone except for Asta. Fenzel looks through the smoke. Ladros, walking through without a scratch, you were right. That was an awful lot you fed me. It took a few good minutes to absorb all of it. Thanks for the meal. For a second there, I was sure I was a goner. Fenzel, it can't be you were out of power? Ladros, no. I just fired it all off and pulled it back in. You're pretty good at magic detection, but you rely on that way too much. And while we're on the subject, I have a question. Why are all you softies so quick to throw your own lives away to save somebody else's? Ladros was talking about the fact that Mars had ended up protecting Fana with his own body, but he had taken a laser to the back and was in extreme pain. Fana, no. He'll kill you. Ladros, that's the smartest thing you've said all day. A laser shot through the air, but Asta stepped in front of his friends, deflecting the attack with his sword. Step aside, shorty. This doesn't concern you. Ladros sneered. Of course it does. I can't let you hurt him. He's my friend. Asta retorted. Mars fell unconscious onto Fana, who gasped, "Oh no. Here, I'll heal you." She attempted to use her magic but felt nothing. Is there something wrong with me? Am I out of magic power? You just stay there. Leave this JRK to me, Asta urged, rushing at Ladros. Ladros jumped back, surprised. Wait a second, kid. I think I recognize you. You're that magicless knight who fights using anti-magic, aren't you? Asta stopped, shocked. Trust me, I know your pain. I was born without a magic attribute. When I was growing up, all the other kids made fun of me, but at least I had magic, unlike you. Shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you. Asta shouted. I feel sorry for you. Ladros taunted. Then give me your magic. Asta challenged. I would if I could. Ladros replied with a smirk. Frustrated, Asta stomped the ground. Growling, Fine. Ladros created a small orb in his hand and lifted it into the air. Can you reach it? Asta glared, anger boiling inside him. You are the funniest little fella. I think the two of us could make a stellar team, Ladros offered, extending his hand. Wanna join forces? We could climb through the ranks together. Inner thoughts, jokes on him. All I'm planning to do is soak up those anti-magic powers for myself. Forget it. Asta declared. Huh? Ladros asked, confused. No deal. I'm gonna be the Clover Kingdom's Wizard King. Asta charged at him. Ladros jumped onto a tree branch, floating in the air. Wizard King, huh? That's cute. You're too dense. He charged up magic in his hands. 1,000,000 lasers. Ladros fired lasers at Asta, who cut through them with determination. Sweet little no-magic knight. I know a few things about you. Now that your spatial mage is out of commission, you'll be helpless against long-distance attacks. You're a sitting duck. Asta sent a laser back at him. And don't bother sending it back at me. I can just recycle it. You might as well give up now. Ladros taunted, stopping his barrage. Breathing, Asta replied, You may know some things about me, but if you think you can hurt my friends and get away with it, then you don't know me at all. Friends, huh? Ladros scoffed. There's no such thing as friends. This world has two types of people. Those who use and those who get used. I made it where I am by using the ones you'd call my friends, including poor little Mars and his girlfriend. They can live out the rest of their pitiful lives as test subjects in the Diamond Army's magic lab. Asta cut through more lasers, anger intensifying. What's wrong? Still think I won't get away with it? Ladros sneered. You're about to become my stepping stone too. While Ladros laughed, confident in his victory, Asta threw one of his swords, piercing Ladros's shoulder. Ladros's confidence faltered. Oh no. My magic is draining. This is bad. Asta stood in a throwing posture. Lajros fell to the ground, panic rising. My magic power is dwindling fast. It won't budge. Are you kidding me? Is this really how I'm going out? Asta approached him. Lajros, sweating and nervous, thought, Diminial. Time for a last-ditch effort. I can't let myself be defeated by a fluke of an attack like this. Stay back. Don't hurt me. Lajros pleaded. I didn't make it this far on my own. I was taught how to fight and use my strength. My friends and I honed our skills together, always having each other's backs. Asta declared. Meanwhile, Noel cried out, Asta, no. Don't do this. Vanessa added. Wake up. Fanzel urged. Mary, wake up please. Linda shouted. Mary, you don't want this. Sebastian warned. Now then, which ones do I want to target first? It's only proper to start with royalty. As for you, kill that one. The W.Q pointed toward Ava. Asta walked toward Noel, while Mary approached Ava. Don't hurt her. Vanessa shouted. Mary, don't do it please. Sebastian pleaded. Hey, hold yourself together. This isn't you, Asta. Fanzel shouted. Asta and Mary remained unresponsive, continuing their advance. It's me, Noel. I know you remember, she cried. No. Mary, please don't. Ava begged. Now this is justice, the W.Q declared. How fitting, to think a Clover Kingdom royal would be vanquished by their blade. As for her, you call her family, but she is about to kill every last one of you. Ava shouted, Shut your mouth. My Mary wouldn't do this. Asta and Mary eventually reached their targets. Asta lifted his sword, while Mary created a blood sword, preparing to slice Ava in half. Ava, crying, pleaded, Please Mary, don't do this. I love you. I always have ever since you came to the squad, but I was too nervous to speak up about it. I know you're stronger than this, Mary, so please, don't let her control you. Mary and Asta swung their weapons, but before they could make contact, Asta stopped his blade with his hand, and Mary did the same. Mary! Ava! Mary said, holding back her sword, feeling faint. I love you, too. WQ cursed, they aren't even conscious. Noel declared, I won't die. No matter what, I won't let you kill me. Asta, holding back his sword, added, Noel and Ava, as they struggled to break free. Once I get myself free, I can undo this stupid spell. Like it's nothing. WQ smirked. Puppets' blood binds to the blood in their bodies, bending them to my will. They can fight it, but they can never undo it. She clenched her fingers inward, making it harder for Asta and Mary to hold back their attacks. Asta and Mary lowered their swords to the side. WQ taunted, Oh dear. So stubborn. Hida thought, Come on. I need something else. Vanessa shouted, Stop this. I'll make you a deal. You let them go, and we'll stay here for good. We will never disobey you again. So please. Hida, angry, thought, What? You can't just make that decision for me. WQ replied, No. They're going to kill each of them perfectly here and now. I can put an end to your defiance. Vanessa, Hida, my shrine foretold that you would someday come back here alive with something I wanted. That's why I didn't search for you both. However, I must admit, I had not anticipated that this something I wanted would reveal itself to be a human boy wielding an anti-magic weapon and a human girl with blood magic that has the potential to be stronger than my own. What did you both gain by fleeing from this forest? You may have shared a fleeting bond with these imperfect beings, but in the end, it only led them to their deaths. No matter where you run, your ties to me cannot be broken. Vanessa asked, To you? WQ responded, You are my daughter and my son after all, and family lasts forever. Vanessa questioned, We're family? What do you mean by that? WQ declared, I'm saying that you belong to me. Hida, with shadows over his eyes, felt a tear run down his face. In a flashback, he recalled feeling like the odd one out among his family. Once he was born, he was oblivious to the world, which made sense considering his youth. But nothing could have surprised him more than discovering who he was related to. He was the only son of the Witch Queen. Once he figured that out, he learned of his thousands of sisters. However, he could never gain his mother's love. When he was born and even when he turned 5, his mother only looked at him with disgust and hate. He never understood why until he visited the villages inside the forest and realized how much of an outcast he truly was. No man had ever been born to the Queen of Witches, and men were considered a blight to the witches of the forest. It was not uncommon for him to be beaten by his sisters every single day. Despite this, he remained an oblivious child, believing that once he achieved his grimoire and magic, he could earn his mother's love. At least, that's what he thought at first. When he turned 15 and gained his grimoire, which was nightmare magic, he trained every day to earn her approval. One day, he entered the Witch Queen's house, excited to demonstrate his powers. "Mom, Mom," he called out. His mother looked at him with disgust. "What?" On that day, he showcased his nightmare powers to their fullest potential, hoping she would admire him. But he received the same look as always. "Why do you even exist, huh? Imperfect boy with imperfect magic," she scolded. Hida was shocked by her words. He had trained hard, hoping to finally receive a portion of his mother's love. Yet, all he got was disdain. He had never heard her say such things to his younger sister, Vanessa. In that moment, he was overcome by a new feeling. All his life, he had tried to prove himself, but instead of praise, he was beaten, discriminated against, and called a failure by his own mother. I had never heard an "I love you" from her, and I was overcome with rage, all-consuming hatred, and burning resentment. "Hida, why can't you just love me?" "WQ, what was that?" "Hida, angry look, why huh? I have broken my limits and my body itself to please you, and yet the only thing you've given me in return is disgust and hate. What makes me so different from Vanessa, huh?" "WQ. Hida, tell me." She never responded to my question. Instead, she looked at me with more anger than I had thought possible. Rather than giving me an answer, she opened her grimoire and started casting spells against me. I fought the best I could, but eventually I was defeated. WQ, choking him with blood magic, how imperfect. Hida, angry and defeated, look, just kill me. I know you want to. Instead of answering, she threw me away, and when she did, I barely saw my mother again. But I didn't care. I left the Forest of Witches and went to the Clover Kingdom, still overcome with anger. It slowly increased day by day, but just as I was about to go insane, driven by vengeance, I met him. Hida, walking through the streets and bumps into someone. "Oh, sorry." "Izuku, no, it's fine. Don't worry about." As I stared at this man with green hair, he looked back at me with understanding eyes. I knew in that moment he understood what I was feeling, what I was going through. "Izuku, sad face, it's tough, isn't it?" "Hida, what?" "Izuku, I understand what you're feeling. Although I don't know the details, I get what it's like to be consumed by anger, a feeling that takes over every part of your being, turning you into something unrecognizable. But trust me, there's more to life than hate." Yet again I was overcome with rage. Who was he to speak like he understands my pain? Hida grabs his shirt. "What do you know? To work your whole life to prove something to your own family and only receive abuse and neglect in return." Izuku, understanding look and grabs his hand gently. "I understand what it's like, trust me. To be betrayed by the people you once thought would always have your back." Hida, eyes widen and shocked. I was shocked. I saw it in his eyes. He had gone through something similar to me. But why wasn't he consumed with rage? Why was he able to smile? Hida lets go of his shirt and backs up a bit. "Why? Why are you able to smile? Even after everything they did to you? How can you smile?" "Izuku, come with me." Hida, okay. Izuku led me to his hideout and took me to the top of a mountain at night. We both looked at the stars. To us. But for the first time in my life, I felt at peace. An appealing life to live. Hida. Unreadable expression. "Why did you bring me here?" Izuku, you can feel it, can't you? How good it feels to be free. Free of hate. Tell me, how does it feel? I got quiet, but I had to admit he wasn't wrong. After a bit of silence, I answered him. Hida, good. Izuku, smiles, that's good. The way I see it is, yes, it's true that no matter what we do, it won't change what has happened to us. But I like to think that even though we have every reason to be angry, that's not how we should be. We're all people in the end, and everyone deserves to be happy. But the thing is, life doesn't just give you happiness. You have to make it yourself. He was right, but I couldn't help but ask. Hida, are you a squad captain? Izuku, surprised, yes. I'm surprised you know that. I'm the captain of the new squad known as the Dark Shadow Dragons, or you can just call it the Shadow Dragons for short. Hida, can I join you? Izuku, of course. If that's what you want. But first, you must prove yourself. Hida, I can do that. Izuku, good. My goal for this squad is for them to be a family full of acceptance, laughter, and maybe some playful fighting. On that day, I enlisted my services to my captain, and he was right about what he had told me. Every day I was with Squad 10, I felt happy. They accepted me, and I would be dead if I was going to lose a single one of my new family members. End of flashback. Real world. Vanessa and Hida. Well, I learned something. W.Q, which is? Vanessa, you're not my family and you never were. Because the Black Bulls are my family. Hida, the Shadow Dragons are my family as well. And now, I'm about to have them taken away from me right before my eyes if our magic actually has the ability you speak of. Magic of mine. Hida and Vanessa, give it to me, the ability to control the mind/change this fate. A new page on Vanessa's grimoire appeared, and for Hida, his magic powers suddenly tripled. A red cat appeared for Vanessa, and for Hida. W.Q, they've done it. The red thread of fate and the king of nightmares. In that case, let's give it a try. Swings her hand. When she did that, before she could command both Mary and Asta, an explosion of mana appeared. When it disappeared, it revealed Hida's new self. W.Q, shocked, what is this? My shrine didn't predict this. Vanessa, Asta. When Vanessa screamed out Asta's name, the cat touched him, and when Asta swung his sword, he cut Noelle's head completely off. But soon after a couple of seconds, she was perfectly fine, and Asta's attack only cut her cross in half. Hida stared at Mary and the Witch Queen, causing Mary to cut Ava in half. However, moments later, the Witch Queen looked back to see that nothing had happened, and Mary stood there without a scratch. This CYCL continued for the Witch Queen as she tried to get Asta and Mary to kill each other, but each time, Vanessa's cat altered the fate of her companions. Hida was distorting the Witch Queen's mind, putting her into illusions where she couldn't tell the difference between real and fake. The Witch Queen thought, no, this couldn't be. Kill that one. She couldn't understand what was happening. Hida was predicting her every action and word, while Vanessa's ability prevented her from killing anyone. Eventually, using his power and Vanessa's fate-altering ability, they dispelled the puppet's blood. Asta and Mary fell to the ground, while the Witch Queen and Hida realized that the dispelled blood should have made her manipulation unstoppable. The Witch Queen mused about the power to control mind and fate, realizing that as long as Vanessa was in Hida's line of sight, she was bound to his will. But, you shouldn't have been that powerful. Hida interrupted, no way. The Witch Queen, scared, thought, if I can control Vanessa, then. She was impressed that Hida had learned this power. Vanessa, how I've waited for this. Blood magic. Puppet's blood. The Witch Queen attempted to control Vanessa with Puppet's blood, but instead, the cat touched her head, causing her magic to spiral out of control and the spell to disappear. Hida landed on the ground and walked toward the Witch Queen. But how? My magic is perfect. There was no way I could have failed to take control of that boy. Vanessa replied, so this is the power you said could control destiny. I don't know how it works, but I can tell it will side with me no matter what. That means you, Hida, and I have no ties. With a sad look, she continued, Hida, I want to apologize. I know you must. Sis, please don't. Hida turned back to his normal self, smiling. I'm the one who's sorry. I was. I was jealous of you for receiving our mother's love at the beginning, but now I see we've both been wronged by her. I was wondering if maybe we could start over? Vanessa cried and hugged him. Yes, I would love that, brother. Hida stood awkwardly for a moment before hugging her back. Thank you, sister. The Witch Queen began to remember the times she treated her daughter Vanessa well, but those memories were clouded by the times she treated her son poorly. She realized an awful truth: there was no way to make this right. Do as you both see fit. It seems I must admit defeat. Hida and Vanessa glared at her in shock. The Witch Queen lifted her arms. Blood recovery magic. Curse-breaking blood-filled cocoon. Using her magic, she soon covered the entire forest, healing everyone within it. Did we win? Noelle cried. Vanessa turned around and smiled. Hida, did you? It's over now. Hida thought they were going to hug him, but instead he got punched. Who told you that you could become stronger just like that? Sebastian exclaimed angrily. Hida replied, huh? They clashed heads in a humorous display of rage. Oh, so you think since you have this mind power, it's going to be enough, huh? Because I will just surpass you again, dream boy. Sebastian retorted. That's funny coming from someone weaker than me. You glitchy piece of trash. Hida shot back. I'll kill you. Sebastian yelled, and they began to fight, creating a cartoonish dust cloud. After a bit of playful fighting, everyone returned to the Witch Queen's house to inquire about the magic stone. Apparently, the Eye of the Midnight Sun came here looking for a magic stone. Do you happen to know where it is? Fanzel asked. The Witch Queen responded, the magic you speak of is most likely this. She grabbed the magic stone from her ear. However, it is of no use to me. You may take it. She threw it to Asta. Are you serious? Asta caught it, amazed. Thank you so much, Your Majesty. Finral thought, no way. I was not expecting it to be that easy. Yami's going to be thrilled with us when we get back. Okay, so we know that is what the Eye of the Midnight Sun wanted. But do you know why they would want it and what it does? Who are those guys and what are they trying to do? Linda asked. That stone is a type of magic item that enhances the power of the person who wears it. But only a member of the elf tribe can use it effectively. The Witch Queen explained. The elf tribe? Ava inquired. They're quite gifted in magic. Many centuries ago, their kind resided in what is now known as the Forsaken Realm. Every member of the elf tribe was blessed with unbelievable magical prowess. Some even had capabilities that rivaled my own strength. There was one, though, who was extremely gifted in magic. The most powerful person in the world centuries ago was an elf known as the Twilight Mage. Alongside the goddess of nature, they had a child, a boy who was a hybrid of two different races, one being elf and the other a mystery. One thing was certain. He was the most powerful mage in the world. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, he disappeared from the world 500 years ago. Everyone was shocked. Finral remarked, she was alive then. So she's hundreds of years old. She really takes care of her skin. WQ continued, sadly, besides the idea of that mysterious boy who disappeared, the elves fell into war with the humans, and many were killed. The third eye that appeared on Fana's head before she regained her senses is a kind of forbidden magic. However, Fana wasn't the one who unleashed its power, she was merely a vessel controlled by another entity. Forbidden magic is beyond the reach of normal humans. Asta, feeling overwhelmed, had smoke rising from his head. Ava was busy writing down the information, thinking it was interesting and that she should report it to the captain when they returned. She glanced at Mary, blushing slightly, before refocusing. WQ explained, the casting of a forbidden spell requires extraordinary mana as well as some sort of sacrifice. For example, the ancient demon that attacked the Clover Kingdom 500 years ago was summoned using the highest rank of forbidden magic by the leader of the elves. Everyone gasped in shock. Asta recalled the demon, remembering the skull and bones that remained near the church where he lived. WQ pondered, this Midnight Sun group is a curious lot. I wonder if they might be descended from the elf tribe. Noelle interjected, hold on. So the clan of evil monsters in the storybook my grandmother read to me, Does this mean they were the elves all along? Ava continued writing, noting, there are still some gaps in this story. WQ addressed Asta, listen well. The two weapons you carry are all that remain of the magic swords once wielded by the leader of the elf tribe. Asta's head spun with confusion, and he fell to the ground, overwhelmed. WQ warned, should you continue to fight against the Midnight Sun, you may soon discover who they are. As everyone prepared to leave, Vanessa and Hida remained behind. WQ said to Vanessa, you are free, my child. But since this is still your home, I would like you to come back and visit whenever your heart desires. Vanessa left without responding, leaving the room in silence with just Hida and the Witch Queen. WQ approached Hida and asked, do what you want? Hida, with shadows over his eyes and fists clenched, suddenly punched her hard, leaving a bruise. WQ coughed up a bit of blood and said, I deserved that. Hida replied, listen to me, I will never forgive you for making my family try to kill each other. One day, when I come back stronger. He gave her a fierce look. I will kill you. The room fell quiet again. The Witch Queen couldn't meet his gaze, feeling the weight of her actions throughout his life. Hida turned away, declaring, you're pathetic. A waste of life, and I never want to see you again. As he walked away, WQ watched him go, sadness filling her heart. I'm so sorry, Hida, she thought. Hida grabbed the door handle and opened it. Just before leaving, WQ called out, I love you, son. He froze at the door, but without looking back, he left her behind. A few tears escaped his eyes. It was the first time he had ever heard her say she loved him. It was a bittersweet moment, but he wiped away his tears and kept his eyes dry for the rest of the flight. When Hida arrived with the others, Sebastian greeted him, oh hey, Hida. You ready to leave? Hida replied, yeah, I'm ready. Let's go home. After a couple of hours of flight, they returned to the hideout, where they found Izuku sitting with all the members of squad. Upon seeing them, everyone was filled with joy. Nijire exclaimed, Mary Linda. You're okay? Mary smiled, yes. After a quick group hug, Izuku said, see? I knew you guys could do it. Now that you're all okay, I want to show you something. Ain asked, okay? As they walked toward the training ground, they saw tables filled with drinks and food, all beautifully arranged. Leo smiled and asked, what is this, Captain? Izuku explained, I thought since I knew you guys would come back healed and stronger, we should throw a party. His squad members cheered and began to grab plates. Izuku felt a smile spread across his face, knowing this was the future he wanted, filled with smiles and laughter. He took a sip of his drink, thinking, I'll never get tired of these moments. Hida ended up walking to him. Hida, hey Izuku. Izuku smiled at him. What's up, Hida? Hida had a serious face, but it was out of kindness. Thank you so much for bringing me in. Izuku smiled back. You're welcome. And from the look in your eyes. He adopted a serious expression. Did you find what you were looking for, or did you find your peace? Hida smiled a bit before looking at the rest of Squad 10 with a gentle look. Yeah. I did. That's good. Just remember this, Hida, family isn't always about the blood you share. It's about the bonds you have. Hida was speechless. He hadn't expected that. Izuku had always been wise. Izuku punched his shoulder softly. Come on, we'll miss the rest of the party. Right. When they returned to the party, Izuku noticed Ava and Mary sharing a kiss. When did that happen? After having fun for a few hours, everyone eventually got tired and went to bed, but they were happy and ready to take on whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. One day later, it was a normal day in the Clover Kingdom. No missions were on the board, so everyone was just relaxing. Izuku's squad, Leo, Daniel, Sebastian, Hida, and Zeruf, were playing blackjack. Mary, Ava, and Ain were chatting, while Nijire, Ryukyu, Kana, and Urza were training at the training grounds. Izuku was in his study, reflecting on what Ava and Mary had shared about the Eye of the Midnight Sun. He was carefully considering everything that had happened since the group had shown up. I do have to wonder if they are descendants of the elves. I have a guess as to why I got such flashbacks. But it doesn't make sense. If the elves were truly that strong, then why were we able to win? If their strength is as formidable as the Witch Queen mentioned, we should have stood no chance, including myself. Also, what is this about the Twilight Mage and the Goddess of Nature? If those two still exist, it would be a huge problem we can't handle, especially with their child. We cannot allow them to cause a fight. The only person I could think of who could fight whoever this is would be Julius. But what if his power isn't enough? Mary and Ava were right. If this person becomes an enemy to the Clover Kingdom, it could be a bigger problem than we think. Izuku stood up and picked a book off the shelf. Forbidden magic, huh? That is a possibility. But there are too many holes. If someone is using forbidden magic, I would sense it, or we would hear about disappearing people in the Clover Kingdom since the forces protecting the land are always on high alert. The elves were killed off 500 years ago. No ordinary human or any race could live that long. Unless Izuku came to a conclusion he didn't like. What if something that was not human cast a forbidden spell 500 years ago? But if that were the case, why were the effects only appearing now? This group, the Eye of the Midnight Sun, was a curious lot. Now, this wasn't the first time a terrorist group had appeared in the Clover Kingdom, but none were as mysterious as this one. Most others were just SLV traders or groups from the Diamond or Spade Kingdoms, or people who just wanted to kill. HM? What makes you so special? Eye of the Midnight Sun. The door opened, and Izuku looked up to see Nijire. Busy? She asked, smiling. Izuku held his head in frustration. Yeah. Nijire walked toward the table and picked up one of the many papers on Izuku's desk. Forbidden magic? Are you studying it? No. As much as it fascinates me, forbidden magic has consequences when you use it. Really? Yes. The use of forbidden magic can curse the user in good or bad ways. Most of the time, they are bad. But no matter what, when you use forbidden magic, it can change the shape or quality of your magic. HM, do you think it can change my quirk as well? She asked, using a bit of her quirk. Izuku smiled, seeing she was still MSTR at using her abilities. That's a good question, Nijire. I'm not sure. Your quirk is connected to your body, so I guess maybe. Well, if you don't know, that's fine. And if maybe... Izuku adopted a serious voice. Nijire, I understand. But promise me you won't try to tamper with forbidden magic. Nijire was a little shocked by his seriousness, but she smiled, knowing he wasn't mad. He just wanted her to be safe. I promise, she said gently. So if you weren't researching forbidden magic, then what were you studying? The Eye of the Midnight Sun. I can't help it. They are a curious bunch. This country has faced its fair share of threats, but nothing compares to this group. From what I've heard from Mary and Ava, this group known as the Eye of the Midnight Sun has tampered with forbidden magic, like the third eye that Fana, Veto, and Rika used. I imagine there will be more to come. Izuku takes a worried breath. You know those memories I told you about? Nijire, yeah, of course. Izuku, whenever I get those memories, they don't feel misplaced. They feel real, like memories of a life I've forgotten. Nijire, concerned look, what are you trying to say? Izuku, scared breath, what if I'm cursed by forbidden magic? Nijire didn't respond immediately. She walked towards him, sat on his lap, and gently made him look at her. Nijire, sweet and gentle voice, shh. It's okay. One of my many talents is keeping your mind calm. Izuku, scared but I... Nijire, don't worry. Even if you are cursed, I will do everything I can to help you. I will always love you, no matter what, and I will follow you through anything. This calmed Izuku's nerves for a while. Izuku holds her waist. Thank you, Nijire. Nijire smiles. No problem. So, since we're in this position, what do you want to do? Izuku blushes. After a moment of shared warmth, they leaned in to kiss. Izuku and Nijire, kissing. After a few minutes, they paused, looking at each other with love. Nijire grabs one of the strings on her bra. Do you want to take this a little further? Izuku, yeah, I don't mind. However, before they could continue, Mary burst through the door. Mary, surprised, hey Captain. I wanted to ask you. She froze upon seeing them. Mary, awkward smile. I'm just gonna. leaves quickly. Izuku and Nijire separated, the mood completely shifted. Nijire puts her shirt back on Mary. You can come back in. Mary returns, awkwardly. Hey. Izuku, come here, Mary. Mary walks towards his desk. I'm sorry, I should have knocked. Izuku, it's fine, just please don't do it again. Mary, I won't, I promise. Sorry to you too, Nijire. Nijire hugs her. It's okay, Mevin. Mary hugs back. Thank you, Nijire-kun. Izuku smiles anyway. What did you want to tell me, Mary? Mary, alright. Tomorrow is the Star Festival. Izuku, excited really? Mary, Nijire, confused. What's the Star Festival? Mary, big sis. Nijire, sit down while your little sister Mary tells you everything. Nijire sits down with excited eyes high. Mary, so, as Captain Izuku told you, when the squads go on missions, helping take down threats, assisting with medical issues, or any good deed to help the Clover Kingdom, we earn stars. Every squad competes to see who can collect the most, and at the end of the year, they count the stars to see who has the most. That's why it's called the Star Festival. Nijire's eyes sparkled with excitement. This event sounded like so much fun, and it was her first festival. She hoped to meet Vermal and Marioleona, knowing Izuku could be a handful on his own. She didn't mind sharing him, she just wanted to see the women who held parts of his heart. Nijire, this day will be filled with fun. I can just feel it. Izuku smiles but suddenly gets a headache. A flashback surged into Izuku's mind. This time, he was a 5-year-old, standing next to a young woman with green hair and pointy ears. He felt a different kind of love around her. Not just friendship but something deeper. Woman, look icky. Those stars tell that something amazing will happen. Young Izuku, silly Sakuya, you can't really read the stars. Sakuya, pouting meanie. Young Izuku, chuckles. I love you too. Sakuya, well, even so, I just know this day will be filled with fun. And a flashback. Izuku, on his knees, headache fading, eyes glowing for a moment with a purple/pink light. Sakuya. Nijire, HM? Sakuya? Who is that? Izuku looks up to see Nijire with a worried face. It was another flashback. Nijire. But I'm okay now, I promise. Mary? Captain, are you? Izuku, please. Just want to be alone for right now. Please. Nijire and Mary were worried but understood he needed space, so they left the room quietly, though Nijire lingered for a moment. Nijire kneels down to him and smiles. Izuku was breathing and leaning against the wall due to the flashback. Usually, they weren't as bad, but this one caused a severe headache. He managed to force a weak smile at Nijire and kissed her for a couple of seconds. Izuku, I'll be. But Nijire rubs his cheek for a bit. I know you will. Stands up and prepares to leave. Let me know if you need me. Izuku, actually, there is one thing you can do for me? Nijire, anything. Izuku, I need you to open my 5-leaf grimoire. I'm going to sleep this headache off. Nijire, of course. Nijire then opens Izuku's 5-leaf grimoire, and he teleports to his bedroom and falls into bed. Izuku, what is happening to me? Clenching his fist, why am I plagued by these visions? For the first time since this had begun, Izuku felt angry and frustrated. He couldn't understand what was happening to him, and no matter how much he studied or tried to revisit those memories, he couldn't. It frustrated him immensely. Izuku, DM it. What does it mean? What do you want from me? Who is Sakuya? Izuku was frustrated and angry. His life was changing and he felt he had no control over it. Some changes he could control, like deciding to come to the Clover Kingdom, becoming a Magic Knight captain, and reconnecting with Nijire, his childhood crush. But then there were changes he couldn't control, like the visions that would suddenly appear in his mind, feeling like memories of a past he had forgotten. Why couldn't he remember? Why couldn't he take control of his ever-changing life? Before he could think more about these things, the heavy blanket of sleep began to take hold, and eventually, without much resistance, Izuku fell asleep. With his slumber came an escape from reality, a way to relax and forget the world's problems. It was just him and an endless sea of clouds where his mind could wander until he eventually reawakened. As for the rest, Yami ended up giving the magic stone to the Wizard King, and after a discussion, they concluded that the Eye of the Midnight Sun was just getting started, and soon there would be a reckoning. On the day of the Star Festival. Right now at the hideout of the Shadow Dragons, everyone was awake and enjoying themselves, waiting for noon when the Star Festival would begin. Every member of Squad 10 was having fun, except for Izuku, which surprised everyone since he usually woke up early. Urza, hey Nijire. Is the captain okay? Nijire, yeah, he's fine. This time she meant it. Although he had a terrible headache yesterday, when she checked on him, she found Izuku sleeping peacefully, undisturbed by bad dreams or pain. He deserved the rest after everything he had gone through. Nijire, let him wake up on his own time. Urza, right? The captain works hard, so he deserves his rest. Ziraf, I agree. We'll leave when it hits noon. I know for certain Izuku won't miss the Star Festival. Daniel, right? He always attends and makes a big celebration. Nijire, really? Leo, absolutely. He always has a relaxed face during the Star Festival. Excited, oh man, I can't wait. Everyone, HAI. After a few hours, the time passed, and it was now 1 hour until the Star Festival started. Nijire was in the training grounds, practicing her ability to combine her magic with her quirk and making a lot of progress. Eventually, she sensed 2 extremely powerful magic signatures at the door of the hideout. When she went to check, she saw 2 women standing there. The 3 of them stared at each other with narrowed eyes, sensing each other's strength. After a moment, they decided to take a peaceful approach. Vermal, closed eyes, hello miss. Do you mind answering a question for us? Nijire, of course. Marioliona, where is Izuku? Nijire, he's still sleeping. May I ask you both something as well? Marioliona, smiles, I like this one. Sure, go ahead. Nijire, what are your names? Marioliona, my name is Marioliona Vermilion, the new temporary captain of the Crimson Lion Kings. Vermal, my name is Vermal. No last name. I don't belong to any squad. I just do what I want and protect the kingdom when necessary. Nijire, surprised Vermal and Marioliona? Izuku spoke of you highly. Marioliona and Vermal, blushes for a second before returning to normal. Did he now? Nijire, yeah, and now that you both are here, this is the perfect opportunity. Walks towards the training ground, come with me. Marioliona and Vermal looked at each other confused before they decided to follow her to see what she had to say. Nijire, stops in the middle of the training ground, so is it true? Vermal, what is true? Nijire, looks back at them both. You both love him as well? Marioliona and Vermal were about to blush, but instead of hiding it, they spoke with certainty and confidence. Marioliona and Vermal. Yes, we do. Vermal, confused look, but why did you ask us that? Nijire, well, I just so happen to be his girlfriend and hopefully one day fiancé. Marioliona and Vermal, sad voice, oh. Nijire, waving her hands, but that's why I brought you both here. Because I'm okay with sharing him. These words brought back Marioliona and Vermal's spirit, and they started to squeal with excitement. This did not embarrass them nor Nijire, as it showed that Izuku had the same effect on them as he did for her. Marioliona and Vermal, stops squealing. Vermal, hugs Nijire, thank you so much. Nijire, Vermal, Nijire. We promise not to break his heart ever. Marioliona, so now you both are my sisters in marriage to Izuku. What should we do? Vermal, I mean, we could always show up at his doorstep. Marioliona, smacks her head, okay, we're not doing that yet. Vermal, smirking, yet Marioliona, blushes, you know what I mean. Nijire, anyway, you both go meet him at the Star Festival. It'll be perfect. Since the 3 of us at the same time will be overwhelming, and also with that stuck voice, you both will get your fun with him at different times. Marioliona and Vermal, I'm in. Chapter end. Back to where we were. Marioliona. Every year the Crimson Lions have consistently placed 1st or 2nd, and now you have forced me to endure the disgrace of coming in 6th. All because my brother is currently out of commission. You feckless little infants. Asta, confused, what's a Frater Stultus? You know, idiot brother. Asta, who's she talking about though? You know, Fugolian of course. Asta, Surprised. Wait a second, are you trying to tell me that this lady is related to Fugolian and Leo? They're siblings. Marioliona, that brother of mine has always been a buffoon. How could he have produced such a pack of cowards? Now I have the pleasure of looking after you while he's off taking a nap. Fugolian is not fit to be your captain. After hearing that, the Crimson Lions start to speak. Leopold, hold on, that's not true. My brother was the finest captain we ever could have asked for. Crimson Lion member, that's right. Captain Fugolian was a perfect example of the kind of magic person that every magic knight should aspire to be. He cared about every member of this squad in the Clover Kingdom more than anyone else I've ever met in my life. If you ask me, that's the greatest magic knight in this whole country. Leopold, that's why I refuse to let you talk about him in that way, even if you are. Marioliona punches his face. Well, if you feel that strongly about it, then you better give me less talk and more action. Those words shocked the Crimson Lion members. Marioliona, show me you're the strongest team in the kingdom, led by the strongest captain. That numbskull isn't going to die. That would mean abandoning his country and the Crimson Lion Kings. So until he returns, I want every one of you to walk with pride and show the world the full glory of our mighty ranks. Leopold starts to cry. Crimson Lion members, crying and shaking. Marioliona locks her fingers together. It's my job to work you to the bone while my brother's away, and that's exactly what I plan to do. Don't you dare let me down. Crimson Lion Kings, yes ma'am. Asta, starry-eyed with anime tears. Did you hear that, Man, she's on fire. Tell me about it. Asta, what kind of training is she gonna make them do? Marioliona, now then, off to the hot springs training camp. Everyone got confused by her words since they had no idea what she was talking about. Asta, hot springs, really? Imagines a real hot spring. Whoa, that sounds like the most fun training camp in the world. And the easiest. Marioliona, I heard that. Grabs Asta with a fiery cat paw. Asta turns to her. Marioliona, serious look. You're coming with us, kid. Asta, how's that work? You trying to kidnap me? I mean, not that I wouldn't love to, but we're from different squads, and it's dangerous to go places with strangers, so. Leopold, hey Asta, are you gonna join our squad and be my official rival? Asta, I'm out. This doesn't involve me. Later. Marioliona grabs as well with a fire cat paw. Both of you. Oh, Belle? Hey, cut it out, you big hothead. Yuno's not interested in your little trip, so get your hands off of him. Marioliona, it's not a trip. Blasts her away with fire. Look, Belle, I'd rather you stay out of this. You'll only make her more heated. Leopold, once my sister sinks her claws into you, there's no hope of escaping. She doesn't care for war, she's not interested in politics. That's why she never took center stage in our family. But when she does fight, she's arguably stronger than our brother. They call her the uncrowned, undefeated lioness. Marioliona Vermilion. Marioliona, and I think I'll call you Rookies 1, and now let's hit the hot springs and see what you're made of. At a private bar. Yami, laughing. Whoa, that drink tasted like victory. Sure feels good to outrank every magic knight in this whole bar. Soul, are you feeling okay, Char? Charlotte, call me Captain. Captain. Soul, you got it, Char. Izuku, drinking as well. Yami's really enjoying this. Maybe I should bring my squad to a strong magic region as well. But which one though? Jack, Nozel and Kaiser, looking at Yami. Jack, don't get all cocky. Just because you managed to win for once after a long time of bringing up the rear. Yami, must be rough for you getting your butt handed to you by the squad that always comes in dead last. Nozel, shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you. Yami, mocking voice. That's a pretty fancy hairdo you're sporting there, Mr. Silver Eagles. You must think very highly of yourself for a guy who got beat by the Black Bulls. Good for you. Laughing. Nozel, angry and turns to him. Yami, oh, you want to do this? Nozel, opens grimoire. Mercury magic. Silver spears. Bartender, slides him a drink. Nozel, notices. Bartender, my apologies, sir. We don't allow offensive spells in the bar. Here's a drink on the house for the inconvenience. Nozzle closes his grim sorry, I wasn't aware. Drinks the sample. Delicious. Completely calms down. The next day. Right now it is the day of the Royal Knight's exam, and in just a few hours, it will start. We establish our attention to a green-haired man who is just waking up from a long night of fun. Izuku wakes up. What happened? Looking down, he sees Mereoleona snuggling up with him. This made him remember their night, and it brought a smile to his face. He kissed her forehead. When he did, Mereoleona brought his lips to hers, and they started to kiss again. Izuku and Mereoleona. Stop. Mereoleona lays her head back down. Thanks, darling, for the wake-up treat. Izuku, you're welcome. For a bit, Izuku was lying down with Mereoleona, but once he was done, he got up and dressed to leave. Before he did, Mereoleona grabbed his hand. Izuku, fully dressed, and looks back at her. Mereoleona, Izuku. Can I stay here for a bit? Izuku, of course. Whatever is mine is yours, so you can relax in bed for as long as you like. Mereoleona, thank you. I'll leave soon, but I just want to rest for a second. Izuku smiles and kisses her one last time. I'll see you later, lioness. Mereoleona smiles and lays back down. I had an amazing time, Izuku. I hope we can do this more often. Also, I sort of lied to you. I can't get up even if I wanted to. My legs hurt too much. Time skip. Royal Knight's exam. When Izuku arrived at the Knight's exam, he saw many magic knights there. Some he recognized, like members of the Golden Dawn, Black Bulls, and even his own squad. Izuku, sitting down at the top of the stadium, I wonder why Julius told me to come. After all, I am a squad captain, so wouldn't it be unfair? Finral, oh boy. I'm so nervous right now. But hey, all we can do is give it our best shot, right? Magna. Listen, did I give you permission to wear that Black Bull's robe? Just who do you think you are anyway? Luck. Probably a fan of ours. Do you want to spar with me? Finral, stop it, I'm Finral. I wanted a confidence boost before the exam, so I changed my hairstyle. Vanessa was the one who cut Finral's hair. Anyway, I've got a new do and a new attitude to match it. So you better watch yourself. Magna, that good-for-nothing Finral would never come out to a competition like this. Finral, how dare you say something so mean to me when you know I have superiority over you? Asta, starry-eyed, cut it out. Anyone could see this is Finral. There's no reason for you to pick on him like that. Finral, anime tears. Thank you, Asta. Asta, your hair does look pretty tacky though. Magna, yeah, tacky is a good word for it. But the idea of getting a haircut to make yourself feel better might be the tackiest ever. Luck? Yup, totally tacky. Even if it did work, I can't think of anything that screams, hey, look at me. I'm insecure, like bright green frosted tips. Finral, you guys are just jealous because I have a unique hairstyle that shows off my great personality. Mary, I wonder if any of the others will participate. Linda, right? Ain. Also, what will the rules be? Because I've gotten much stronger and learned a powerful technique since that strong magic region training. Ava, yeah, I learned something as well. Izuku, watching them from the top of the stadium, I can sense it, you four have gotten stronger. I wonder how. What have you learned since then? Julius and Marx then walk out, and when they do, Izuku notices them. Julius, I'm glad you were all able to attend. Without further ado, I'd like to commence with the Royal Knight's selection test. Kira, walking up, allow me to explain the test in detail. After all, the Royal Knights will be my warriors, will they not? Brushing his mustache with his finger, now this event is a competition of teams, and it shall be called the Magic Crystal Destruction Battle Tournament. A screen of a crystal shows up above the king. Noel, they're putting us on teams? Luck, there's a crystal? Magna. Yeah, but what are the rules? Asta, huh? Thought for sure it would be every man for himself. I hope this doesn't turn out to be complicated. Kira, the rules are very simple. Whichever team successfully destroys the enemy's crystal while protecting their own will be considered victorious. Asta, hey, that does sound pretty easy. I should be just fine. Kira, If both crystals remain intact at the end of the 30-minute time limit, the team whose crystal has taken the least amount of damage will be the winner. The reason we chose this method was because, well, I know it was something good? Belle and Mary yawns. Julius clears throat when facing the eye of the midnight sun. It's imperative that members of the different night squads cooperate. Kira, shocked, he worded that so much better than I could. Julius, we feel a team contest is the best way to judge your abilities to work with others as well as your strategic proficiency. There's much more to being a royal knight than brute strength. Kira, just what I would have said. Julius, besides, I'll get to observe all kinds of magic, not just defensive spells. Hammond laughs. Well, isn't that clever? Alekdora, I see. If we want to be successful, we'll have to get along with people from other squads. Julius, now then, let us reveal the team roster. Ain, Mary, and a random member of the Coral Peacocks, Ava, Linda, and a random member of the Silver Eagles. Izuku, Xerx Lugner, the saint of pure ice. So sorry I'm late for the party, everyone. Izuku looks to the side and sees, not Xerx. Xerx jumps down and wraps his arm around Julius, but the Wizard King is a reasonable guy, so I'm sure he can forgive a little tardiness just this once. Asta, who the heck is that? Xerx, who me? I'm Xerx Lugner. Pleasure's mine. Wizard King, shocked and recognizes him. Xerx, you see, I met this elderly woman who was in a sticky situation. Patting Julius's shoulder naturally, as a magic knight, I had to step in and offer my assistance. Cut me some slack. Julius, oh dear, is that poor woman all right now? Xerx, of course. Fit as a fiddle. Marks, aiming a spell at him, stand aside, you insolent. Shoots a spell at him. Xerx dodges and lands on the ground below. That's not a very warm welcome. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Marks, I'd like to ask you the same question. Xerx Lugner, you say? But he's... Julius stops him. Marks, Your Majesty? Xerx chuckles. The Magic Knights then start to yell and get angry at Xerx Lugner, protesting towards him. Julius, settle down, folks. There's no need to worry. Xerx, oh, all right, sounds like you all are pretty fond of this chump, aren't you? Sorry, but I don't see why he's so great. You guys might be a mindless mob, but... Puts on Purple Orca's robe, not me. Marks, that robe. It's definitely Xerx's. Izuku, interested look, oh well. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion. Julius, I'll tell you one thing, Xerx. You really changed your whole look on that long expedition. Marks, please don't laugh, sir. Xerx walks to Asta. It's nice to meet you, kid. Apparently, we'll be on the same team. Let's keep things friendly. Reaches hand out for a shake. Asta shakes his hand. Okay. Xerx ended up placing a rainbow stink bug in Asta's hand, making him disgusted. Asta, friendly? Not the best way of showing it. Xerx, obviously I was lying. I can't be friends with an annoying, hyperactive little pipsqueak. Puts 2 more bugs in Asta's nose. I can tell from that look on your face. Flicks his forehead. You're a complete moron. Luck? It does stink, doesn't it? Asta blows both bugs out of his nose. Who do you think you are with that? Cool mouth cover thingy? Magna, maybe don't compliment him. Asta, frustrated, are you even gonna try to win this thing? Xerx, it looks like trying is the only thing you know how to do. Asta, but didn't you come here for a chance to get into the Royal Knights? Xerx chuckles a bit. Oh, hell no. The only reason I'm here is to make fun of all of you. Izuku jumps down and lands on the ground. Hey, Julius? Julius, oh hello, Izuku. You came. Izuku, yes, I did. Mary, happy, and jumps on his back, hugging him. Captain. Izuku smiles and gives Mary a piggyback ride. Hello, Mary. It's nice to see you. Turns back to Julius. The rest of Squad 10 members smiled and rubbed their heads because of Mary. However, none of them could say much since Mary has always been very fond of the captain. Izuku, Julius, why did you ask me to come here? Julius, I need you to act as a referee, and if some stray magic comes towards the stands, you'll be the one to take care of it. Izuku, sighs fine. As long as I get to do what I please. Julius, done. Everyone in the place then gets ready and goes with their squad, although not to Ain's surprise, Mary wouldn't let go of the captain, so he decided to continue carrying her until they reached the place. Izuku, HM? Who's first? Asta versus that team. Good luck, Asta. Asta. Thank you, Captain Izuku. By the way, are you going to participate? Hearing that, everyone started to sweat, thinking about the fact that the strongest captain of the Clover Kingdom might join the fight. Izuku, no, I'm not gonna participate. I'm gonna be watching so none of you break the rules. Mimosa, thank you, Captain Izuku. Izuku, anyway, whenever you guys are ready. Mary, can you let me go? Mary, pouting I don't wanna. Izuku, sighs please. Mary, fine. Jumps off his back. Izuku flies towards the arena. When the match started, Izuku noticed the first team was already ready to attack the crystal and began their assault during the first few minutes. Izuku, watching closely, a long reach attack paired with a mage who is telling them their coordinates. Smiles a bit not bad. Smile disappears but still. Watching again, he saw Zerx sleeping and ended up getting a tick mark on his forehead. Looking back at the other team, he noticed they were preparing to end the match with a rock flame bow. However, when they shot an arrow, Asta cut through it. Izuku, due to Asta's anti-magic. This plan of yours was only going to work as long as Asta doesn't get close or figure out where your bullets are coming from. Shrugs shoulders in terms of an offense strategy, I give it a 3/Asta and Mimosa, running towards the other team. Izuku, hand twitches for a bit. After a minute of running, Asta and Mimosa confronted the enemy team, and Mimosa ended up using an attack spell. Izuku, widening eyes now I didn't expect that. Who knew that plant magic actually had offensive abilities? So far, I've only seen support and healing magic spells from plant magic. You know, smiles, nice work, Mimosa. Belle, whoa, you smiled for me, didn't you? Raises arms well hell. I finally got what I wanted. You know, I'm not smiling. You're just seeing things? Belle, you had to have the last word, didn't you? But hey, I don't necessarily dislike that about you. Mary, The other team is in trouble. I guess the captain must have noticed that as well. The other squad 10 members looked at the fight with confused expressions as to why the other team wasn't rushing in. Ain, yes, it's true that anti-magic is strong, but it has clear weaknesses. So if you were to rush in, you could overwhelm him with strong magic? Linda and Ava. Linda, but they're just not doing it? The other team discussed a foolproof strategy and eventually split up after some thinking. However, Mimosa used her magic to find out which one had the advantage, and they rushed at him. Izuku, disappointed, not the right move, guys. Should have stayed put. No matter how good your strategy might seem, you can't forget you only have 2 members right now. After a bit, they both got surrounded by the 3 mages. When Mimosa called on Asta, a trap appeared, stunning him. This shocked everyone, including the Wizard King and Izuku. Izuku, what? But I thought. Looks at Zerx and then back at the field. Smiles I get it now. Once that happened, they took the chance and fired 3 powerful spells at the crystal, but just as Izuku had thought, once the spells got close enough, 3 different trap spell circles appeared and absorbed them. Once they did, it shot them back at the mages with double power, completely obliterating them. Izuku, wow. That was a good match, especially for it being the first, but I'm disappointed in them. Teleports in front of them. Mimosa, Captain Izuku? Zerx started to disrespect the mage knights while Mimosa healed Asta. Zerx also began glowing white. Izuku, ash type? Zerx, you know what, on second thought. I might not have come here to win, but I do have a very specific purpose in mind. Charges up ash magic in his hand. Magic Knight, what's the meaning of this? Zerx, turns around just kidding loser. Destroys the crystal. Announcer, the crystal's magic has been cut off, which means Team B is the winner. Julius, excellent magic. Captain Izuku, do you happen to have anything to say? Kira, I couldn't make much sense of it, but that was most impressive. The masked man's Royal Knight's material. He's my first pick. Izuku. Well, both teams performed admirably, although Zerks hit it right on the head. Looking at the other team, you guys shouldn't have been so quick to shoot off spells like that. If you had been smart, you would have paid more attention to the fact that Asta ended up getting stunned by trap magic. Yes, it looks like a good opportunity, but you should have considered that maybe. Just maybe. There were more traps on the field. Next time, try to pay more attention to the minor details of the battlefield. Those details aren't always to be ignored. Julius, thank you for those wise words. Izuku. Izuku, you're welcome. Zerks, we were pretty solid back there. Teamwork really does make the dream work, right? You were the best decoys a guy could ask for. I mean, did you see his face? Looking at the other team, he was so sure I was gonna break that thing. Asta, stands up thanks, Mimosa. Mimosa, sure. Asta, walks to Zerks and grabs his robe. Look, mister, I've had enough of your attitude. You can't treat a fellow magic knight like that. Their team fought hard and did a good job. Zerks, so what if they did? A loss is a loss. At the end of the day, we had better teamwork, so we wiped the floor with them. Be happy, you little runt. Asta, oh really? Teamwork? Grabs his robe with both hands. Listen to you. That trap I walked into near the end was created by your magic, wasn't it? How could you do that to your own teammate? Zerks, I just needed you to serve as the decoy to set it off. You know what they say, to trick your foes, you gotta start with your friends. Asta exclaimed, who says that? Zerks replied, oh, and I've got one more surprise for you in my collar. A little spray of gas came from his collar, causing Asta's eyes to burn. Izuku observed, sensing Zerks's mana. He used counter-trap magic and draws from his chi. It seems like he only uses trap spells. Not bad for a delinquent and a commoner, considering how much magic you have. He smiled. You continue to impress me, Zerks. Zerks glanced at him for a moment before turning away. Asta shouted, I'll give you mysterious, you big j. I'll knock that super cool mask right off your face, you hear me? Mimosa chimed in, maybe it would be more convincing if you didn't compliment him. Asta insisted, come back here and tell us everything right now or I'll punch ya. Magna interjected, give it a rest, Asta. Seriously, do you have to be loud 24/7? Izuku turned around and saw Magna and Soul. The next team? But their third member is. Annoyed look, of course it had to be you. A mysterious figure remarked, every last one of you is desperately devoid of style. Mimosa groaned. Kill me. The figure continued, my, what an eyesore. I'll thank you not to interfere with the splendor of the magnificent Kirsch Vermilion. Asta asked, okay, why is he sparkling? Did he say vermilion? Mimosa replied, sadly, this is my older brother. Asta exclaimed, for real? Mimosa sighed, I wish he wasn't. Kirsch declared, I'm so appealing. I can't stand it. He laughed. Asta commented, he kind of brightens everything up, doesn't he? Mimosa retorted, I'd be much happier if he disappeared. Izuku, clearly annoyed, said, listen Kirsch, I'd appreciate it if you could take this seriously. Kirsch didn't respond. Izuku's annoyance grew, with more tick marks appearing. Lucifero and Thea thought, I want to kill him. Izuku sighed. Anyway, you guys leave. Magna, Soul, and Kirsch, you stay here and get ready for the next match. Chapter end.